It will be mine. Oh yes, it will be mine.
Memoirs of a Chinese Revolutionary. Wang Fanshi. 1. My first contact with new ideas, I. 2 years of university LLFE, 12. 3 From Wuhan to Moscow, 34. 4 Chinese students in Moscow, 44. 5 My second year in Moscow, 68. 6 Working under Zhou Enlai, 105. 7 Unification of the four groups, 132. 8 Prison life, 162. 9 The founding of struggle and the darkest days of my life, 176. 10 CHN2H Datsu, the Chinese Trotskyists, and the War of Resistance, 204. 11. The Pad 6C War and a new fit in the organization, 233. 12. From War to Revolution, 246. 13. Thinking in Sophitude, 255. Epilogue, 274. Postscript, 277. Select biographical reference Lisi, 279. Index, 297. Translator's Introduction. Wang Fanshi wrote these memoirs in 1957, 31 years after joining the Chinese Communist Party, 7 years after the establishment of the People's Republic, and 5 years after the crushing by the new regime of the Trotskyist organization that he had helped to found. At the time he was living alone, in poverty and exile, in the tiny Portuguese colony of Macau in southern China. A friend painstakingly scratched the original mimeographed edition of his book character by character onto flimsy wax stencils, yielding a mere 20 copies of the text. The quality of the paper was poor and the faded blueprint barely legible to the dwindling band of Trotskyists across the Pearl River in Hong Kong who were his readers. Now, 33 years on, with the author in his early 80s, the fate of his friends, his movement, and his book has changed for the better. In the lightless years of the Mao dictatorship, the darkest spot behind the blackout on the history of the Chinese Revolution was reserved for Trotskyism. In 1952 the Trotskyists in China were swept up by the security police and jailed as counter-revolutionaries. This was not the first time that they had disappeared behind bars for their beliefs. Many had also spent in jail the best part of the 1930s, then as revolutionaries against the nationalist dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek. Both times the bulk of their archive had vanished with them into government vaults, beyond the reach of most historians. On the rare occasions that Trotskyists were paraded in government-sponsored history books after 1949, it was as grotesque caricatures epitomizing national and political treason. Those few Trotskyist leaders who had slipped abroad before the clampdown did their best to keep alive the Trotskyist critique of CCP policy. But they lacked information and resources, and in any case they had been consigned to the remotest margins of political life by the Maoist victory. Then, in 1979, Cheng Xiaolin and 11 other Trotskyists, jailed as counter-revolutionaries in 1952 and presumed dead by many, stepped unexpectedly into freedom. In the same year Chinese historians took the first timid steps toward rehabilitating Chen Tusiu, founder of both the CCP and its Trotskyist offshoot, which Wang had helped lead. Why the milder view of Chen? Mainly it was part of a wider trend to recognize the strengths as well as the weaknesses of Chinese communist leaders who had ended their careers in political disgrace, and to write an objective history of the CCP before the last of its veterans went to meet Marx. So, starting in 1979, a fresh version of Chen's political biography was released episode by episode to the Chinese public. First, his role in the May 4th movement of 1919 and in founding the CCP was officially acknowledged. Then the historian Shang Xiaoqing and others wrote that Chen's right opportunism in the mid-192s was mainly the result of Comintern meddling. Some historians even defended Chen's controversial stand on the Chinese Eastern Railways incident of 1929, when he criticized the Central Committee's slogan of "and defense of the Soviet Union." Finally, a number of studies have shown up as a groundless slander the 1938 charge that CHN Tusio took money from the Japanese. By the 198 OS even CHN's Trotskyism was no longer entirely taboo, and some mainland historians gingerly began to lift the curtain on it, so revealing a complex, original movement, a failed experiment in urban revolution in the land of rural revolution, that throws light from many interesting new angles of familiar questions of the Chinese Revolution. In the course of academic debate, the official view on Trotskyism has noticeably softened. In Mao's days it was classified as counter-revolutionary, now it is simply wrong. In the new, more liberal climate some Chinese writers have dared to strip away the lies and prejudices from Trotskyism and the Chinese Trotskyists, and memoirs by Trotskyist leaders have appeared in the Chinese press, including a restricted NEIPU edition of this book and another, now in its second edition, of the Memoirs of Cheng Chao-lin. Even so, CHN and the Trotskyists remain a vexed issue in China's party history schools, admired by some but deeply feared and hated by many, especially senior party officials whose view of them was prejudiced by the campaign launched in 1938 by the Stalinist Wang to discredit the Trotskyists as venal traitors to party and country. What's more, because of their democratic critique of Chinese society and Stalinist politics they have become metaphors incarnate for a host of unresolved problems in Qian's politics. It was no accident that the students on Tiananmen Square in May and June 1989 drew their inspiration from the May 4th movement of 1919, which CHN Tusio led, and that they even copied CHN's famous slogan calling for science and democracy. So though the movement that culminated in the massacre of June 4 shows that CHN's legacy still lives, it set back the prospect, seriously moot before the crisis, of a full rehabilitation of CHN and his Trotskyist disciples, whose return to limbo symbolizes the present blockage of China's evolution toward greater freedom. Of the founding generation of Chinese Trotskyists, Wang Fanxi and Cheng Chao-lin are still alive, but they are too old to take an active part in political life or even to keep up a regular commentary on it, and though Cheng is still hale and lucid and has been assigned to membership of Shanghai's People's Political Consultative Conference, he is still partly muzzled. However, Wang's and Cheng's memoirs have become objects of great admiration among Chinese academics allowed to read them, too, and there has been a steady fluid flow of articles, some surprisingly objective and unbiased, on the history of the Chinese Trotskyists. At the same time, many foreign writings sympathetic to Trotskyism have appeared in Chinese translation. 3. Outside China, literature by or about Chinese Trotskyists is now growing. Wang's book has already appeared in Japanese, in German, and in French, and preparations are underway to publish Cheng's in several languages, starting with German and English. The new literature on Trotskyism commands an eager readership on mainland China, where layer after layer of the official leadership has been discredited in the public eye, where the crisis of faith in Stalinism and Maoism is deep and general, and where younger historians and political thinkers have been emboldened by the post-Mao talk of the need for greater democracy, liberated thought, and truthful scholarship. On Taiwan, in Hong Kong, and among the diaspora of Chinese communities overseas too, interest, measured by publications, in CHN and the Trotskyists is now rising. Memoirs are commonly defined as that form of writing in which the author effaces himself except to verify an event by his presence, as distinct from autobiography, which is the faithful portrait of a soul in its adventures through life. Since Wang is not just the connecting thread but a main focus of the events he describes, his book occupies a position midway between the two genres. LLKE Trotsky he would say of it that it is not a dispassionate photograph of my life, but a component part of it. In these pages, I continue the struggle to which my life is devoted. If self-effacement is a distinguishing feature of the memoir, then Wang's book has it almost to a fault, for it passes over in complete silence the several deep personal tragedies suffered by its author. To some this may convey the forbidding impression of a man of unbending will and single-minded devotion to a cause. Only a closer reading of the text, the generosity of its characterization, the scrupulous balance of its judgment, and the complete absence of bitterness, even in the depths of defeat, reveals a person of warmth and compassion, to whom nothing human is alien. LLKE Most Chinese revolutionaries of his generation, Wang's basic attitudes were shaped and colored by the May 4th movement that took its name from the demonstrations of May 1919 against the Peking government's surrender of Chinese interests to Japan. May 4th revitalized Chinese political life, and helped pave the way for the foundation of the Chinese Communist Party in July 1921. It also transformed Chinese cultural life in the broadest sense, rejecting traditional Confucianism in favor of a modern humanistic, scientific, and democratic outlook. The new spirit found rich and passionate expression in the writing of the period. Chen Tuxiu. Its main representative, called on Chinese youth to be independent, not servile, progressive, not conservative, dynamic, not passive, cosmopolitan, not isolationist, utilitarian, not emptily formalistic, scientific, not merely imaginative. In 1919 Chen's paper, New Youth, summed up the aims of the movement in a stirring declaration of beliefs. The new society we have in mind is characterized by honesty, progress, positiveness, liberty, equality, creativity, beauty, goodness, peace, love, mutual assistance, joyful labor, and devotion to the welfare of humanity. In it all those phenomena that can be described as hypocritical, conservative, passive, restrictive, privileged, conventional, ugly, detestable, combative, frictional, inert, gloomy, and oligarchic will gradually be reduced in importance and eventually disappear. By the time Wang arrived at Peking University in 1925, the May 4th movement had long since polarized into two main tendencies, one arguing for the formal study of issues and liberation drop by drop, bit by bit, and the other favoring isms and revolutionary political engagement. In Peking, Wang opted once and for all for the latter, so that his personal fate became inextricably bound to that of communism in China, whether inside or outside the established party. From then on his life was a hectic succession of strikes, polemics, constant changes of name and alias, and jail. Until several years after the death of Mao Zedong in 1976, Wang's book was the only full-length autobiography to be published by a veteran of the Chinese Revolution, leaving aside men like Chiang Kuo-tao who had quit the cause. The main reason for this singularly poor crop of biographical writing is that the CCP, once in power, immediately press-ganged history into the service of the state, so none dared write as individuals about the past. The autobiographical materials published by party committees in multi-volume collections were invariably either hagiographies or short articles on specific topics written to meet the orthodox political requirements of the day. So for a long time Wang's book was unique, and the only available personal record of certain key periods in the history of the CCP, such as the struggles in Moscow in the late 192 OS. It is of course also a valuable source for the history of Chinese Trotskyism, which was by far the most important branch of the international left opposition outside Russia. In compiling these memoirs, Wang could not always consult the necessary documents. He had managed to take some of the records of his organization with him into exile, but he lacked access to many sources relating to both the Trotskyist movement and the official party. Wherever possible, this English edition has been checked and revised against the original evidence, and in the process Wang's memory has proved to be generally reliable. As a historical record, his book is marred by none of the Orwellian evasions, omissions, and falsifications of Maoist historiography. Wang's political life as a communist began with the revolution of 192-27, when the youthful CCP, on instructions of the Moscow-based Comintern, worked for national unification and independence in alliance with the Kuomintang. The terms of this alliance were in practice disadvantageous to the CCP, for they required its strict political subordination to the nationalist leaders and the virtual submersion of its membership and organization into the Kuomintang. In 1920, at the Second Comintern Congress, Lenin had called on communist parties in colonial countries to resist bourgeois attempts to control the mass movement, and to carry out vigorous propaganda for the idea of Soviets. To square their positions with Leninist orthodoxy and to counter Trotsky's criticisms of the Chinese alliance, The Comintern majority in Moscow argued that the Kuomintang was not a bourgeois party but a bloc of four classes and the only serious national revolutionary group in China. International considerations were an important factor in the formulation of the Comintern's policy for the Chinese Revolution. In the words of one classic study of the period, by the time Russia actively intervened in China, the revolution in Russia itself was in full retreat and the new nationalist Russia had begun to emerge. The Soviet bureaucracy did not come to the East in search of new proletarian conquests. It came looking for new allies, new bulwarks, new fronts on which to blunt the hostile pressures of the Western powers. For in early 1926 growing social and political tensions began to lay bare the underlying divisions between a Kuomintang leadership committed to defending the economic interests of the rich and a communist party whose constituency was mainly among the urban and rural poor. In July Chiang Kai-shek launched the Northern Expedition, to overthrow warlord rule in the areas to the north of the Kuomintang's base in Kwangtung. The highly politicized nationalist armies, reorganized with Soviet help, quickly defeated or neutralized their badly organized and disunited warlord adversaries, most of whom owed their position to sheer force of arms and were prey to the manipulations of powerful foreign interests. But in March, before launching the expedition, Chiang had staged a limited preemptive coup against the communists in Canton, by which he strengthened the position of the right wing within the Kuomintang. In the spring of 1927, in a second and far bloodier coup, Chiang delivered a crushing blow to the communist movement in Shanghai. At the time Trotsky argued that the CCP should immediately declare its political and organizational independence of the Kuomintang, and should set up Soviets to lead the agrarian revolution in those parts of China where it was still underway. He thought that bold measures of this sort might still swing the tide against Chiang. But Stalin, adamant that his original strategy for China was the only correct line, continued to call for an alliance with the Kuomintang, no longer, of course, with Chiang Kai-shek, but with its left wing, in Wuhan, which had split with Chiang in late 1926. In a matter of months, however, the military backers of the Wuhan government carried out their own murderous coup against the communists. Shortly afterwards both wings of the Kuomintang were reunited in Nanking in a national government that was in effect controlled by Chiang. Trotsky had challenged the positions of the Soviet majority leaders throughout the 3 years of the CCP Kuomintang United Front, though not always with the same degree of energy and directness. Before 1926 he had confined his criticisms to the ruling bodies of the Soviet Party, hampered by Stalin's rule that there should be no record or public report of leadership discussions, and by divisions within the minority opposition group. By late 1926, however, he was openly predicting that an anti-communist coup was imminent in China. Nearly half the Chinese students in Moscow during this period accepted Trotsky's criticisms of the Comintern. 5 LLKE they now blamed Stalin and the majority leaders for ordering the CCP into the Kuomintang, for refusing to allow the communists to organize the peasants independently during the Northern Expedition, or to form Soviets in early 1927, for wrongly characterizing Wuhan as a revolutionary center after the split with Chiang, and for refusing to admit, for factional reasons, that the Chinese Revolution had been defeated. This last point was rich in implications for the immediate future of the revolution. If it was true that there had been no defeat, then the struggle was free to rise to new levels, with insurrections in the cities backed by peasant armies in the countryside. This was in effect the course on which the CCP leaders now embarked. The Trotskyists, in contrast, argued that a massive defeat had been suffered and that the Chinese Revolution was not remotely near a new high tide. For them, the immediate tasks were to rebuild the shattered trade unions, re-establish the party in the towns, and forge new links to the workers. Central to these tasks was the struggle for an all-powerful National Assembly elected by universal secret ballot, since this alone could bring together the disparate economic and political struggles. These were the strategic aims that shaped the course of Chinese Trotskyism in the first 9 years of its life. Why did the Trotskyists fail to become a major political force in China after their expulsion from the CCP? They have been criticized for failing to grasp the importance of serious and sustained practical work in the countryside in this period. But not even the leaders of the official party, Mao included, had yet abandoned the idea of recapturing the towns as a precondition for a nationwide revolutionary upsurge, even though by 1931 Kuomintang repression had forced them to withdraw the bulk of their forces to the countryside. It was only after several years, and in the teeth of much opposition in the CCP leadership, that the Maoists, having ended up by accident among the peasants, finally elaborated their famous strategy for encircling the towns with the villages. In any case, it was not that the Chinese Trotskyists failed to understand the role of the peasantry in Chinese history, but that, from their own point of view, they understood it all too well. The mission of the CCP in its infancy, shouldered in 1931 by the Trotskyists, was, so they believed, to break the pattern of the Chinese past, which appeared to them doomed to repeat an endless cycle of dynastic decay, peasant revolt, and renewal under a new despotic line. CHN2CO's communists in 1921 thought that they had found in the new urban classes, the bourgeoisie, the proletariat, the critical intelligentsia, a way to break this vicious circle. Which is why CHN's Trotskyists insisted after 1927, save for a brief interval in 1938, under the exceptional circumstances of the Japanese invasion, on sticking to the cities, and why they never once considered abandoning them in the long term for the villages. Far from being mired in intellectual sloth, they actively resisted a tum to the countryside and insisted on striving for a new way to redeem Chinese society and the Chinese nation, rather than follow the old and fruitless one. They failed, partly because the class of industrial workers on which they tried to fasten was too small, too little spread, and too demoralized by defeat and terror to pay much attention to them. In a word, they were prophets before their time. Wang still believes today that the failure of the Chinese Trotskyist movement in the early 1930s was due more to its lack of numbers and material support from outside, and to state repression, which resulted in the imprisonment of nearly all its leading members, than to any basic flaw in its strategic thinking. It is hard to see how the Chinese Trotskyists, squeezed between the Kuomintang and the CCP, could have established a political space for themselves in those early years. To an extent they may have hastened their own downfall by concentrating their efforts exclusively on the towns. True, they understood the need for agitation in the villages, but first they wanted to sink sturdy roots in the metropolitan littoral, for they were Marxists in the classic mold and their members were too few to dissipate across the vast Chinese countryside. Even after the Japanese invasion they stuck to their belief that there could be no revolution outside urban culture. But by then China's industrial base along the coast had been destroyed. In numbers, in material strength, and in spirit, CHN2CO wrote to Trotsky sometime in 1939, LTHE workers have gone back to where they were 30 to 40 years ago. 6. So the Trotskyists played no role in the continuing agrarian revolution and, unlike the official party, had no rural sanctuaries to retreat to when pressure from the Kuomintang became intolerable. Wang admitted in 1973 that the Trotskyists would have done better to open up new battlegrounds in the countryside, where the masses were in higher spirits and the repression was less harsh, with the aim of preserving our cadre and recruiting new militants. 7. While continuing to devote their main efforts to restoring and strengthening underground work in the cities through the struggle for a constituent assembly. But it is worth remembering that where individual Trotskyists did participate in armed communist detachments in the countryside in the early 193 OS, they were hunted down and exterminated by the CCP political police. Would the official party have benefited by adopting policies that the Trotskyists were pressing on it in the early 193 OS? Many of the Trotskyist criticisms of the official line were well-founded. Mao himself wrote in November 1928 from the Qingkang Mountains that he and his comrades were suffering from an acute sense of loneliness, and that to put an end to this lonely life, it is necessary to launch a political and economic struggle for democracy involving the urban petty bourgeoisie. 8. But the CCP, having refused to make such a call for democracy, could neither unify the Various scattered struggles in town and countryside nor seriously undermine the stability of Kuomintang rule in its urban strongholds. So it became increasingly isolated and was eventually forced to abandon its rural bases to the advancing Kuomintang armies. Its catastrophic defeat in 1934 and the subsequent hunt for scapegoats in its ruling bodies are the best indication that its political strategy could not have led to success against the Kuomintang in China as it was before the Japanese occupation. So in the early 1930s both parties of Chinese communism hurried down their different roads to disaster. For all its greater resources, the Red Army had been whittled down to just a few thousand men and women when it eventually landed up in its new northwestern sanctuary in 1935, at the end of the legendary Long March, and the Communist Party in the towns had been destroyed, while the brave but tiny band of Chinese Trotskyists, jailed and tortured as revolutionaries by the Kuomintang and shot as counter-revolutionaries by the CCP, had been wiped from the political map. In July 1937 the Japanese transformed the entire situation in China by embarking on a final push to bring the whole of the country under their control, after 6 years of aggression against Chinese territories in the northeast. One result of this invasion was a partial resumption of the alliance between the Kuomintang and the CCP. But the Chinese Communists had learned the lessons of their earlier bitter experiences, and took precautions to ensure that the Second United Front did not end up in the same way as the first. In the war years they boldly and skillfully swung the military and political balance more and more their way, so that by 1945 they were poised to seize huge areas of the country and to prepare the way for the final communist victory in 1949. The war created conditions that the Communists, with their previous military and political experience in the rural areas to the south, were uniquely equipped to exploit. The entire political life of China now assumed military form, and political issues were settled ever more by the gun. Earlier the CCP's rural strategy had failed mainly because of its inability to mount a simultaneous challenge to the Kuomintang political order in the towns. But now the Japanese invasion had cut the Kuomintang off from the industrial and commercial nerve centers of China, forcing it to retreat to the backward southwest of the country and so depriving Chiang of one of his chief advantages over the Communists. By championing the cause of national resistance more actively than the Kuomintang, whose reactionary policies and corrupt government in the war years progressively alienated popular support, the CCP was able to attract ever wider sections of Chinese society. But the Trotskyists viewed the CCP's activities in this period with contempt, denouncing the new alliance as a shameless sellout of the revolution. From their own vantage point this was a reasonable conclusion, for on paper its terms allowed for the reorganization of the Red Army into the national forces, an end to class struggle, and the merging of Communist and Kuomintang territories. What the Trotskyists could not know was that the Maoists, even though reluctant to disagree openly with the Kuomintang proposals, had not the slightest intention of giving up their military or territorial independence. So the revival of this united front in 1937, as Wang Fanshi later concluded, was by and large a matter of tactical maneuver rather than a strategic tum in orientation. 1 reason the Chinese Trotskyists so badly misread the situation was that their eyes were fixed on the big cities, where Wang Ming's faction dominated party work. Another was that they had already written off the CCP as a petty bourgeois, peasant party as early as 1934, and therefore failed to pay sufficient attention to the continuing differentiation that was going on within it. The Chinese Trotskyists themselves concentrated their wartime activities on Shanghai, organizing the workers under the very noses of the Japanese invaders. Although Wang's own efforts to involve himself in military work came to nothing, others who had been cut off from Shanghai by the war organized and led Trotskyist guerrilla detachments in various parts of China. But none survived the struggle, and little is known of them except that their forces were crushed between the millstones of the CCP and the Japanese. Despite this cheerless experience, Wang continued to argue in later writings that the Trotskyist leadership should have actively encouraged and coordinated the setting up of armed detachments. "It is impossible to say for certain," he wrote, "whether we could have built up a force strong enough to compete with that of the CCP, but at least we would have not ended up as we did. During the war our organization was practically obliterated. Some of our cadres even starved to death, and we made no active contribution to the resistance. After the war we were too weak to take advantage of the pre-revolutionary situation that had opened up, and adopted an entirely passive attitude towards the civil war between the CCP and the Kuomintang. 10. Thus the Chinese Trotskyists wrote themselves out of the final pages of the Chinese Revolution, so that they were relegated to the role of mere bystanders during the titanic battles of the late 1940s. Was their contribution to modern Chinese history therefore written in wind and running water, or are there elements of lasting value in it? Since 1949 Wang has argued that the actual course of the Chinese Revolution broadly confirmed the Trotskyist theory of permanent revolution, rather than the theory of new democracy, which was in essence the Chinese version of Stalin's theory of revolution in stages. 11. The dynamic of the revolution, both in town and countryside, was indeed radically anti-capitalist, and Mao's prediction that new democracy would last for several decades was rapidly disproved by the tempo of social transformation in China, which was completed in just a few years. The irony is that this fundamental tenet of Trotskyist theory was put into practice not by the Trotskyists themselves but by the Maoists, who arrived at it more or less through trial and error. So despite the Trotskyists' practical failure, their criticisms of the political positions of the official leadership of the CCP are not without significance and value. Perhaps the most convincing proof of the force of this criticism is that during later inter-party disputes the Maoists unconsciously echoed many of the arguments that the Trotskyists had developed years before. But on the strategic questions of war and the peasantry the Trotskyists were unable to meet the changing needs of the situation after 1937. Their failure to develop their own armed forces robbed them of the chance to participate in the war of resistance, and left them defenseless against their enemies. Linked to this was their failure to work among the peasants. Their mistake was not, I repeat, that they ignored the peasants. On the contrary, after 1927 one of the main Trotskyist charges against the Kuomintang leaders was that they had actively opposed a deepening of the agrarian revolution. But in the early 1930s the Trotskyists had argued, justifiably in the light of their tiny numbers and the immense difficulties of establishing military bases in the villages, that before attempting to win influence and leadership over the peasants it was necessary to establish a firm base among the urban proletariat. After the Japanese invasion this strategy was no longer feasible, and in fact became the main obstacle to political success. The Trotskyists failed to see that the workers had been politically neutralized as a cumulative effect of the 1927 defeat, the ensuing Kuomintang repression, and, most decisively of all, the Japanese occupation of China's main towns, and that for the revolution to succeed it was not only possible but essential to begin organizing the peasants, even before the movement in the towns revived. At the root of this failure lay an excess of orthodoxy. Although some Trotskyist leaders, Wang among them, were acutely aware that the war had rendered many of the old formulas out of date, and tried however unsuccessfully, to respond to this new situation, others clung to what they saw as the traditional Marxist analysis, arguing that the peasantry was backward and conservative, and that armed struggle would have to wait until the conditions were right for an insurrection of the urban workers. So in 1937–38 the newly restored Provisional Central Committee of the Trotskyists continued to concentrate exclusively on urban work and to oppose military adventurism of any kind, a position that Wang has criticized as a very grave and absolutely unforgivable political mistake. Some Trotskyists, for example Piang Shutse, still clung to these orthodox positions even after 1949, insisting that the strategy of their movement had been essentially correct and that the CCP victory had nothing to do with its guerrilla war strategy, but was instead a result of the exceptional historical circumstances created by the Japanese invasion and the World War. 12. Mao Zedong, in contrast, scorned foreign dogmas and in his formative years was by his own admission largely ignorant of Marxist theory. Eclectically combining elements of rebellious Chinese tradition with some postulates of Marxism and modern military thinking, he developed an original and highly successful theory of revolutionary war as waged from the countryside. but through their advocacy of the theory of permanent revolution, socialist democracy, and internationalism, the Trotskyists in China kept alive a tradition that the Maoists had long since abandoned, the new democratic, humanist, and universalist values of May 4, now subsumed into the politics and morality of Marxism. The Maoist leaders, on the other hand, dismissed this tradition as bourgeois, and fought to extinguish it, rather than to develop it further. For Chen Tuxiu and many revolutionaries of Wang's generation, it was ultimately the CCP's retreat from the intellectual conquests of the early period of the revolution that ruled out any prospect of a reconciliation with it. Chinese communism began life as fervently internationalist, under the influence both of the Russian Revolution and of May 4, whose main leader Chen Tuxiu denounced selfish nationalism and patriotism as inferior goods from Japan, to be boycotted along with other Japanese products. The official leaders of the CCP first transformed this policy of internationalism into slavish obedience to Moscow and later promoted nationalist and even xenophobic sentiments within the party. But the Trotskyists maintained a consistently internationalist approach, adamantly refusing to compromise with the deeply ingrained chauvinism of Chinese politics. The influence of the Chinese Trotskyists in the cultural and literary fields was far greater than their political influence. Even Lu Xun, the giant of modern Chinese letters, was strongly influenced by Trotsky's ideas on literature and art. Writers close to Trotskyism engaged in fierce polemic with the CCP and its supporters, whom they accused of seeking to strap literature into a political straitjacket. Strong echoes of this debate were heard in the CCP's war time capital of Yan'an, where writers influenced by Lu Xun and Trotsky argued that literature should remain critical even within a revolutionary society. Such was the depth of their support that they became the main target of Mao's famous talks on art and literature, in which he advanced the thesis that the task of literature was not to expose the dark side of revolutionary society, but to reflect its bright side, and to extol the masses. One of these Yan'an writers, Wang, who argued in favor of revolutionary humanism and egalitarianism in an essay called Wild Lily, was eventually executed. But Wei's arguments resurfaced irrepressibly during the student unrest of 1957, after his articles had been republished as negative study materials in an official literary journal, and again in the 198 OS, when all the earlier slanders against him were openly retracted, and finally in 1990 he was reportedly rehabilitated. Probably the Chinese Trotskyists' main point of interest for critical Chinese communists today is their consistent promotion of the idea of socialist democracy, in relation both to the revolutionary state and to the internal regime of the Revolutionary Party. As early as August 1929 Chen Tuxiu had reminded CCP leaders that democracy is a necessary instrument for any class that seeks to win the majority of its side. But the official party soon abandoned the principle of democratic organization, as a result both of Russian influence and of the switch to a mainly military struggle waged from the most backward parts of the Chinese countryside. Between 1936 and 1938 and again in late 1939 or early 1940 Wang had a vigorous exchange of views with Chen Tuxiu on the issue of democracy. Sometime in 1936 Chen Tuxiu, then in prison, smuggled out an article on democracy to the Trotskyists in Shanghai, where Wang published it in Huohua together with some of his own critical comments. Then, 3 or 4 years later, Wang again discussed this same question with Chen, by then in Sichuan, in letters that he sent him from Shanghai. Chen's replies to Wang 13 and others who had written to him in similar vein were later published by Hu Shi in a collection of Chen's last articles and letters. 14. Nism, but it was not only Trotsky's analysis of the failure of the Chinese Revolution but his advocacy of the democratic slogan for China after 1927 that attracted Chen Tuxiu, who had started his political career as a radical Democrat, to the opposition. In the mid to late 193 OS two crucial events, the Moscow show trials and Stalin's alliance with Hitler, caused Chen to rethink many of the basic views on democracy advanced by Lenin and by Trotsky. CHN concluded that Lenin's complete denial of the value of democracy was at least in part responsible for Stalin's bureaucratic crimes, and that dictatorship of any sort, revolutionary or counter-revolutionary, is incompatible with democracy. Whereas in orthodox Leninist terms the dictatorship of the proletariat is simultaneously, at least for the workers, the most extensive form of democratic government, CHN no longer bothered to distinguish the various democratic rights from democracy as the bourgeois governing form. An example, in Wang Fanxi's view, of CHN's tendency to push his ideas to an extremity. After his move to Sichuan in 1938, it seemed to his comrades in Shanghai that CHN Tusiu had returned in his declining years to his first love in pure democracy. For Wang and other Trotskyists, democracy was not abstract but bounded by class and time, whereas for CHN Tusiu after 1938 it was a more or less transcendental concept expressed in universal institutions. Even so, Wang Fanxi did not dismiss out of hand CHN's formulations, and instead strove to develop along Marxist lines the elements in them that he found to be perceptive and valuable, just as Trotsky continued to admire CHN, and even mentioned him as a possible member of a special committee of the Fourth International that he wanted to form. 15 Between the two of them, CHN and Wang raised, decades in advance of the mainstream of communist dissent, issues that bear directly on the invariably vexed relationship between socialist government and democratic freedoms. CHN's last views have been preserved, but Wang's replies to CHN published in Spark and the letters he wrote to him before CHN died, in which he tried to reconcile the necessity of radical revolution with democratic rights, have apparently been lost. Fortunately, in an article written in Macau in 1957, Wang summarized, in 7 points, positions derived from those that he had advanced in the late 1930s in his exchange with CHN. The article in which he elaborated these 7 theses was originally intended as the second part of the final chapter of these memoirs, but to save space Wang dropped them from the 1957 Chinese edition of his book, and in 1980 even the truncated chapter was dropped from the Oxford English Language edition. Wang's 7 theses were as follows. 1. Under present historical conditions, if the proletariat through its political party aims to overthrow the political and economic rule of the bourgeoisie, it must carry out a violent revolution and set up a dictatorship to expropriate the expropriators. So in 9 cases out of 10 it is bound to destroy the bourgeoisie's traditional means of rule, the parliamentary system. To complete such a transformation peacefully, through parliament, is practically if not absolutely impossible. 2. A proletarian dictatorship set up in such a way neither must nor should destroy the various democratic rights, including habeas corpus, freedom of speech, the press, assembly and association, the right to strike, etc., etc. Already won by the people under the bourgeois democratic system. 3. The organs of the dictatorship elected by the entire toiling people should be under the thoroughgoing supervision of the electors and recallable by them at all times, and the power of the dictatorship should not be concentrated in one body but should be spread across several structures so that there is a system of checks and balances to prevent the emergence of an autocracy or monocracy. 4. Opposition parties should be allowed to exist under the dictatorship as long as they support the revolution. Whether or not they meet this condition should be decided by the workers and peasants in free ballot. 5. Opposition factions must be tolerated within the party of the proletariat. Under no circumstances must organizational sanctions, secret service measures, or incriminatory sanctions be used to deal with dissidents. Under no circumstances must thought be made a crime. 6. Under no circumstances must proletarian dictatorship become the dictatorship of a single party. Workers' parties organized by part of the working class and the intelligentsia must under no circumstances replace the political power democratically elected by the toilers as a whole. There must be an end to the present system in the communist countries, where government is a FAC, aid behind which secretaries of the party branches assume direct command. The ruling party's strategic policies must first be discussed and approved by an empowered parliament that includes opposition parties and factions, and only then should they be implemented by government, and their implementation must continue to be supervised by Parliament. 7. Finally, since political democracy is actually a reflection of economic democracy and no political democracy is possible under a system of absolutely centralized economic control, to create the material base for socialist democracy, a system of divided power and self-management within the overall planned economy is essential. All these points are not in themselves enough to save a revolutionary power from bureaucratic degeneration, but since they are not plucked from the void but rooted in bloody experience, they should, if formulated with sufficient clarity, help workers and peasants in countries that have had revolutions to win their anti-bureaucratic struggle when the conditions for the democratization of the dictatorial state have further ripened, and enable new revolutionary states from the very outset to avoid bureaucratic poisoning. 16. After 1949, the old Trotskyist polemic about the nature of the Chinese Revolution and the strategy and tactics to pursue in it was relegated to the history books, but the other main issue that had exercised Chen and Wang in the 1930s, the relationship between socialism and democracy, became a central and burning issue for young people in China, especially in the universities. Opposition to the personality cult, to repression of dissent, and to the lack of civil and human rights has remained a central plank in the platform of the surviving handful of Chinese Trotskyists over the past 4 decades, and now that their views are beginning to become known again in China, people are beginning to take their criticisms and proposals seriously. Wang's memoirs draw to a close in 1952, which was an exceptionally somber and depressing year for the movement he had helped to create. Thrown into complete confusion by the unexpected Maoist victory, many Chinese Trotskyists at first argued that the new regime in Peking would never advance beyond its merely bourgeois character. But as if to mock their predictions, the new state soon began to move in a radically anti-capitalist direction, establishing itself in an apparently unassailable position. Only one thing maintained Wang in his unshakable opposition to the Maoists and in his shining optimism even in the depths of failure: his belief that a system in which decision-making powers were vested in a tiny elite and in which dissent was met with crude repression would inevitably sow the seeds of its own destruction. The situation had a certain irony. In turning its back on the urban culture that had produced it, the CCP had been able to discover rich new seams of revolutionary energy, but it returned in 1949 to confront the workers as an alien force, with new and ugly features acquired during 2 decades of armed struggle in the countryside. The Trotskyists, who had stayed on in the cities to share the trials and sorrows of the proletariat, had failed utterly to establish themselves as a significant factor in the revolution, but they had kept alive the universalist spirit of May 4 and classical Marxism. Wang's expectations of new social tensions and political crises in China were soon fulfilled. Although Maoism subsequently showed itself to be more differentiated and resourceful than he had imagined, the Hundred Flowers campaign of 1957, the upheavals of the Cultural Revolution, the mass protests in Tiananmen Square in April 1976, the stormy emergence of an unofficial opposition in 1979, the growth of a strong democratic trend of opinion in the CCP in the 1980s, and the Peking Commune of 1989 that shook the CCP regime to its foundations revealed deep currents of unrest in Chinese society, and raised issues of democracy, legality, representation, and control that point like daggers at the very heart of the CCP's political system. For Wang, these explosions of dissent have been a retrospective vindication of his life's work, and are the first bittersweet fruits of victory in defeat. Chapter I. My first contact with new ideas. The town in which I was born was a strange mixture of backwardness and enlightenment. Shaoxi lay on the railway line between Shanghai and Hangzhou, and it was one of the main rice markets in western Zhejiang. Silk produced by the peasants from quite a wide area around it was bought by local merchants to be resold in Shanghai. Commercial capital had therefore long been dominant in the area, and all the most powerful figures in the community were merchants. For centuries local scholars had been looked down on unless they also owned a pawn shop, bank, or large amounts of land. The stench of money prevailed over the fragrance of the book, and there was no cultural life to speak of. In a town of 30,000 inhabitants there were only 2 higher primary schools. Mine was regarded as the highest educational institution in the town since its headmaster was both rich and learned. He had passed the 2nd grade in the imperial examinations and most of the teaching staff were respected members of the local gentry. But the headmaster's methods were very old-fashioned. In the school hall there was a tablet in honor of Confucius inscribed with the words "Divine Sage of the Greatest Perfection," and we children had to bow down in front of it when we arrived in the morning and before we went home in the afternoon. Although the curriculum included natural science, music, and English for the older pupils, pride of place still belonged to Chinese literature, and in particular to the Analects of Confucius and Mencius. I only studied the Analects, which were taught by an old Cotsai, who was versed in the Confucian classics and in traditional Chinese medicine. He was a very conscientious and fastidious teacher, and made us learn Chu Shi's textual commentary by heart. In 191-9, when the May 4th Movement 1 broke out, I was 12 years old. News from the Shanghai market could cause a commotion within a matter of hours in the local tea shops, but trouble-making by Peking students attracted little attention. Shut up as we were inside the 4 walls of the school, it is not surprising that the ideological ferment of the outside world took some time to seep through to us. But there was no way of holding up the inevitable, and a year or 2 later the new ideas took the school by storm. It so happened that at the time the county's education inspector was eager to seize control of our primary school. With the support of a member of the local gentry he managed to oust the old headmaster from his post. But he was unable to gain the sympathy of the rest of the townspeople, and when he came to take over as headmaster the teachers resigned en masse, and local scholars declined his offers of appointments. As he was therefore forced to seek his teaching staff elsewhere, he recruited a batch of recent graduates of the Hangzhou First Normal School to teach us. Hangzhou First Normal School, a training college for secondary school teachers, was the Peking University of Zhejiang Province. With Changsha First Normal School, where Mao Zedong studied, it was one of the 2 most powerful provincial outposts of the new ideological movement which centered on Peking University. The principal of Hangzhou First Normal School, Qing Hongyi, was rather similar in character to the president of Peking University, TZIEINPEI. He harbored no prejudices, and was prepared to tolerate all outstanding individuals, whatever their views. His own thinking was enlightened and democratic. One of his best-known students, Shi Tizuntiong, became famous for an anti-Confucian article he wrote, against filial piety. This was published in the school magazine and gained the First Normal School quite a reputation among radical intellectuals of the period. But the military, civil, and police authorities in Zhejiang Province, who had long considered the Hangzhou First Normal School a thorn in their flesh, seized this chance to start up a campaign of harassment. To protect his teachers and students, Qing Hongyi threatened to resign, and eventually did so. The students, who wanted him to stay on, boycotted lectures and demonstrated. After they had assembled on the school playing fields, they were surrounded by soldiers and police. This confrontation, which became famous throughout China, went on for several days. One of the graduates from the Hangzhou First Normal School that our new headmaster appointed was a leader of that struggle, and he became my teacher in the graduation class. The others were also followers of the new movement. On the first day of term we noticed that the tablet to Confucius had been removed, and that the Confucian classics had been taken off the curriculum. The 4 or 5 new teachers were only about 10 years older than we were. Standing there in their long linen gowns, they did not seem at all forbidding. The solemn atmosphere of the school under the old headmaster was clearly a thing of the past, and those of us who were now under the new dynasty could not help feeling rather upset by what we saw. Students whose families could afford private tuition stayed away from school out of loyalty to the old headmaster. Most of us who remained were poor, and at first we received these representatives of the May 4th movement with a mixture of disappointment and apprehension. This feeling did not last for long, however, and after a couple of months we began to hero worship them. We no longer feared our teachers, as we had in the old days. On the contrary, they were like friends to us. We found it easy to grasp the things they taught us, unlike the classical texts which we had studied previously. We greedily devoured Chn Tusio's and Hushi's articles on the literary revolution, Zhou Zhougen's essays, and the poems in modern Chinese by Lu Panmeng and others. We were especially fond of hearing them talk about their lives as students and the struggle in Hangzhou. It was not long before we began to experiment with new activities inside our own school. We set up a school council, ran our first library, subscribed to newspapers and magazines from Shanghai and Hangzhou, wrote out our own school newspaper by hand and pasted it up on the school wall. We even opened a school shop where we sold exercise books, pencils, and sweets. I left primary school at the age of 14, and like many others of my generation clashed with my father about my future career. He was something of a scholar, and had gained the degree of COTSAI during the last imperial examinations ever held. He had many friends among the educated local gentry, but because he was not from a wealthy background they never really accepted him as an equal, even when he was drinking and swapping poems with them, and he resented this. Hence the two sides to his character. He looked down upon his friends as merchants pretending to be scholars, but he was also determined to compete with them in amassing a fortune. When he got drunk he often used to remark cynically to us children, "There's not much percentage in being a scholar, they'll only respect you if you've got money." When I had finished my primary school studies, he insisted that I should study business and refused to let me go on to middle school. Another reason for his decision was the state of our family finances. My father simply did not have enough money to pay for me to study at Hangzhou, the provincial capital. He therefore arranged for me to receive training in an import and export business in Shanghai. In my outlook and my aspirations I was very unlike my father. I think I must have been born an idealist. As a child, I had loved novels of heroism, and adored a great uncle who had been in the army and who had told me about his father's adventures fighting for the Taipings. Now a year or so of education in the spirit of the May 4th movement had turned me into a high-flying idealist, infected with the sickness of the epoch. Given my mental state, it was inevitable that I would refuse to accept the future which my father had mapped out for me. When he told me that he had found me an apprenticeship in Shanghai where I could study English and learn about the import-export trade, I found the courage to blurt out, "I don't want to go into business, I want to go to Hangzhou to study." Relations between us became tense and remained so for months. Finally we arrived at a compromise. He would let me go on to middle school as long as I agreed to study commerce. I therefore entered Hangzhou Commercial Middle School. This school was on the same site as Hangzhou First Normal School. Both used the buildings which under the Qing dynasty had housed the imperial examination rooms, and were separated by a wall. Physically I was on the eastern side of the wall, but my heart was on the western side. The curriculum of the commercial school did not arouse the slightest spark of interest in me. I especially detested bookkeeping, abacus work, and the course on how to recognize counterfeit coins. The atmosphere in the school was utterly Philistine. There were no student activities, and even less intellectual life than there had been in my primary school under the old regime. After over a year breathing the fresh air of the May 4th movement, I felt suffocated in my new surroundings. I still had no definite idea about what I wanted to study, and I was not in the least concerned about what profession I should follow. What I really cared about was scholarship and knowledge in general, especially the new variety. Therefore I read every modern book I could get my hands on, not caring whether it was literature, philosophy, or science. Since I could not afford to buy books, I would go and browse in the bookshops every Sunday, or borrow from the Westlake Library. Few of these books were easy to understand, and some of them were very difficult, often as a result of bad translation, but, whether I could digest them or not, I swallowed them all. In my 2 years at the commercial school I did not even learn how to use the bookkeeper's ruler for drawing lines in the account books. But I already knew the names of a string of famous thinkers, From John Dewey and Bertrand Russell to Henry Bergson and Rabindranath Tagore, as well as classical thinkers like Socrates and Plato. I had even read some of their works in Chinese translation. My interests were moving further and further away from commerce, and to stay on in that school would have been pure torture for me. Fortunately, that was not to happen. During the second term of my second year, we students went on strike against the principal, and I was elected as one of our representatives. We achieved our demands, but at the end of term our representatives were all expelled. I was originally among those expelled, but, because the Chinese literature teacher, who was a friend of my father, spoke up for me, I was in the end quietly advised to leave. To my surprise, my father was not at all angry, and he willingly allowed me to transfer to a privately run, ordinary middle school. After that I had nothing more to do with commerce. A year later my father died, and the next year, 192s, just before I graduated from middle school, the May 30th movement erupted. On May 30th 192s, Shanghai students staged a mass demonstration in support of workers on strike at a Japanese cotton mill. While marching into the city center they were fired on by British police. Several died and still more were wounded. As a result, a furious anti-imperialist movement swept first Shanghai and then the rest of China. This was the prologue to the Second Chinese Revolution. I was then 18 years old. In the 2 years leading up to May 30th I had continued to read indiscriminately whatever came to hand, but like many other young people of my generation I came under the influence of the newly formed Creation Society I and gradually developed a particular interest in literature. I was very fond of Yi Tafu's work, and whether I was aware of it or not I was profoundly influenced by his romantic and decadent style. Because of my father's death and my family's worsening financial plight, I was all the more ready to identify with the unhappy hero of Yi Tafu's novel Degradation. Among my fellow students there were some who liked to write, and there were even 1 or 2 adherents of the new school. 6 months before the events of May 30th, 3 other students and I produced a paper called Red News. I cannot say for certain why we used the word red, our thinking was still far from red, and so were the contents of the paper. I recall that one of the articles was a translation from the English I made of the Introduction to a History of Philosophy published in the Home University Library series. Those of us who collaborated on the paper had no fixed ideological positions, and our politics could best be described as nationalist. But the name of the paper created considerable alarm and, as it was banned by the school principal, the first issue was also the last. Red ideas were in fact already circulating in Hangzhou at that time. The address of the Communist Party organ guide weekly was given openly as Hangzhou Law School. And Tizun Chen, one member of the teaching staff, was a well-known member of the Communist Party, and several people from my hometown were carrying out communist activities under the guise of doing Kuomintang work. The Socialist League of Youth was already in existence, and had a small group at Hangzhou First Normal School, run by my childhood friend Cai Qisheng. I was in constant touch with this group, but I never joined it, since I used to look down upon people who engaged in political activity. I believed strongly in study for study's sake, and I felt that the pursuit of politics and the search for knowledge were mutually exclusive. I had chosen the latter, and intended to devote myself heart and soul to research. 1 or 2 of the students in my middle school had become politically active and joined the Kuomintang. They thought themselves a cut above everyone else, but they were very poor students, which only strengthened my prejudices. These views of mine reflected the differentiation then taking place within the main current of the new ideological movement, although it was not until some years after May 4th that I personally came into contact with the ideas which it represented. By the time that I caught up with and came to accept these ideas, the new ideology had itself changed and developed further. The new Youth One group had split, and its 2 leading figures, Chen Tuxiu and Hu Shi, had parted company and gone their separate ways. The former advanced towards Marxism, while the latter remained stuck at the bourgeois democratic stage. The former made the leap from thought into action, and from the literary to the political revolution, the latter wanted to conserve the purity of ideology, and was opposed to scholars sullying themselves with politics. Chen Tuxiu, Li Takeo, and others had set up the Chinese Communist Party in 1921, and made an alliance with the revolutionary nationalist Sun Yat-sen and his Kuomintang in the south. Hu Shi and others had joined Liang Chicao's study clique, which based its political hopes with the warlord government in the north. I was completely unaware of this process of differentiation and regrouping in the Chinese intellectual world. Even though Hangzhou was a provincial capital where new publications from Peking could quite easily be obtained, it was still very backward. Insofar as the teachers and students of Hangzhou were of the new school, most of them did not advance beyond accepting the general spirit of May 4th. In Hangzhou the dividing line between the new and the old was, and remained, between those who were for science and democracy, and those who were against them, between those who attacked Confucius and those who revered him. It was therefore only natural that the young people ideologically awakened by the May 4th movement in Hangzhou tended to drift into Hu Shi's camp, i.e., Liang Chicao's camp, rather than Chen Tuxiu's. Their attitude towards the handful of Kuomintang elements was hostility and contempt. This was because the latter were not faithful to the cause of learning and instead spent their time messing about with politics. Before the spring of 1925 I was also one such unwitting follower of the Hu Shi school. However, the experience of the May 30th movement brought a radical and decisive change in me. When the tragic events of May 30th took place in Shanghai, we were busy taking our end-of-school examinations. At first we did not pay much attention to what was happening, but when we heard that the protests were gathering momentum, and that students, merchants, and workers were staging strikes and creating unprecedented turmoil, we felt we had to do something, if only not to be outdone by the Shanghai students. The atmosphere in my school became heated and the students excited. Contacts began to grow between one school and another, and everyone thirsted for action. Some 3 or 4 days after the Shanghai killings, a delegation from the Shanghai Students' Union arrived in Hangzhou and told you in detail what had happened. Hangzhou students responded immediately by electing 2 delegates from each school to form the Hangzhou Students' Union. Since I used to take part in public speaking competitions, and had once won the All Hangzhou School's Public Speaking Prize, my fellow students considered that I had the necessary qualifications for being a delegate and duly elected me. The other delegate was one of the Kuomintang elements. At first I was not too keen on being a delegate, because of the prejudice I mentioned earlier. I was afraid of appearing vain. And to my surprise, at the inaugural meeting of the Hangzhou Students' Union I was put in charge of the propaganda department. This both alarmed and embarrassed me. How on earth would I be able to revise for the school leaving examinations, let alone prepare for university entrance? But these feelings were short-lived. As soon as I started work, the struggle between the students and the local authorities in Hangzhou intensified daily, and I threw myself wholeheartedly into my new role, putting the question of examinations and university to one side for the moment. My work for the Hangzhou Students' Union lasted for only 2 months, from the beginning of June until I left Hangzhou at the end of August to sit the entrance examinations for Peking University. But my experiences in those 2 months profoundly influenced my life and my thinking. In short, I left the Hu Shi camp for that of Chen Tuxiu. During those 2 months my whole time was taken up with work, and yet the experience taught me more than 10 years reading. The struggles which take place during periods of great historical importance are like huge furnaces which instantly reduce to ashes all unhealthy or inappropriate thoughts or feelings and enhance one's better qualities. A student movement in a provincial capital, especially at that time, was not particularly significant, either in itself or in terms of its wider repercussions. But because this movement occurred within the context of other epoch-making struggles and was seen to be part of a nationwide anti-imperialist and anti-warlord upsurge, it took on a very different meaning. For someone like myself, who had only just taken the first step into the realm of ideas, it was of decisive significance. I very soon realized that the theory of study for study's sake was a false one. True learning should be integrated into and should serve action. I also realized that people who are politically oppressed cannot possibly engage in pure scholarship, as what they learn must have as its focal point the struggle to remove that oppression. I reached this awareness partly through my own experience in the course of the struggle and partly through my contacts with those people whom I had formerly looked down on as show-offs. I found that most of them were not only more able than I, but were also more learned. The true learning, which had for several years now been my declared aim in life, a hodgepodge of Dewey, Russell, Bergson, and others, was now revealed as an ill-informed mess of confused ideas. It was during this period that I first came into contact with Marxism. Two friends from my hometown who were working in the Kuomintang lent me some elementary social science pamphlets which struck me as examples of practical and useful learning, worlds apart from what I had been studying before. My short period of student activity in Hangzhou taught me something which has stood me in good stead all my life, that it is impossible to draw any distinguishing line between struggles waged against internal enemies and those waged against external ones. Victory over the first is an indispensable precondition for victory over the second. I remember that at the first meeting of the Hangzhou Students' Union one important question under discussion was whether or not to express solidarity with the Shanghai students by boycotting lectures. The delegates were split two ways on this question. Some argued that, since the struggle was against an external adversary, we should not use the boycott weapon, which was more suited to dealing with internal matters such as government corruption or reactionary measures by the school administration. In their opinion, to go on a lecture strike to oppose the British in the international settlements in Shanghai was the equivalent of shooting an arrow without a target. The British won't care if you boycott classes, they said. You will simply be spiting yourselves. If we really want to oppose imperialism, we must drop the idea of a lecture strike and study harder in order to arm ourselves. Arguments of this sort were very attractive at first. But those delegates who in one way or another had connections with outside political organizations were firmly in favor of the boycott. Their argument was quite simple: if we did not go on strike, then all talk of resisting imperialism was hot air. I was among those in favor of going on strike, but in my heart of hearts I was more convinced by the other argument. I only favored a boycott because I wanted to see some action. The strike resolution was passed by a narrow majority, and the entire student body was organized into hundreds of small units, each of which agitated in theaters, tea shops, parks, and on the streets. The mobilization was very thorough. It even affected the students of the ultra-conservative girls' middle schools in Hangzhou. At first we even tried to get the shopkeepers to close down their shops, but without much success. Finally, the Hangzhou students' movement held its biggest demonstration ever, numbering 7,000 to 8,000 people, including primary school pupils in their early teens and a number of townspeople. The military governor of Zhejiang province was a very shrewd and cunning northern warlord called Sun Chuanfang. Since the whole country was in a mood of militancy, he did not dare to repress us openly and even came to us to express his sympathy. During the demonstration he sent soldiers with loaded rifles slung over their shoulders to protect us. He also summoned a delegation of students, and told them that he was as patriotic as the next man, but that we should leave foreign affairs to the responsible authorities and devote our energies to our studies. At first it was very difficult, especially for those of us who were teenagers, to see through his treachery, but we gradually became aware of what he was up to behind the scenes. The delegates of a physical training college, whose principal was in collusion with the provincial authorities, began to sabotage the students' union by behaving disruptively. Then a teacher at my school who was an ardent supporter of the students' movement was sacked, and I myself received a warning in a roundabout way. I was told that if I did not forego my political activities I would be refused a graduation certificate. By the time I handed over my responsibilities in the Hangzhou Students' Union propaganda department to my successor and left for Peking, I had already purged myself of the last vestiges of Hu Shi's and Liang Chicao's values, and had gone over completely to the left-wing positions of CHN2CU, even though I had still not yet joined the Communist Party. Chapter L. 2 years of university life. Graduating from middle school was for me a very different experience from primary school graduation, since by then there was no one attempting to map out my future. My father had been dead for more than a year, and in that respect I was completely free to do as I chose, but family finances were much worse than before, and this placed new constraints on me. My brother, who was only 6 years older than I, had assumed the heavy burden of supporting the family. A young man in his early 20s, he was expected to deal with the many financial problems which arose after my father's death. In a little town like ours, where money was so important, it was humiliating for him to have to face our father's creditors, and he became very aware of the cruelty of human and social relations. He constantly grumbled about this to me and declared that it was his intention to restore the family fortunes. As a part of his plan, he approved of my wish to sit the university entrance examination, and promised to do everything he could to help me. 5 members of the graduation class, myself included, were going to sit the examinations in Peking. Just before I left, my brother and my mother managed to scrape together $50 silver for me. Since a third-class ticket to Peking cost nearly $20, I had no idea how I would manage on only $30 after I arrived in Peking. The other 4 students started out from Hangzhou, and we met up together on the way. My brother came along to the station to see me off, and traveled with me for a short stretch before returning home. On the train neither of us spoke a word, except when he urged the other 4 to look after me. He got off at Chiaxing and waited for a while at the train window, not knowing what to say. As the train moved off, he stood there in the sunset watching me. I leaned out of the window. On his face I could read the expectations he had of me, and this put me in a solemn frame of mind. It was as if we were comrades in arms, and I was off to the front to fight to restore the fortunes of the family. However, I completely failed to fulfill those expectations. As time went by, our ideas grew further and further apart, and after my disappointments his brotherly affection towards me cooled considerably. My long-cherished dream materialized. I passed the entrance examination to Peking University. I was very happy. MD excited, rather like a Christian must feel on entering a great cathedral. Peking University was a very different place from what it had been at the time of the May 4th movement. TZIEI and PEI had already resigned. A president, MD CHN2CU, had long since left Peking to devote himself to Communist Party work. She was said to be at odds with those professors who were members of the Kuomintang, and had asked for extended leave, but there were still many other professors working at the university whom I looked up to. And then there was the library, which was stacked high with books I had never seen or even heard of before, and the porter's lodge, where many different sorts of publications were on sale. I was deeply impressed by the magnificence of China's highest educational institution, and as I drank in the air of learning and culture I felt that I was close to the vital pulse of the nation, the epoch, and the world. I think that this combination of reverence and exhilaration was felt by many of the young people who came to Peking from all over China in search of knowledge. The political situation in Peking at that time was rather unstable, and was moving quickly to the left. As a result of the warlord Feng Yixiong's CHMGE of allegiance, the confused war between the Fengtian and the Chile warlords had come to an end. Pui, the last emperor of the Ching dynasty, had been swept out of the Forbidden City in Peking. The political reverberations of the campaign launched by the left after Sun Yat-sen's death could still be felt, and political life was in a state of lively ferment. 1. The May 30th incident in Shanghai, the world-famous Canton Hong Kong general strike of 1925-6 and the shaky shootings in Canton on June 23. 1 stimulated and reinforced political developments among the intellectuals in Peking. The Tuan Chih regime in Peking was nothing more than an empty shell propped up by a number of mutually hostile military forces. Powerless to a.ct by itself, it could not intervene in the process of differentiation and regrouping taking place in the ideological and political spheres. The various cliques and factions of the northern warlords who at that time controlled the government in Peking lacked any conception of ideology. The politicians who were in their pay regularly published articles attacking the Red Menace, but they were so absurdly argued that people simply laughed at them. However, the warlord government did benefit indirectly from the activities of Liang Chichao's study clique and Hu Shi's faction. Liang Chichao's advocacy of reform, rather than revolution, and Hu Shi's call for a government of good men won some support among students, and the negative tactics with which they opposed revolutionary activity had even more influence. On the other hand, the left in Peking was much stronger, but had not yet clarified its ideas to the same extent as the right. At that time Peking was the publication center of the whole of China. Nearly every party, group, or tendency had its own paper or magazine. According to statistics published in the China Yearbook, 1925, there were over 220 dailies and periodicals published in the city. But the two ideological persuasions I have just mentioned were mainly represented by the newspapers Ch'en-Pao and Qing-Pao, and in particular by the supplements they published. Two popular weeklies, Hu Shi and Ch'en Shiying's Xian Taiping Lun and Lucian and Zhou Zhen's Yitsu, also more or less represented the two rival tendencies. These supplements and periodicals were mainly literary in character, and rarely dealt with serious ideological or political questions. The disputes that broke out between them, such as the denunciations of Lucian in Ch'en Shiying's gossip column, and Lucian's spirited counterattacks, were often rather trivial and mostly revolved around personalities, but young people followed them as avidly as if they were affairs of state, and they were as influential as any weighty political controversy. It was in fact through these literary Cold Wars that people learned to distinguish between new and old, progressive and reactionary, revolutionary and conservative. Together with a number of other literary publications like Mang Yian and Meng Qin, these periodicals succeeded in creating a renaissance of sorts in literature and art. All these publications made a big impression on those of us who had just arrived in the capital. We eagerly awaited each new issue, and as soon as we got hold of a copy we would read it straight through from cover to cover, more assiduously than any university textbook. I think this was the high point of my love for literature. From being just an ardent reader of these publications I soon became a contributor to them, at first writing for Xian Taiping Lun, and then for Yitsu. The Han Gardens and the Horse Spirit Temple area where the university was located could be compared in some ways to the Montmartre district of Paris. Apart from university students, all sorts of young intellectuals lived there. Most of them were very poor, interested in letters and disdainful of all conventions. The people one came across in the street were usually carrying weighty books under their arms or holding the latest issue of some periodical. They seldom bothered to comb their hair, and dressed untidily in long blue gowns and worn-out shoes or sandals. Only a few of them wore Western-style clothes. The hotels and cheap restaurants were full of every kind of aspiring scholar, artist, and rebel, chatting away in a mixture of dialects. For a long time I had been attracted by the romanticism of the Creation Society, and I had a weak spot for this sort of bohemian existence. The world I now found myself in was in many ways an embodiment of my long-cherished dreams, and I was naturally very happy. I was eager to approach these young intellectuals, and soon made friends with some of them. Among those living in this Montmartre of Peking were Feng Xiafeng and Pianxian, two of the leading figures in the Westlake Poetry Society set up at Hangzhou First Normal School. I got to know both of these men, especially Pianxian, with whom I was on the best terms. Apart from the Westlake Poetry Society there were many other literary groups in this part of Peking. Some published journals, and others simply held discussions. I was interested in all these groups to some extent, but I never joined any of them. In my class I was closest to Wang Shiwei, and on good terms with Chang Kuangzhen. By a strange coincidence, both these men later became victims of CCP literary policy. But my craze for literature and art did not last long, and my exhilaration at being a contributor to famous publications soon passed. Because of my financial plight, I was forced to write for those newspaper supplements which, unlike Youthsu and Contemporary Review, paid fees for the articles they published. I soon discovered that it was a real chore having to sell articles in this way, and the humiliation of hawking them around quickly dispelled all the feelings of vanity I had developed on becoming a writer. An even more important reason why I did not continue as a writer was the fact that shortly after enrolling at the university I joined the then underground Communist Party. I became more and more involved in working for the revolution, and found that I no longer had any time left for dabbling in literature. My transformation from a bohemian scribbler into a disciplined revolutionary brought about parallel changes in other spheres of my life, including my leisure time interests and activities. After the winter vacation of 1926, I wrote hardly anything of a literary nature and did not even read any literature, despite the fact that I remained enrolled in the Department of Letters until I left Peking. The tragic events of March 18, 1926, one which resulted in the death of 47 young men and women and the wounding of 100 or so more, had a decisive influence on Peking and on me as well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that March 18 marked the end of an era as far as the intellectual youth of Peking was concerned. From the May 4th movement right down to the eve of March 18, the Peking student movement never appeared to move beyond the limits of a revolution in ideology and literature. Even though the May 4th movement was in one important sense a political struggle, the political activities of the Peking students lagged far behind Shanghai and Canton over the following 5 or 6 years. Their social analysis lacked any real depth, and they confined their activities to rallies in Tiananmen Square and petitions to the government. Even though the political atmosphere in the capital livened up after Sun Yat-sen's visit to Peking and his death there in 1925, political life remained superficial. There was a festive spirit in the air, and after the temporary reconciliation of the warring factions, it was as if a national reunion was taking place. Feng Yixing's clique, the Anfa clique and the leaders of the Kuomintang, the study clique and the Communist Party seemed to be getting on so well together that it was hard to imagine that there could be any irreconcilable differences between them. Relations between the various individuals involved were complex and ideological divisions blurred. A few of the top-level leaders and most of the rank and file believed that it was possible for the problems of the revolution to be solved through personal contact and literary polemic, and that the revolution itself could achieve its aim through demonstrations and petitions. This was the honeymoon period of the revolution, its romantic and literary phase. Periods of this sort are generally brought to a close by bullets and bloodshed, and the tragic events of March 18 supplied these two missing ingredients. That day, called by Lucien the darkest day in the history of the Republic, the grief and indignation shown by Peking youth defied description in its intensity, and in the university dormitories the general feeling was that book learning was absolutely useless. In the course of those days one Peking student staged a huge demonstration to protest against imperialist violation of Chinese sovereignty. They were beaten and fired on by troops of the Provisional Executive Tuan Chi Chui, thus ending the more or less liberal interlude that had existed since the spring of 1925. Lucien wrote many excellent articles in which he gave voice to our feelings. All we have at present are a few poems and essays, a few more topics for conversation. What use is that which is written with the pen? I want no more petitions of this sort. The legacy which those who have died have bequeathed to the future is to have taught those who continue the struggle to adopt other means. A debt of blood must be repaid in the same currency. 3 months later the revolutionary struggle which had started in the south, launched by the Kuomintang with CCP and Soviet support from Canton, began to spread like a prairie fire. Across the whole of South China the sky was ablaze. We watched from the darkness of the north, and were all the more deeply impressed by what we saw. We now had an additional reason to turn our backs on the sterile literary squabbles of the capital. We thirsted for action, and we desperately searched around for any revolutionary ideology or theory which could be linked to practice. It was then that many students wanted to join the Communist Party. Contrary to what most people believed, there was only a handful of rebels at Peking University in the period 1925 to 1926. When I first joined the party, as a rank-and-file member, I had no means of knowing what the actual situation was, and it was not until I was brought into the leadership of the university branch that I discovered that of nearly 2,000 students only 20 or 30 were party members. I was told that there were more originally, but after the May 30th movement in Shanghai, developments in the south called for more cadres, so that many comrades were either sent south or went there of their own accord. But at that time there was no need to worry about a shortage of members, since the tide was moving in our favor and many young people were very anxious to join. The party did not open its doors widely, and had a very cautious recruitment policy in order to prevent an influx of careerists. As a result, there were many memorable figures in the party's ranks at that time. As far as I know, none of the ones I knew in the early days in Peking were fortunate enough to survive and to find their way into the top echelons of the party. Many of them died a martyr's death. Among those whose memories are still dear to me are Piang Shu Ch'in, a brilliant student in the mathematics department, who was shot with Professor Cao Zhenshan in 1928, Tu Hung Yulan, another student of mathematics, murdered by Chiang Kai-shek, Chang Qing Chn, executed at Kunming in 1931, and Chi Chang, murdered in the headquarters of the Japanese gendarmes in Shanghai in 1943. At first, branch activities were centered on the university, and our main aim was to extend our influence within the Students' Union. During that period our only rivals were the Kuomintang rightists who belonged to the Western Hills Conference faction, but since they had no mass support, they were no real match for us. The Students' Union and the various bodies under it all came under our control. During the period in which I was politically active in the university, there were no great political storms to arouse the students, so we never had the chance to use the Students' Union as a weapon to carry on the struggle. Our main field of work in the university was education and training. We ran useful evening classes in which we taught members of the maintenance, cleaning, and service staff of the university, and poor people from the neighborhood, to read and write. At the same time we organized and kept close contact with a great number of drinking water vendors who worked in the vicinity of the university. During this period our most important task was to educate ourselves as revolutionaries and to win over the best of our fellow students to the party. In the long term, this work was of crucial significance, since for a whole number of reasons Peking University had long since become one of the two most important sources of top-level cadres for the Communist Party. Shanghai College, nominally under Kuomintang control but effectively run by the Communists, was the other. The North China Bureau of the CCP, under Li Ta-Chao, attached great importance to this work, and meetings for theoretical study were held frequently, but they were not very satisfactory. The member of the Peking Committee responsible for branch education was Chn Wei Zhen, who had returned from France after being sent there by the Society for Frugal Study. We respected him as an individual, he knew how to suffer hardship, and was without the slightest trace of romanticism. His character was the precise opposite of us Han Garden bohemians. He was our first glimpse of a professional revolutionary, and it was from him that we first heard such expressions as iron discipline and absolute obedience. We had never come across anyone like him before, and he made a deep initial impression on us. But before long it became obvious to us that his general learning and in particular his grasp of revolutionary theory was weak, and we were all very disappointed. He often used to give us lectures on questions of theory and on current political topics, but he was clearly only acting as a transmitter of other people's ideas. Worse still, he was only capable of reproducing about half of what he had heard elsewhere. Not only was he incapable of conveying these ideas to us, but he did not even understand them all himself. As a result, when we asked him about points which we did not grasp, he would answer evasively, or accuse us of asking too many questions. Lu Pochuang, another member of the Peking Committee, was a lot better than Chen Wei-jian, but he rarely came to speak to us. As for Li Ta-chao, he had long since gone underground as a security precaution, and I never once met him all the time I was in Peking. We had taken the first step towards becoming activists, but we did not have even a rudimentary grasp of theory. This was a source of great worry to us members of the party who were intellectuals. At that time, it was impossible to buy new books on social science in Peking. As far as I remember, all we had read by the end of 1926 was a history of the development of society edited by Tzai Hosen. There had been some Marxist writings in foreign languages in Peking University Library, but because of the advance of the Northern Expedition and the Peking warlord government's phobia about the Red Menace, those books had been removed from the shelves and were no longer available for readers to borrow. Depressed by my lack of theoretical training, bored by the monotony of the student movement in Peking compared with the heated struggles going on in the south of the country, and on the verge of starvation as a result of my financial plight, I began to think of leaving Peking. During my 17 months or so in the capital, I was often very short of money. My elder brother kept his promise and did his best to supply me with adequate funds, but his own financial situation was bad, and he was not in a position to send me money every month. Moreover, the money he did send was not always sufficient to meet my needs. I managed to supplement my income to a certain extent by writing, but the pay was pitifully low. The publishing houses themselves were extremely hard-pressed. Even if a writer did manage to get $2 or $3 for an article, the publisher would often pay part of the fee in postage stamps or in small change. On many occasions I did not even have the $4 for a month's meals in the university refectory. Life dragged on in this way until the late autumn of 1926. I even had to pawn my winter gown, and did not have the money to redeem it. Since it was impossible for me to carry on in this way, I decided to give up my studies and ask the party for permission to go to Canton. I arrived in Canton by ship. At that time the Northern Expedition had already got as far as the Yangtze Valley. Wuhan had just fallen, and Chiang Kai-shek's main forces were massing around Nanchang. The Kuomintang Central Committee and the national government had not yet moved north from Canton, which was nominally still the capital of the revolution. But it was already clear that Canton was in the process of losing its former status, and its main role was now that of rearguard of the revolution and its logistical center. Politically, real power in the city had already fallen into the hands of General Li Qishen, who was then very close to Chiang Kai-shek and a member of the right wing of the Kuomintang. The forces of the left, however, were still very strong. The Canton-Hong Kong general strike was still on and the strike committee could still insist on equal standing with the nationalist government in Canton. The Canton I now saw was very different from the revolutionary Mecca I used to dream of when I was in North China, but it still aroused my enthusiasm and emotions. As soon as I got settled in, I went on a tour of the bookstores. I was like a mole emerging into the sunlight. Everywhere I looked there were all kinds of revolutionary newspapers, and the sight of them made me feel quite dizzy. I came across the Communist New Youth for the first time, and I was pleasantly surprised to see Guide Weekly One displayed on the counter like any other magazine. Wherever one looked there were piles of books with words like communism and Marx printed in bold characters on the covers. 10 days before, we only dared to mention such words in whispers behind closed doors. Almost without discriminating I bought up a great pile of literature, and came near to spending my last cent. I was deeply impressed by New Youth, the current issue of which was entirely devoted to world revolution. Up to then I had never realized that there were so many or such profound theories about the revolution. All I had were a few general ideas, or rather simple convictions. I felt that it was impossible for people to go on living in the same old way, that darkness should not be allowed to hold sway any longer, and that imperialist oppression should no longer be tolerated. We should therefore make a revolution, and as thoroughgoing a one as possible. The main reason we had joined the Communist Party was not because we had a deep understanding of things, but because it was the most consistent and the most revolutionary political organization we had ever come across. Some of the party leaders in the North had even told us that there was actually no need for understanding, and that all that was necessary were these simple convictions, since revolution was first and foremost a question of action. Too much study, they told us, could turn people into academics, good only for spouting hot air. Even then we found this sort of attitude unconvincing, and we were dissatisfied with the pure activism of Chen Weizhen and others like him. We suspected that this was nothing more than a theoretical justification for their own lack of learning. We afterwards discovered that this was not just the isolated prejudice of one or two cadres in North China, but an important political tendency in the party during the years 19L5 to 27. For me, reading these issues of New Youth was like entering a completely new world, and I came into contact with many questions which I had never thought about before. For the first time, such problems as the character of the revolution, the nature of Chinese society, the leadership of the revolution, and the relationships between the classes within the revolution and between the Chinese and the world revolution, began to invade my brain and 1. The political organ of the CCP, founded in September 192 and appearing until July 1927, mentioned at p6 above. 2. YMRS of University Life 23. Engage my intellect. These problems have been the main themes of my ideological life ever since. Many of my old teachers and friends from Hangzhou were then in Canton. Some of them had already joined the Kuomintang and were high or middle level cadres in it or in the government. They lived fairly well, and during the first few days after my arrival I was warmly received by my friends, so I had no problems in that respect. Through them I was able to get a clear picture of the internal functioning of the revolutionary institutions. I discovered that there was a world of difference between the cadres working for the revolutionary government in Canton and those of us who were working underground in North China. In my rather puritanical eyes, the revolutionaries I met in Canton did not entirely deserve that name. They were not sufficiently serious or vigilant, and they were not fired by great feelings of anger and sorrow. They appeared to spend their time enjoying themselves, and they lived a rather carefree life. For me, the books and periodicals I bought in Canton were priceless treasures, but it seemed to me that there were very few people there who studied them seriously. Whenever young men got together, they were much more interested in discussing women than in discussing politics. In Canton, Sun Yat-sen's famous slogan, "The revolution has not yet been achieved, comrades must still bend every effort," had been given a new twist. "Love has not yet been achieved, comrades must still bend every effort." No one ever discussed questions of revolutionary theory, and the main after-work activities of revolutionary cadres were eating out in restaurants or playing mahjong. Even though everyone admired the austerity of the communist leader Yil Taiying, few followed his example. I found the situation more and more painful, since it presented such a stark contrast to the unrewarding labors of my comrades in the North. What distressed me most was the attitude towards revolutionary work which I found in Canton. It was considered as a means of entering the bureaucracy, and those people who wished to participate in the revolution were looked upon as job seekers. One of the reasons I had gone south in the first place had been my financial situation, but the main reason had been that I wanted to participate more directly, more wholeheartedly, and more effectively in the revolution. Now, when I arrived in Canton, everyone thought I had come looking for a job. My friends told me that they would try to find me a superior position in the administration. The more kindness and sympathy they showed me, the more embarrassed they made me feel. As a matter of fact, there were more people than jobs in Canton at that time, for although the revolutionary center had moved north, all sorts of people, sincere revolutionaries and careerists, young and middle-aged alike, were still flooding in from all parts of China. It was not that there was no work in Canton, but that most people were after a better type of job, and these had generally been snatched up by early arrivals and those with good connections. During my first fortnight in Canton I was absorbed in the books and periodicals I had bought, and, since I had no immediate worries about food and lodgings, I paid no attention to the problem of getting a position. A little later, I was offered a choice of 3 different jobs, one as editor of a paper published by a certain military organization, another as Kuomintang representative in an army unit, and, finally, the chance to return north and work underground. At that time many of the communists who were working externally had been allotted their jobs through friends or contacts, and then had gone to the party for confirmation. Of the 3 jobs I mentioned above, the first 2 were suggested to me by friends who were also members of the party. I was keen to take the editing job, but since one of my friends also wanted it, and was more experienced than I was, I decided not to apply. The second job was with Commander Yen Cheng's newly established independent division. One of my old teachers in Hangzhou was now Yen Cheng's secretary, and one of my old friends, Fan Qinpiao, was Kuomintang representative in one of the regiments in the division. These 2 men wanted me to take over as Kuomintang representative in another of the division's 3 regiments. I had received no military training, but neither had many of the other comrades in similar jobs. They urged me not to worry, and to take it anyway. For my part, I was quite attracted to the idea of trying something new, but after I had discussed the matter with leading members of the Communist Party, I changed my mind. They were not opposed to my joining the army, but they told me that if I really wanted to do something of value for the revolution, then I should go back to Peking and work underground behind enemy lines. I decided without hesitation to take this course. My trip to Canton was by no means a wasted journey, despite what some of my friends said. I had seen the revolution with my own eyes, I had broadened my vision, I had increased my awareness. And I had dispelled some illusions. For all these reasons I was more confident than ever. Before I had gone south, the revolution was not exactly an abstract concept in my mind, but I was very hazy about its concrete form and its internal structure. I was completely ignorant about the internal contradictions that existed between the various wings of the revolutionary movement, and I was even so naive as to think that no such contradictions existed. At this time the most important task of the Northern Bureau of the CCP, as I and my comrades in Peking had discovered from reports sent down from higher levels, had been to win over General Feng Yixshang and oppose the Western Hills faction. We had therefore been under the impression that, apart from a handful of old men around Tsulu and Changchi, the whole of the Kuomintang was on the side of the revolution. Before I went south, I never heard a single word of criticism voiced against Chiang Kai-shek at branch meetings, but as soon as I arrived in Canton I discovered that reality was very different from what we had imagined. The forces of the right were very strong, and real military power lay in their hands. Chiang Kai-shek's positions, far from being revolutionary, were similar to those of the Western Hills faction. Chiang Kai-shek's combat organization in the Kuomintang at Canton was the influential Society for the Study of Sun Yat-sen's thought, with the right-wing ideologue Tai Chi Tao as its moving spirit. The so-called left wing of the Kuomintang was made up of communists working externally, who were on bad terms with Chiang Kai-shek. In fact there was no independent left wing. Those individuals who did hold left-wing positions were a tiny minority, and would never constitute a force to be reckoned with. When I first arrived in Canton, I often heard my friends expressing fears and anxieties about Chiang Kai-shek's increasingly obvious disloyalty, but I never came across anyone who had the slightest idea of how to forestall him or strike a blow against him. In party speeches and publications even these fears and anxieties were not expressed. It was as if everyone was counting on the setting up and consolidation of a revolutionary government in Wuhan, and when Chiang was forced to agree to the removal of the national government to that city everyone heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the right wing had been brought to heel. The strike committee of the Canton-Hong Kong General Strike, whose headquarters were in Canton, and its constituent bodies, particularly impressed me. I had never seen anything of the sort before. By then the resources at the disposal of the strike committee had been depleted by the recruitment of workers to the Northern Expeditionary Forces, but even so it was still a very impressive organization. On my second day in Canton I looked across the creek to the British concession on the island of Shaymin, where I saw the doors and windows of the Western-style houses sealed and shuttered. There was not a sign of life, and in the open spaces between the houses the grass was growing knee-high. The effects of the strike were to be seen everywhere. I had no opportunity to take an active part in that movement. All I saw were some of its external manifestations. I paid a visit to the communal canteen, which was capable of seating several hundred workers at a time, and I took part in lively mass meetings of the strikers. I remember vividly to this day the activities of the local strike committee branches in Canton. In each branch there was a long table covered with red cloth, and on the walls were the pictures of revolutionary leaders framed in red. Sometimes there were groups of workers sitting around these tables discussing political issues of the day, at other times they would arbitrate on the disputes that arose between local workers and employers, and even put troublemakers on trial. I was amazed to see how knowledgeable and capable the Canton workers were, but it was only after I got hold of some of the internal discussion documents on that period, published in Moscow in 1928, that I realized the true significance of what had happened. The strike committee was in fact rivaling the authority of the national government in a situation of dual power, and had even taken the law into its own hands. This was the first time I understood what the theory of the hegemony of the working class meant in practice. My stay in Canton also taught me that the Chinese and the Russian revolutions were intimately linked. This gave me much to think about. Questions such as that of Soviet aid to the revolution, a long-standing source of contention between the reactionary and the revolutionary parties, had played on my mind for a long time. Even before I joined the party, I had strongly resented the uproar that the papers of the study clique and the Young China Party raised when they called the communists and even the Kuomintang rubble traitors. I was angered not only because of my vague admiration for the October Revolution, but also because those people I knew who openly professed to being communists, friends from my hometown, were in my opinion entirely incorruptible. They would never have sold their souls for a few rubles. For that reason, I fervently hoped that all the talk about rubles would be proved untrue, so that there would no longer be any grounds for criticism on that score. By the time I arrived in Canton, my ideas had obviously matured a little, but I still could not help feeling uneasy at some of the things I saw. As my ship sailed into the Pearl River, a Soviet freighter passed the other way. When we anchored, I saw more freighters flying red flags anchored in midstream. After disembarking, I frequently came across Westerners wearing Kuomintang military uniforms, and later, when I walked over to the Tungshan area where all the foreigners and high officials used to live, I saw Russian advisors speeding by in motor cars, with pistol-toting Chinese bodyguards on the running boards. It seemed to me that this was harmful to national honor and to the long-established Chinese concepts of frugality and integrity. Fortunately, it did not take long for me to shake off these remnants of nationalist thinking. After a few weeks I realized, through study and discussion, that the Chinese Revolution was part of the World Revolution, and that it could only triumph in the context of the World Revolution. From that moment on, I no longer had any doubts about Soviet aid. Whether or not this aid was used in the right way is, of course, another question, and one which at the time never occurred to me. It was only in 1928, after I had arrived in the Soviet Union, that I read about this question in internal CPSU documents. While I was in Canton, I naturally learned more about the Russian Revolution and the Soviet Union, but, because of the shortness of my stay and the lack of literature on the subject and of people qualified to talk about it with authority, what I learned was extremely limited and mostly inaccurate anyway. We got the impression that Borodin, the Russian political advisor in Canton, was more important than Lenin, and that General Galen eclipsed Trotsky as a military strategist. No one as much as mentioned the internal disputes that were going on within the Soviet Party. In the winter of 1926, after my pilgrimage to the Mecca of the Revolution, I returned to Peking University a more hardened and convinced revolutionary. I wrapped myself up in my lined gown against the bitter winter cold. The political climate in the ancient capital of China was equally bleak. The Fengtian warlords who controlled Peking were living on fear, caught unawares by the speed with which the revolutionary forces were advancing in the south. At first they panicked completely, but their confidence gradually returned when they realized that the revolutionary forces were not a unified bloc, and that the faction which controlled the army was in reality anti-communist. After the conclusion of the Qiangxi campaign in November 1926, Chiang Kai-shek prepared to march on Nanking and Shanghai, while at the same time establishing secret links with Peking. As a result, the Fengtian clique launched a wave of frantic anti-communist activity, with the covert support of the Japanese imperialists. Japanese imperialism had become the main enemy of the Chinese Revolution after the advance guard of the Northern Expeditionary Armies crossed the Yangtze from the British sphere of influence to the Japanese sphere of influence. In Peking, Japanese special agents actively cooperated with the local warlord Chiang Tso-lin's police spies, and devoted all their efforts to dealing with the Red Menace. Since Peking University was well known as a Communist Party base, these agents made it their main target. Plainclothes men lurked in every corner, especially in the restaurants and hostels of the Han Garden area, and it became more and more difficult for us to engage in any political activity. After my 2 months away, I noticed that many changes had taken place in methods of party work in the capital. In the past we had usually held our meetings in rooms in the university, but this was no longer possible. Some of the leading comrades of the university branch, who had previously lived like other students, now no longer dared to attend classes or to sleep in the student dormitories. Formerly we had been able to leave our mimeograph printing machine in the workers' night school which we had set up, and our work was semi-legal. Now we were forced to move it to a special place. Comrades were kidnapped while they were walking along the street by men who followed them in cars. We became more and more tense, and our communications more and more secretive. This was my first taste of both the fear and the excitement of real underground work. After I had worked for a period in the leadership of the university branch, the party transferred me to the district committee, probably because of my experience in Canton. The work was nerve-wracking and exhausting, with meetings and contact work from early in the morning until late at night. As a result, my studies came to a halt and I began my new life as a professional but unpaid revolutionary. We had to find our own means of livelihood. As far as I knew, only the members of the Peking City Committee received payment from the party. It was no longer possible for me to earn my living by writing articles, not only because I was too busy, but also because the publishing world was subject to more and more repression. One-time booming literary activities were now in sharp decline. For the first few months of 1927 my food was paid for by an old fellow student of mine from Hangzhou, who was studying on an unofficial basis at the university. Despite the fact that life was hard and I was overburdened with work, I still felt very happy. Finally purged of the decadent and romantic ideas of the creation society, I was seized by a new sort of optimism and filled with confidence. The history of China was leaping forward, and the old was being replaced by the new at a dramatic pace. It seemed to us that we could already look to the day when a rejuvenated China would become free and liberated from imperialist oppression, and even to the day when China would become communist. Though we were still living under the muddle-headed and barbaric rule of the warlords and suffering daily persecution at the hands of spies and gendarmes, we knew quite clearly that the days of the regime were numbered, so we did not allow ourselves to be intimidated by such repressive measures, even learning to laugh at them. We joyfully got on with our underground work, and good-humoredly put up with the hardships of life. The revolution was in its ascendancy, and the honeymoon was not yet over. We revolutionaries who were working behind enemy lines were full of illusions. In our view the prospects were excellent. Despite increasing repression, many young people were eagerly joining the party. When I had joined it in the winter of 1925, the university branch only had 20 or 30 members, but by the early spring of 1926 membership had shot up to over 200. Most of the aspiring scholars of the university quarter left their ivory towers to engage in the real struggle, and even after the arrest and assassination of our leader Li Ta-Chao, this influx of new blood into the party continued. But there were two things which worried me: the relations between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang, and the general contempt for theory in the party. Among the revolutionaries actively working underground in Peking at that time there was not a single real member of the Kuomintang, which apart from a handful of right-wing officials did not exist there as a separate organization. None of the young students had any confidence in the Kuomintang or even respected Sun Yat-sen, even though there was a flood of propaganda after he died and he was described in the most reverent terms. We found much of what we read in his lectures on the three people's principles, nationalism, democracy, and people's livelihood, too laughable for words. Nevertheless, we were forced to join the Kuomintang. When we were engaged in certain types of activity we had to say that we were Kuomintang members, and we were even forced to set up phony Kuomintang meetings. I remember that shortly after I joined the Communist Party I was ordered to attend a meeting of this sort. The first item on the agenda was to bow down in front of a portrait of Sun Yat-sen and listen in respectful silence while his political testament was read out. After that we listened to a number of reports on the situation in the South. I later learned that of the 15 or 20 people at that meeting, only one was a real Kuomintang member, and all the rest were communists. I could not for the life of me understand the necessity for such a charade, and I found it even more ridiculous when the real Kuomintang members we had invited failed to turn up, so that everyone at such a meeting was really a member of the party. The fact that we still bowed down in front of Sun's portrait and read out his will made some of us burst out laughing. When I mentioned my reservations to leading comrades, they explained that this was necessary on account of the United Front. But there is no Kuomintang to unite with, I protested. The whole thing is a farce. The situation is different in the South, where the Kuomintang is a real force, they would reply. We have to carry out the national line. In Peking, or at least in the branches under the District Committee for Eastern Peking, there were only 2 books of a theoretical character in circulation at that time. One was the first part of Bukharin's ABC of Communism, and the other was Burckhardt's The Student's Capital. The first of these was very popular with party members because it was written in a style that was easy to understand, and we mimeographed several copies of it. But Burckhardt's book was heavy-going, and since we had no time to make a proper study of it we read it without understanding it. So from an ideological point of view we were not qualified to be called communists. We were fighting for communism, but none of us really understood what communism was. We were all very aware of this deficiency, and hoped for more books to read and people to teach us. Above all we wanted the party to set up a short training course. But, because of the increasingly difficult situation and the negligence of higher-level party members, none of this was done. There we were, working away in an almost light-heartedly optimistic frame of mind, under a regime of intensifying terror, inspired by an ideology which we barely understood. Our goal was clear and simple: opposition to imperialism and warlordism. Our task was simply to expand the organization. It was only in April 1927, when Li Taoqiao was arrested and killed, that our style of work, and more particularly our state of mind, changed. Our easygoing mood gave way to a profound sense of tragedy and anger. As a middle-level cadre I did not know whether the party had taken any precautionary measures in advance of this incident, but it seemed to me that the organization was aware that the authorities had something planned. Several weeks before it happened, we were all told to be especially careful in our movements. 2 days before the arrest, Tian Tsuyao, who a few days later was to be hanged together with Li Taoqiao, told me that he was going to hide in a safe place, the legation quarter, and urged me not to sleep in my lodgings. But we had no way of knowing that the enemy was to strike precisely in that place which we usually considered safest. According to the 191 treaty forced on China after the Boxer Rebellion, the legation quarter was not subject to Chinese sovereignty, but, with Japanese help, the warlord Chiang Tsolin got permission from all the signatories to the treaty to send troops and police into the area on April 6, 1927. They openly violated the diplomatic immunity of the Soviet embassy and arrested the communists who were in the Chinese Eastern Bank adjacent to the embassy building. Many accounts have already been written of this incident. Future historians, basing their conclusions on archive materials and eyewitness reports, will undoubtedly write more detailed accounts of the martyrdom of Li Tachao and his 19 comrades. This is not the place for me to write down my fragmentary recollections. But there is one point, which was widely talked about in Peking party organizations at the time, which I think should be raised. After the arrests there was a storm of protest, both at home and abroad, and considerable pressure from public opinion. Chang Tso-lin was therefore in a quandary. What was he to do with the communists he had arrested? It was said that elements within his clique, in particular his leading advisor Chao Hsin-po, were speaking up for Li Tachao and the others, and urging that they should not be executed. Chang Shichao, one of Tuan Chijui's ex-ministers, also recommended strongly that the prisoners' lives be spared. As a result, Chang Tso-lin was said to be in favor of sending them to Mukden to sit out long prison sentences. But the supreme commander of the revolutionary armies, Chiang Kai-shek, urged Chang Tso-lin through secret channels to have them killed, thus helping Chang Tso-lin to reach his final decision. This information came from very reliable sources close to the Fengtian clique. The execution of Li Tachao and the others in Peking on April 28 came within days of Chiang Kai-shek's massacre of the Shanghai workers on April 12, and the two incidents were clearly linked. It was the start of a bloodbath. It had an enormous effect on the revolutionary camp, in particular on young revolutionaries like me, proving that revolution was not a game in which youthful romantics could indulge their imagination or get rid of surplus energy. Those of us with a more utilitarian outlook began to weigh up the advantages and disadvantages of continuing the fight. The merciless face of the class struggle revealed itself to everyone, acutely posing the question of whether or not to follow the revolution. We were all forced to make a decision, influenced by factors such as the background we came from, the depth of our understanding, and our strength of character. In other words, with the deepening and differentiation of the revolution, a differentiation also began to take place in the revolutionary ranks. But, in Peking, the arrest of Li Tachao and the others did not immediately result in the collapse of the local party organization. Our work carried on as usual, and in the short term at least the bloody repression did not cause any wavering in our ranks. On the contrary, we became much more serious, and not a single comrade was driven out of the organization by fear. The warlord system was in its death agony, and was totally incapable of evoking panic. What shook communists in the north more, and created uneasiness and confusion in our ranks, was the news of the savage purges that were taking place in the south as the leaders of the Kuomintang turned on all popular organizations. We were not prepared for this either ideologically or emotionally, and found it hard to believe that the leader of the Revolutionary Army could massacre the workers. The younger comrades were particularly embittered by the anti-communist articles of the former radical Wu Chi-hui which were published in the Peking press, since we had always looked up to him as a progressive and admired his personality and lively literary style. We ran around commiserating with each other about the shocking news, and found it impossible to explain the sudden transformation in our former idol. Naturally enough, none of the people I was in contact with was in sympathy with Chiang Kai-shek or Wu Chi-hui. There was a widespread sense of regret and even betrayal, and a feeling that their actions could only benefit the enemy. We wanted an explanation for what had happened and instructions on what our attitude towards Chiang should be in the future. But the only explanation I could get from the Peking committee was that Chiang had capitulated to imperialism and the rightists and betrayed the revolution. I conveyed these remarks to the comrades in the branches. Shortly, however, we received the following consolation from the same source: Jiang's defection is not important, the Kuomintang still has a left wing, there is still Wang Qingwei. They are our trusted allies. The center of the revolution is now Wuhan. This seemed to clear up our confusion. We resumed our work, and turned our eyes towards Wuhan. There was an immense amount of work to be done there, and not enough people to do it, so the party asked the Peking committee to send some comrades south. It was decided to send those, myself included, most likely to be marked out for surveillance by the Peking police. There were 10 of us in all, including Piang Lin Ching, the famous student leader of the Peking Women's Normal University, and Chang Qing Chn, chairman of the Peking University Students' Union. Early one morning in July 1927 we quietly slipped out of Peking. Thus ended my life as a university student. Chapter 3. Shanghai was blanketed in an atmosphere of terror and war. Checkpoints strengthened with sandbags and barbed wire were set up everywhere between the French concession and Chinese territory. In the old Westgate area in particular there was hardly a soul to be seen on the streets, and it was as if one could actually feel the fear and smell the blood which had recently been shed there. Attempts had been made to paint out the slogans on the walls, but it was still possible to make out the message they carried: down with imperialism, down with Chiang Kai-shek, oppose the White Terror. We had heard that it was dangerous to travel up the Yangtze from Shanghai to Wuhan, and people embarking for the trip were frequently arrested, but since there was no other way to get there we had to take the risk. We were all very nervous, and some of us had disguised ourselves so that we would not look like students, but when we boarded the steamer we found that things were not as bad as we expected. We had no trouble with the police. On arriving in Wuhan, we saw immediately that the situation in the city was quite unlike that in Shanghai. Even the weather was hotter, in line with the feverish political climate. Just as we got off the boat, a huge procession, with banners waving and slogans being shouted, came down the main road of what had been the British concession until its recovery several months earlier, and the sight of it made our spirits soar. There were crowds everywhere, on the quayside and in the streets, all looking busy and excited. Red banners bearing slogans welcoming the convocation of the All-China Conference of the Confederation of Labor were strung across the streets, and fluttering proudly in the breeze. We were almost moved to tears. In Peking, it was dangerous to be in possession of a book with a red cover, but here there were slogans in huge characters painted on the walls of all the big buildings, with quotations from leaders of the Russian Revolution such as Lenin and Zinoviev. The appearance of this revolutionary center made us happy and excited, and we congratulated ourselves on being able to throw ourselves into real revolutionary work. It was not long before we were disillusioned. After we had reported to party headquarters, we found that the jobs we were assigned to were not as important as we had expected. There were too many people for the amount of work available. Some had been summoned from other areas and others had fled to Wuhan from the right-wing Kuomintang. Many had absolutely nothing to do. I was far more fortunate, and given an assignment at the party headquarters of the Four Provinces Committee. This was an amalgamation of the 4 separate provincial committees of Jiangsu, Anhui, Zhejiang, and Jiangxi. Nominally of the Kuomintang left, but largely staffed by communists, it had been set up in Wuhan by leading comrades who had fled Jiang's purges. The original purpose of the headquarters was to work out plans for underground activities in the 4 provinces, but in fact it functioned more as a refugee center for dispersed comrades. Since I had practically nothing to do I could work up no enthusiasm for my assignment, although I at least had somewhere to live and many interesting comrades to exchange stories with. What disappointed us most was to discover that political life in the city was rent by continuous conflicts. The 2 May 1st incident in Changsha, provoked by HSUKO Shang, had already taken place. Xiaotuo Yun's rebellion had been crushed by the Wuhan Cadets Army and the armed workers, and the Wuhan Army had defeated the Fengtian warlords in Honan province. Exaggerated reports of the victory in Honan appeared in all the newspapers, claiming that the revolutionary government had been further consolidated. But despite all this, fear and anxiety were increasing within Communist Party organizations. There were all sorts of rumors flying about. It was said that the attitude of General Tiang Shengqi, supreme commander of the Wuhan forces, was questionable, that the leading Kuomintang politician Wang Qingwei was not to be relied on, and that Sun Yat-sen's son, was secretly flirting with Chiang Kai-shek's rival government in Nanking. What should we do? This was the question uppermost in all our minds. It reminded us very much of the situation a year earlier, Then we had all looked in vain towards Chiang Kai-shek, and despite his growing recalcitrance and his rapid shift to the right, we had been incapable of moving a finger to stop him. Now we were looking in the same way towards Wang Qingwei and Tian Shengqi. On the surface, at least, our relations with the so-called left wing of the Kuomintang were closer than they had been with Chiang Kai-shek. Wang Qingwei seemed to be acting under the supervision of our forces, and the Wuhan government appeared to rely greatly on Soviet aid and the support of the Communist Party. But the situation was worsening, and even we lower-level cadres could clearly see that the revolution was reaching a crisis. At that time I heard rumors that in April or May, after Chiang Kai-shek had openly broken with Wuhan, there was a dispute in the city about whether to march north against the warlord Chiang Tso-lin or east against Chiang. Moscow was said to have favored continuing the northern expedition, and as a result Tian Shengqi moved his forces further up the Peking-Hankow railway. Many people were very unclear about the reasons for this decision, the most common explanation being that it was in order to link up with General Feng Yuxiang's army. According to the Comintern, Feng Yuxiang had been re-educated as a revolutionary in Moscow, and once the two armies linked up it would be easy to move against Chiang in Nanking. Originally I had been suspicious of Feng Yuxiang, but several months before, while I was in Peking, I had read his manifesto on returning to China, which we had secretly mimeographed and distributed. I also heard that after the execution of Li Tachao and the others, Feng Yuxiang ordered all his armies to wear mourning and swore to avenge them as martyrs. Thus I too began to have hopes of him. A few days after we arrived in Wuhan, Feng Yuxiang and the leaders of the Wuhan government met in Changchou. Not all the decisions reached at this meeting were made public. Many people thought that Feng would come to Wuhan to discuss how to deal with Chiang Kai-shek, but he never came. From what I could see, the higher ranks of the party were not at all encouraged by the outcome of the talks, and even the small handful of genuinely left-wing leaders in the Kuomintang appeared to be in low spirits. There were rumors that Feng Yuxiang wanted to arbitrate in the conflict between Nanking and Wuhan. A few days later I met an old friend of mine from Peking, who a year earlier had gone to work in Feng's army. He told me that after the army had marched through the Tianquan into Honan province, all the political workers had been packed off to Wuhan aboard a special train. I then realized that our hopes in Feng were completely misplaced, and that he had only been pretending to be a revolutionary in order to get weapons and ammunition from the Soviet Union. Once his military position was firmly re-established, he had dropped this mask and revealed his true warlord features. After the Changchou conference, the situation in Wuhan quickly deteriorated. The Communist Minister of Agriculture Tian Pingshan resigned on the pretext of illness, and Minister of Labor Su Chaocheng soon followed suit. Wang Qingwei and his supporters even more boldly attacked what they saw as the excesses of the peasant movement in Hebei and Honan, and loudly called on the Communist Party to curb the revolutionary activities of the Wuhan workers. The party leadership appeared to retreat step by step, and Guide Weekly carried only a few timidly worded protests at the attacks and some cautiously argued justifications of the revolutionary upsurge that was taking place among the workers and peasants. There was no political counter-offensive, and there was not even any intention of organizing one. The voice of the counter-revolutionaries was becoming louder and clearer, but we were at a loss for what to do. Irresolution and anxiety gripped the whole party. Normal party activities had virtually ceased. Apart from occasional meetings with individual members of the party leadership, I never attended a single branch meeting during the whole time that I was in Wuhan, and therefore had no real way of knowing what the attitude of the party was on key questions. If I had doubts, it was very difficult to find anyone in a position of responsibility to discuss them with. I often used to meet and talk with comrades and friends, but they were just as much in the dark as I was. Everyone was very confused and in a state of near panic, so that hearsay took the place of regular internal reports, and guesswork that of informed analysis. Comrades working in top-level Kuomintang bodies became the sole source of reliable information, so that we knew what moves the enemy was making but were unaware of the tactical responses of our own party. One afternoon, While I was walking down a street in Hankow, I saw a large fleet of rickshaws stacked high with rifles and accompanied by a group of trade union militiamen. The sight of them caused a stir in the street, and I heard someone say that the trade unions had volunteered to surrender their arms to Li Pianqian, commander of the local garrison. I asked what was going on. I was told that this move was necessary to avoid misunderstandings, and to convince the government of our loyalty. Although I could not think of any alternative, I was dissatisfied with this answer. I understood instinctively that it was impossible to further the revolution by making concessions of this sort. At this time Cai Qixing, an old friend of mine from Hangzhou and a member of the Communist Party, was confidential secretary to the Standing Committee of the Central Committee of the Kuomintang, and I frequently got my information from him. I went to see him one Monday morning when all the headquarters staff were at a Sun Yat-sen memorial meeting, and he suggested I should go along with him to the Great Hall to take part in the meeting. By chance this was the very morning when Wang Qingwei made his famous speech "Our Struggle Against Attacks from Two Sides," an undisguised declaration of anti-communism. I was shocked by the arrogant way in which Wang Qingwei spoke, the enthusiastic response he got from most of those present, and the frenzied cries for revenge from the Hunanese landlords and Kuomintang party hacks who got up to speak afterwards. I had never smelled the gunpowder of the counter-revolution so clearly as I did then, and my last remaining illusions in the Kuomintang were dispelled. It was obvious to me that the Communist Party was powerless to deal with the situation, and this made me even more depressed. Cai Qixing was completely disheartened by Wang's speech. After the meeting was over, he invited me out for a meal. He suspected that he might be killed at any time, and even went so far as to ask me to make arrangements for the disposal of his corpse. He had been wanting to leave his post for some time now, but he told me that the party would not let him do so. I knew that a long struggle had been going on within the party on the question of what strategy to adopt in the revolution, but none of us ever found out what the content of this dispute was, and there was not the slightest hint of it in the pages of Guide Weekly. We heard rumors that the two main protagonists were Ch2 Chiu Pai and Piang Shutse, but at the time we never saw any of the documents relating to the discussion. It was only after the Wuhan government came out as openly anti-communist that a pamphlet by Ch2 Chiu Pai entitled "Against Piang Shutseism" came into our hands. We immediately read it through from cover to cover. Because our theoretical level was shallow and because we could only follow Ch2's side of the discussion, we accepted his thesis. He argued that the completion of the agrarian revolution was an important guarantee of victory in the Chinese Revolution as a whole, and that the revolution should be carried in one stage straight through to socialism, not in two stages, through democracy to socialism. But in fact Ch2's pamphlet did not succeed in dispelling all our doubts, in particular on questions such as relations between the Communist Party and Kuomintang, the arming of the workers, and the tactic of making use of the warlords. In terms of concrete alternatives, his position was no different from that of the official leadership, and was therefore incapable of showing a way forward. It was not until a year later, when we read of the arguments that had taken place within the Soviet Communist Party on the China question, that we really began to grasp the issues involved. Having heard Wang Qingwei's speech with my own ears, I had lost all my respect for that so-called left-wing leader of the revolution, but I could not help noticing that no criticism of him appeared in party publications. Our basic attitude was still that we should support him, in order to ensure his leadership of the revolution. I found it very difficult to understand the need for this policy, and frequently discussed my reservations with friends. It was my own belief that we should hit back. During my stay in Wuhan I used to write or translate occasional articles for a revolutionary newspaper. I thought, naively, that it would be a good idea to write an article attacking Wang Qingwei, though I knew perfectly well that it could never be published. Half-jokingly, I jotted down my ideas, and accused Wang of being a counter-revolutionary. When I went out later, I left the article lying on the table, where it was discovered by a Kuomintang left-winger who immediately informed on me. The same night I was arrested and taken to the Central Public Security Station in Ho Chi. Thus began the first of my 4 spells in prison. It was an old-style jail with wooden bars, mud floors, a wall on 3 sides, and no windows. The sky could not be seen through the wooden grill, so there was no direct daylight, and although there was a low-volt electric light bulb dangling outside the bars, it was very gloomy inside the cage. Stepping through the gate, I saw 20 or 30 ghost-like prisoners, naked to the waist, huddled together in groups. The place stank appallingly, though I could not make out whether of sweat, putrefaction, or excrement. I was overcome by nausea. The floor was slippery and sticky, and when I bent down to take a closer look I saw that it was covered with urine. As a child I had heard people talking about the Buddhist hell, and at middle school I had read Dante's Inferno, but never did I imagine any that earthly prisons could be so terrible. Altogether I have spent an eighth of my life behind bars, but looking back I would say that for living conditions this was the worst prison I was ever sent to. Because I was probably the first communist in Wuhan to go to jail in this period, my spiritual torment was even more unbearable than my physical surroundings. It was not yet in fashion to imprison communists in Wuhan, as the government in charge of the prisons was still considered to be revolutionary. It was only my personal opinion that Wang Qingwei was a counter-revolutionary. The party had not yet come out openly against him, and the leaders of the Communist International still hoped to keep him on their side. The fact that I was still not quite sure, either emotionally or ideologically, that I had acted correctly in writing what I did about Wang Qingwei, made prison even harder to bear. One's capacity for enduring hardship is not something absolute, it is decisively affected by such factors as the strength of one's individual convictions and the prevailing social climate. In certain periods, when the relationship of class forces and the social climate are such that many revolutionaries have to risk their freedom and even their lives for the realization of an ideal which is clearly within their grasp, they consider it an honor to go to prison, and even take positive pleasure in the sacrifice involved. At other times, however, imprisonment or execution are very hard to bear, not only for someone like myself, but even for a real hero. In Wuhan in July 1927 history was already demanding sacrifices for the revolution, but because this process was being artificially retarded, here I was, a prisoner in advance of my time, in Wang Qingwei's jail. After I had been in the cell for several hours, I discovered that my fellow prisoners were mostly landlords from Hunan awaiting sentence, or strike breakers and small capitalists arrested by the Wuhan Confederation of Trade Unions. And there was I, their sworn enemy, a member of the Communist Party. Naturally I took care not to reveal my identity to anyone, and the other prisoners took it for granted that I was one of them, but the thought did cross my mind that other prisoners like myself might soon be taking their places. Every day a number of my fellow prisoners were released, but I had no contact with the outside world or with the prison authorities for some time. On my 4th day in jail my friend S got permission to come and see me, and he told me that there was nothing to worry about, that all the comrades in the 4 provinces party headquarters, including the Kuomintang left-wingers, were very angry about what had happened to me, and that I would soon be set free again. But it was not until 10 days later that I was actually released. The comrades afterwards told me that the reason for the delay was because relations between the CCP and the Kuomintang had deteriorated considerably, and it would only have made things worse if they had interceded on my behalf. They had therefore requested Xing Hongyi, former principal of Hangzhou First Normal School and by this time Minister of Commerce in the Wuhan government, to stand security for me. I was released in about the middle of July. The situation in Wuhan had changed greatly during my imprisonment. The reactionaries were coming more and more out into the open, and there was growing panic in the revolutionary camp, some of whose members were already beginning to leave Wuhan. The economic situation was rapidly worsening, and the official paper currency of the Wuhan government was losing value hourly. $10 would no longer buy even an ice cream, and everyone was desperately trying to get hold of silver dollars to pay for a passage out of the area. The party leadership was in complete disarray, and some of its constituent bodies had already dissolved themselves. The masses were out on the streets demanding an Eastern expedition against Chiang Kai-shek, and slogans supporting Madame Sun Yat-sen's proclamation were to be seen everywhere. But none of this could disguise the fact that people were downcast and pessimistic. Unconfirmed rumors were flying round, for example, that a Comintern representative, M.N. Roy, had shown Wang Qingwei the Cominterns' proposals for arming the workers and peasants, that Chen Tuxiu had fled Wuhan, and that General Tiang Shengqi was collaborating with Chiang Kai-shek. Many of the younger comrades I knew were planning to enroll in the army of Ho Lung and go east, and I was thinking of joining them, but I was told during discussions with the party leadership that I should go to Moscow to study military science instead. Because the revolution had suffered its first defeats on the periphery, most of the revolutionaries had fled to the center, Wuhan. And, although there was never any formal estimate, the number of provincial cadres now living in the city must have bordered on 10,000. Like me, most of these comrades had come there in high spirits, aiming to find work for themselves in the revolution, or to get personal instructions from the Central Committee, and then either to return to where they had come from or to go elsewhere to carry out clandestine work for the party. But they were soon disappointed, because the revolutionary center was becoming a counter-revolutionary center. Not only was there no work for them to do, but also more and more of those who did have jobs were being forced out of them. The central leadership, evidently no longer able to control the situation, simply left comrades to their own devices. Those of us who had come to Wuhan from Peking had never once been invited to discuss how things were in the old capital, despite the fact that we were the first group to go south after the death of Li Ta-chao. Later on the situation got much worse, and things became increasingly difficult for those party members like myself who had gathered in Wuhan. They were in a quandary. Most of them were on the wanted list in the places they had just come from, and they could not have returned even if they had wanted to. Since there was no longer any revolution in which to participate, many of them were forced to beg for their living on the streets and await arrest and execution. The main problem of the day was what to do with the scattered remnants of the revolutionary forces. One solution to this problem was to send some of us to Moscow. As far as I know, this was on Moscow's initiative, the aim being to give a group of us a short period of military training. 700 or 800 of us were selected to go. Workers and peasants were supposed to be given priority, but in practice over half of those chosen were students or intellectuals. Of the 10 of us who had come down from Peking, 5 were to be sent. We were all very excited at the prospect of learning to use weapons. After the catastrophic defeat the revolution had just suffered, the idea that armed force was the ultimately decisive factor in any situation was very appealing to us. We were in no position to make a deeper analysis of the causes of the defeat. The facts were only too clear. In less than 6 months we had watched one military man after another switch from leading the revolution to opposing it. In quick succession they had shamelessly and bloodily deceived us. We were like abandoned concubines, or pitiful and impotent old-fashioned scholars. It was natural that we 43 should draw the conclusion that to achieve victory in the revolution we ourselves should take up arms. Mao's idea that power grows out of the barrel of a gun well expressed the mood of the Chinese communists in Wuhan during this period. Not only was it natural, it was essentially correct. But we thought that things would be different from now on, that we would learn how to use arms, build our own army, and no longer have to look for suitable allies among the existing generals. I believe that this was a common sentiment among those of us who were about to go to Moscow. Some time later I was on a boat out of Wuhan. By this time the counter-revolution was in full swing, and the local newspapers in Wuhan were beginning to publish advertisements in which former communists announced their resignation from the party. In Shanghai, where we stayed secretly in a small hotel, we heard the news of the Nanchang uprising of August. The emergency conference of the CCP at which Chen Tuxiu was removed from the leadership was just then being held in Wuhan, although we knew nothing of it. Several days later, we slipped aboard a Soviet freighter and sailed to Vladivostok. There were more than 60 passengers on board, among them Sun Yat-sen's widow, Sung Chingling, and some members of the family of Eugene Chn, the former foreign minister of the Wuhan government. As soon as the ship had sailed out of the Huangpu River, we crawled out from the hold and onto the deck. It was like being born again. The early autumn sun lifted our spirits, and we began to dance for joy and to sing the Internationale. We sailed further and further out to sea, gradually losing sight of the shores of the motherland. The water was like glass and our mood changed to one of meditation. We leaned against the railings and gazed pensively into the distance, while thoughts flooded in. As individuals we were each beginning a new chapter in our lives, and it seemed to us as if Chinese Revolution was also beginning a new chapter in which each word and each letter would be written in bullets and blood. In the struggles that lay ahead, the military training we were about to receive would have a decisive role to play. Seen in this light, the defeats, the terror, and the humiliation suffered over the last few months seemed to dwindle away completely. 1 month before the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, we arrived in Moscow. Chapter 4. We stayed in Vladivostok for a couple of weeks, and the train journey to Moscow across Siberia took another 13 days. During that time we got to know the Soviet Union better. Although we had never been so naive as to think that the Russian communists had already created a heaven on earth, we still had only the vaguest conceptions of what the country was like. Reality turned out to be very different from what we young Chinese communists had imagined. For example, when we docked at Vladivostok, I was amazed to see raggedly dressed Russians wandering around the wharf. On the evening of our third day my eyes were opened still wider. 2 Chinese friends and I were strolling along the tramway on Lenin Road near the suburbs of the town when a man ran past us, threw a rotten tomato at one of my friends and disappeared up a side street, swearing furiously in a language we did not understand. From this small incident we learned for the first time that we were not universally welcome in the fatherland of the world proletariat, and that there were still people around who hated communists, and foreign communists in particular. We also learned that there was still a class struggle going on, and a very bitter one at that. It was only then that we really understood that a socialist revolution does not lead automatically to the successful construction of a socialist society, and that an ideal society cannot be built overnight. The little revolutionary theory we had studied before was confined to such questions as how to make a revolution and lead it to victory. We had not the slightest idea about the sort of problems that might arise afterwards, the reorganization of the national economy on a new basis, class struggle under a workers' government, and so on. It was only after our arrival in Vladivostok that we realized that we had to study revolutionary theory not only for the sake of the revolution in China, but also in order to understand the problems of socialist construction in the Soviet Union. We were received in Vladivostok by a German comrade, speaking in English. I was chosen to act as his interpreter. I learned that he had 4 been a sailor, and had taken part in the German revolutions after the First World War before working for the Comintern. During my stay in Vladivostok I was also contacted by a Chinese called Liang Potai, who was a top-ranking official in the far eastern province of the Soviet Union. The fact that Soviet officials were not all Russians struck us as a real illustration of the breakdown of narrow national barriers with the ending of racial discrimination. We had read about internationalism in books. It was a moving experience to see it with our own eyes. An incident which took place during our train journey through Siberia burned deep into my memory. It is worth recording here, since it affected the later development of my thinking. We Chinese students occupied 2 sleeping compartments on the train. Each compartment had an orderly to look after and keep an eye on the passengers. Whenever we approached a bridge he would shout most and close all the windows in the compartment. No doubt these orderlies had connections with the security authorities. Ours was a middle-aged ex-Red Army man. He was agreeable and open towards us, and he looked after us very well. We became friends immediately, and he volunteered to teach us the Russian alphabet. We got on fine with him until one morning when we were sitting around in a circle, pencils in hand, practicing the Russian alphabet. One of us traced out the word Stalin in Russian. Our teacher took one look and turned away without saying anything. One of us gave him the thumbs up sign and said, "Stalin. Stalin. Kirasho." We were all grinning at our Russian friend, expecting him to react as enthusiastically as we did. To our astonishment, he stubbed out his cigarette, spat contemptuously and held up his little finger, saying "Ito, Ito," red in the face with anger. Then he raised his thumb and said "Trotsky. Trotsky. Kirasho." After that he stormed out into the corridor, where we could hear him muttering away angrily in Russian. At the time, we found the incident extremely perplexing. We knew very little about the internal struggles that were going on in the CPSU. In Wuhan we had been told that Lenin had been succeeded by Stalin, who was now the leader of the communist movement both in Russia and in the world, whereas Trotsky was consumed by personal ambition, was a romantic, and was a militarist man of the Chiang Kai-shek type. The surprising reaction of our Red Army veteran was the first time we experienced a different assessment of the two men from that handed down by the leadership. The incident I have just described took place about a third of the way through the journey. During the rest of the trip a marked change came over our Russian friend. He was still as kind and considerate as ever, but he was no longer as free and easy as before, and the Russian lessons came to an abrupt end. Looking back, it is obvious that he was afraid and regretted his emotional outburst. Knowing that all of us were party members, he probably feared, unnecessarily, that we would inform on him. The journey was an extremely happy one. I still remember the night our train passed Lake Baikal. It was the 15th day of the 8th month by the old Chinese calendar, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a holiday joyfully celebrated throughout China. Under the silvery light of the full moon the lake was beautiful beyond description. It took a whole night for our train to go round the southern shore. We sat at the windows from dusk to dawn, entranced by the beauty of it. The following morning we arrived at the lakeside city of Irkutsk, where we tasted the famous local smoked fish dishes. Autumn must be the most beautiful season in Siberia. It was still too early for snow, but there was already something stern and forbidding about the endless expanse of forest, which had turned from green to a yellowish color. The air was so fresh and clear that we could smell the fragrance of the grass and trees through the train windows. The little stations and the communities built around them were particularly attractive and picturesque. All the houses were built of unpainted logs. Many of the stations were so well hidden in the forest that only when the train drew to a halt could you see that they were there. On the platforms there were often groups of young men wearing rubashki, playing the balalaika, singing and dancing. At every station country girls and old women sold boiled eggs, pickled cucumbers, and other food. The atmosphere was happy and peaceful. It was still several years before the Stalinist collectivization of agriculture reached its height, and the period when the centrists and rightists in the CPSU were making use of the rich peasants to attack the workers and their political representatives in the left opposition. One with Stalin's help, Bukharin, was carrying out his policy of advancing towards socialism by enriching the peasants. Needless to say, we had not the slightest idea at the time of the distant connection between these charming country girls selling us their surplus food and the downfall of Trotsky and his supporters. We arrived in Moscow at the beginning of October, and moved into a building near Strastnaya Square. Other batches of Chinese students continued to arrive throughout the following weeks, and soon there were over 600 of us living in the same hostel. It had been intended that we should all go on a 6-month course at the military school attached to the Communist University for the Toilers of the East KUTV. When we arrived in Moscow, however, the military school was not yet ready, probably because the defeat of the Chinese Revolution had taken everyone by surprise. We therefore had nothing to do for a few weeks, until it was decided to transfer a few dozen of us to the normal 2-year course at KUTV. I was among those chosen, though I was not at all happy about the move. I considered that I had come to Moscow for military studies. At that time none of us really understood the crucial role of revolutionary theory, and as a result of our defeat we were obsessed to the exclusion of all else with what we took to be the decisive role of armed force. In any case, I still held the absurd view that to study seriously I would have to return to the National University in Peking. The last remaining traces of this prejudice only disappeared after I began a serious and systematic study of Marxism. KUTV was a political university which specialized in training revolutionary cadres for the countries of the East. It recruited students from over 70 nationalities, including the minority nationalities of the eastern part of the Soviet Union and the oppressed nations of Africa and Asia. There were also some Japanese and Black American students. We lived at Tversky Boulevard, in the same hostel that Ch2Chiu Pi and others had lived in during their stay in Moscow a few years earlier. In the early 1920s all Chinese students in Moscow studied at KUTY. After 1925, when the Chinese Revolution was on the upsurge and more Chinese came to Moscow to study, a new university named after Sun Yat-sen was set up exclusively for them. Since Sun Yat-sen University was a product of the period of collaboration between the Kuomintang and the CCP, it admitted not only members of the CCP and the Communist Youth League, but also children of high-ranking Kuomintang officials. Men and women who had been members of the CCP for a longer time were still sent to study at KUTV. In 1927, there was also an important political difference between Sun Yat-sen University and KUTV. The president of the former was Karl Radelk, a prominent Trotskyist, whereas KUTY was run by Boris Shumyetsky, an ardent supporter of Stalin. In order to further their own interests, the faction in power in the CPSU Central Committee bolstered KUTV in every way possible, and made sure that all the best and most reliable students were sent there. By the time we arrived in Moscow, however, the situation was beginning to change. The Stalinists had won their struggle with the Trotskyists at Sun Yat-sen University, and Pavel Mif had replaced Radek. The fate of Trotskyist students at the university had also been settled. Some had been expelled from the CCP, and were awaiting transfer either to Siberia or back to China. Others had capitulated and renounced their views, among them Chiang Ching-kuo, son of Chiang Kai-shek. The moment we began our life as students we were drawn willy-nilly into the factional struggle that was to decide the fate of the CPSU, the Soviet Union, the CCP, and even the whole of humanity. We were ignorant of the history of the Russian Revolution, and knew next to nothing about the Soviet Union or the international workers' movement. We were therefore completely at sea when asked to take sides in the controversies of that period. Nevertheless, we followed them with great interest, especially the controversy over the Chinese Revolution. Although we lacked the necessary theoretical background, we knew enough from our bitter experience to arrive at our own conclusions. Even before we arrived in Moscow, many of us had serious doubts about the course of events in China. Now that we had begun to study and think, we concentrated single-mindedly on the issues involved in the discussion, read the documents, and attended meetings. By the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, we had become more or less acquainted with the substance of the controversy. 2 months later, in December 1927, the 15th 49 Congress of the CPSU was convened in Moscow. By that time I had in some ways begun to side with the left opposition. However, a deeper process of change was necessary before I could complete the transition to Trotskyism. At first we were prejudiced against the left. The party had successfully inculcated us with the habit of unconditional support for the majority and mindless obedience to the Central Committee. Although we had never read a single document and were ignorant of all the major issues in the controversy, we assumed that Stalin's side was right. The first time my suspicions were aroused was at a plenary meeting of the party members studying at KUTV, held shortly after our enrollment there. E. Yaroslavsky, the chairman of the Central Control Commission of the CPSU, gave a report to the meeting. Students from the different nationalities present sat together in groups to facilitate simultaneous interpretation into their own languages. The gist of the speech was that Trotsky was a Menshevik, and had consistently and deliberately opposed Lenin. His motives for participating in the October Revolution were bad, not to say treasonable, and history had shown that his participation had done more harm than good. We Chinese students accepted all this as gospel truth, since we knew nothing about the factional history of social democracy in Russia. Not so the other students, most of whom were Caucasians and Armenians. Yaroslavsky's remarks unleashed a storm of indignant protests among them. They booed and heckled during his speech. We could not understand a word of their interjections, but when we asked our interpreter to translate for us he refused and said, "It's nonsense, just Trotskyists making trouble." Some Chinese students who were in the year above us and already understood a little Russian whispered to us that they were shouting shame and liar. We were flabbergasted, and not a little confused. After Yaroslavsky had finished his speech, a Russian student jumped up onto the stage to a chorus of hisses. He shouted angrily at the top of his voice. Then a section of the audience stormed the platform with the evident aim of dragging him off. Others sprang to his defense, and the meeting dissolved into chaos. Finally the chairman intervened to order him to stop speaking, and he was frog-marched off the stage, still shouting and struggling. By now things were threatening to get really out of hand, as each side squared up for a fight. We therefore withdrew from the meeting. We could not understand a word of what they were shouting at each other, but it was clear that a sizable minority of the audience supported Trotsky. It was also clear that the struggle between the two factions had reached boiling point. What we had seen at the meeting fed our appetite for study. We devoured all the documents we could lay our hands on. But the more our interest grew, the more dissatisfied we became with the material available. The documents we saw were only excerpts from or resumes of the arguments of the Stalinist majority on the Central Committee. Since we had never seen a single document setting out the arguments of the opposition, we asked the KUTV Party Committee to make some available to us, so that we could acquaint ourselves at first hand with the positions of the enemies of the party. We were told in reply that the positions of the opposition were explained in the documents issued by the Central Committee, which contained many quotations from oppositionist documents. We were not satisfied with this answer. The arguments attributed to the opposition in this material were so obviously wrong that it was impossible for us to believe that prominent leaders of the revolution could ever have advanced them. One doubt gave rise to another, and we now began to question documents which we had hitherto accepted unconditionally. The leading members of the party committee obviously noticed our change in attitude, and took it as a bad sign. They showed us a translation into Chinese of a speech delivered by Trotsky at one of the sessions of the Central Committee, with many passages abridged or deleted. It was so badly hacked about as to be virtually unintelligible. The interjections and quips from Stalin, Bukharin, and their friends were, however, recorded in minute detail, as was the enthusiastic acclaim with which Stalin's remarks were met, and the crude heckling to which Trotsky was subjected. But by reading between the lines it was possible to reconstruct the essence of the controversy. The three main issues in dispute were the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee, one socialist construction in the Soviet Union, and the strategy and tactics applied in the Chinese Revolution. Because I was not clear about the reasoning behind the two positions, I had still not formed an opinion on the latter. Like many other comrades, I was not prepared to make a judgment, let alone take sides, until I had made a proper study of such subjects as the history of the international workers' movement, political economy, the history of the Russian Revolution, and the problems of economic construction in the Soviet Union. Naturally, the party committee disapproved of our sceptical neutrality. In their view, it was our duty as communists to support the majority of the Central Committee unconditionally and unreservedly. For them, reading documents was simply a process through which such support could be given with greater awareness and therefore be firmer. There was no place in such a scheme of things for doubt or suspicion. In any case, our party spirit told us that it was a grave error to doubt the correctness of resolutions adopted by the Central Committee. The result was that we neither could nor would voice our doubts publicly. Formally we supported the resolutions unreservedly, but our sense of reason forced us to make mental reservations on a number of questions. Having raised our hands in support of the decisions of the Central Committee, we plunged all the more eagerly into the study of revolutionary theory, and in particular the theory of the opposition. One might almost say that my agreement with the left opposition on the controversial questions of the Chinese Revolution was instinctive. Should we have entered the Kuomintang? Should we have built and extended the organization of the Kuomintang? Had Chiang Kai-shek been a reliable ally of the proletariat in the Chinese Revolution? Were the Canton Hong Kong strike committees a kind of Soviet? Were we right not to mobilize and organize the peasants during the Northern Expedition? Had we been right to support another Kuomintang leader, Wang Qingwei, in order to create a new revolutionary center after Chiang Kai-shek's betrayal? Had the tactic of a bloc of 4 classes stood the test of events in China? As a result of my 2 years of first-hand experience of the struggle, I had my own answers to all these questions. Needless to say, my analysis was immature and incomplete. I knew next to nothing of classical Marxism, and had never read Lenin's theory of the role of the proletarian party and the tactics it should adopt in the bourgeois democratic revolution. But even during my time in North China, I and many other comrades had found it ridiculous that we were ordered to build and do mass work not for our own organization, but for the Kuomintang, a party which only existed at grassroots level through our own activities. I had also found it impossible to understand why we encouraged misplaced confidence in high-ranking Kuomintang generals and politicians, and why after being betrayed by one swindler we had switched our allegiance to another. Finally, I had found it difficult to explain why we had decided to hand over the weapons of the Wuhan workers to General Li Pianchen, and why we had denounced the struggles of the Hunan peasants as excesses and helped to suppress them. At first I had been bewildered by all these apparent inconsistencies. Later I was told that they had been mistakes committed by CHN-2CO in defiance of Comintern instructions. It was not until after my arrival in Moscow that the truth dawned on me. Despite the fact that the documents available to me were heavily censored, it emerged from a careful reading of them that it was not the Soviet advisor Borodin, or CHN-2CO, or the Comintern envoy Roy who had been responsible for these policies. They had simply been the executors of a policy formula adopted, and pushed through by the Central Committee of the CPSU, which ultimately meant by Stalin. I could see no difference in principle between his current policy and the policy he now maintained had been wrongly carried out in China. This was not so of the positions of the opposition, which were clearly based on a strategy fundamentally different from the one we had been putting into practice in China. Nevertheless, none of us either dared or wanted to express support for the opposition, which had after all been denounced as counter-revolutionary. The KUTV Party Committee met several times a week to discuss the documents we had been given to study. We were very careful about what we said in the course of these discussions. It was only when the question of the Chinese Revolution came up that we had anything to say at all, and then we voiced some of our doubts by referring to our experiences in China. But more often than not we were immediately reduced to silence by the committee members, who quoted at us Marxist classics which we had never had the opportunity to read. Sometimes when we tried to generalize on our experiences and advance timid criticisms of certain points in the documents, they would adopt superior smiles and say in a quiet voice, "Comrade 53. Your opinion would be welcomed by Trotsky." Needless to say, we Chinese revolutionaries were not cowards by nature. On the contrary, most of us had considerable reserves of moral courage. We only behaved in this way because words like party, Central Committee, and majority, had such a sacred and authoritative ring about them that none of us either dared or were equipped to challenge them. To that extent therefore, I was a Stalinist at the time of the celebrations to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. On the day itself, a spectacular demonstration was staged in Moscow. It was the first time in my life that I had seen anything of this sort. It impressed me tremendously. We met at daybreak to march in procession to the District Soviet, where we joined up with other demonstrators. We reached Red Square at noon, and returned home at about 4 o'clock. While we were marching past the Lenin mausoleum, we saw Stalin and other party and state dignitaries for the first time. They were standing on top of the monument, raising their arms and waving their hands. As the various sections of the march filed past, one of them was shouting slogans through a microphone. We Chinese communists received a particularly rousing welcome, either because the Chinese Revolution was still fresh in people's minds or else because Stalin wanted to show that it had not been defeated, but on the contrary had entered an even higher stage of development. No sooner had we turned the corner of the Kremlin wall and entered Red Square than we heard the thunderous shouting of slogans, "Long live the Chinese Revolution! Long live the Chinese Communist Party! Long live the World Revolution!" Each time the masses cheered in response, as if to bring the sky down. The nearer we got to the mausoleum, the more heated the atmosphere and the louder the slogans. Countless red flags were fluttering and billowing on every side of us, like a sea of fire. There were huge crowds everywhere. Alongside the mausoleum, guests of honor were packed together on rostrums. On both sides of the procession, tens of thousands of people were formed up in columns, waving flags, hats, and handkerchiefs in the air and shouting their heads off. They held out their arms as if to embrace us, or to lift us onto their shoulders. It was all unbelievably moving, so much so that we were all reduced to tears. How proud we were to be Chinese! How fortunate we were to be Chinese revolutionaries! How happy we were to have been received by our Russian brothers on the 10th anniversary of their revolution! The thunderous cheers accompanied us all the way across Red Square and continued until we reached the banks of the Skva River. Looking back over my shoulder at that ancient and imposing parade ground of the revolution, decked out in its brilliant colors, I was more than ever filled with respect and gratitude towards Stalin, the general of the assembled troops. When we got back to the hostel, however, we learned that many people, most of them Russians, had experienced a very different reception. An old friend of mine, who had been living in Moscow for several years and was an interpreter at Sun Yat-sen University, told me that the opposition had staged a counter-demonstration that morning, with placards demanding the fulfillment of Lenin's testament. They had taken part in the procession, but when they got to Red Square their placards were seized, clashes took place, and many of them were arrested. He also told me that someone had shot at the car in which Trotsky was traveling. That same evening we saw a film about the October Revolution in the University Common Room. I did not notice at the time who the script writer and director were, but I think it must have been V.I. Pudovkin's The Last Days of St. Petersburg. I afterwards learned that SOV Kino had decided to produce two films, one directed by Eisenstein, the other by Pudovkin, to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution. Eisenstein based his film on John Reed's book 10 Days That Shook the World, and called it October. Both directors completed their films as scheduled, but because Eisenstein's October put Lenin and Trotsky on a PAR, it was not allowed to be screened. Pudovkin's The Last Days of St. Petersburg, however, was passed for showing to the public, and must therefore have been the film we saw. Although it had been approved by the Stalinist authorities, it did not depart too far from historical fact. After all, the internal struggle was still going on and the history of the revolution was still fresh in most people's minds. Therefore, Trotsky and other oppositionists made frequent appearances during the course of the film, which soon turned into a sort of popularity contest. Every time Trotsky or Stalin appeared on the screen the audience erupted. Some clapped their hands and cheered, while others whistled and stamped their feet. Since the lights were out, there was little chance of detection. It was almost as safe as casting a vote in a secret ballot. In this battle of decibels, the support for Trotsky was at least as loud as, if not louder than, the support for Stalin. I remember at one point the film showed a series of close-ups of leaders of the revolution, and Trotsky's picture appeared straight after Lenin's. There was an immediate storm of cheers and clapping, and it seemed to go on for ages. The Stalinists started whistling and stamping their feet, but to no avail. The noise grew louder and louder until at last the lights went up. For me and for most of the other Chinese, this film was our very first introduction to the events of 191-7. It gave me a broad idea of the roles played by Trotsky and Stalin in the revolution. Despite the deliberate attempt to exaggerate Stalin's role and play down Trotsky's, the contrast between the two men, the one colorless and uninspiring, the other brilliant and outstanding, must have been clear to anyone not utterly blinkered by factional prejudice. My own admiration for Trotsky dated from the showing of that film. The 10th anniversary of the October Revolution was important as a celebration of the victory of Stalinist reaction, a landmark on the road towards the degeneration of the Soviet Union. But it came at a time when the policies of the victorious Stalinist faction, whether in the Soviet Union itself, in Britain, or in China, had failed utterly. In order to consolidate its victory, the bureaucracy had to conceal its failure. This was the reason for the decision to celebrate the anniversary in such a solemn and spectacular way. The blood of the Chinese workers and peasants, the sufferings of the working class in Britain, and the persecution of the Soviet revolutionary vanguard were hidden away behind a wall of red flags and festivities. In this holiday atmosphere, the opposition could only appear as slanderers, troublemakers, and even traitors to the revolution. After the holiday, the factional struggle at the university became more heated. The party cells continued to hold several meetings a week, but they became very different. Before the anniversary, they had almost invariably centered on the documents we had received, with the aim of showing from a theoretical and political point of view how the opposition was wrong. Now we were simply informed of the crimes which the opposition had committed. The gravest of these crimes was the staging of the counter-demonstration. Other serious charges included the running of a secret printing press and the alleged links of the opposition with a White Russian bandit. We were simply informed of these charges, since there was clearly no basis for discussing them. Afterwards we would unanimously pass a resolution of censure, drafted and proposed by the party committee, despite our doubts. What worried me most was the charge of running a secret printing press. How could it be a crime for prominent officials, some of them still at their posts, to keep a mimeograph or even a printing press handy in order to publish their own views and those of people who thought like them? It worried me so much that when the question of the printing press plot was raised at a meeting, I asked how the law of the Soviet Union regulated the use and setting up of printing presses. The interpreter was rather taken aback by my question, but he translated it just the same. When he had heard me, the Russian who was addressing the meeting smiled mysteriously and gave me a meaningful look. Then he told me through the interpreter, in principle, the question is very simple. In our country, the means of printing are monopolized by the proletarian state. They can only be kept and used by the state. Counter-revolutionaries are not, absolutely not, allowed access to them. But I opened my mouth to ask a supplementary question, but I was silenced by the interpreter, a Chinese communist who had come to Moscow from Germany. But what, he said, with a triumphant smile. Surely you're not going to deny that the oppositionists are counter-revolutionaries? All eyes in the room were on me. I became very embarrassed, and blurted out no. I felt someone tugging my jacket with the obvious intention of getting me to sit down again. No, of course not, I said, trying to sound convinced, and sat down. I turned quietly to the man who had tugged at my jacket and whispered, "What's the matter?" He made no reply, but scribbled something like, "Speak carefully, be patient," on a piece of paper, and immediately crossed it out again. He did the same thing several times. One evening several days later, I went for a walk with this man along the Tversky Boulevard. We had a long talk, and he told me something about himself. His Chinese name was Lo Han. He had studied in France many years ago with Chen Yen, Zhou Enlai, and Li Lisan. He had given up his speciality of pottery manufacture to become a professional revolutionary, joining the party in Paris. After working for the party in Canton, he was made political commissar in a Kuomintang army unit. After the so-called gunboat Chungshan incident of March 20, 1926-1, Chiang Kai-shek began to move against the CCP, and expelled all communists, low among them, from the ANI. The Central Committee of the CCP sent them to Moscow to study Marxism. In seniority and qualifications, Lo Han belonged to the first generation of the CCP. In his eyes I was a younger brother. Lo Han was always very kind in his dealings with other comrades, although he was by nature a reticent man. He told me many things about the Soviet Union and the internal struggle in the CPSU. He said that the views of the oppositionists were not as ridiculous as they were made to appear in the official documents, and that it would be wrong to take sides in the dispute until further information was available. Finally, he told me that all the members of the party committee in the university, Chinese and Russians alike, were time-serving bureaucrats who had not the slightest interest in the truth, so that it was pointless to open one's mouth at party meetings. I asked him whether he had ever seen any of the documents of the opposition. 1 or 2, he replied. He denied having any organizational links with the opposition. This was true, as I later found out, for at that time there was no oppositionist grouping among the Chinese students at JKUDV. It was only because, alone among the Chinese contingent at JKUDV, Lo Han and another student called Tuan had friends at Sun Yat-sen University who were in the Russian opposition, that they occasionally got to see oppositionist documents. Lo Han did not convert me to the opposition, but he made me increasingly sympathetic towards its aims. From that time on I was no longer a naive and confused participant in the struggle. I had opinions of my own, and began to act with more prudence than before. I no longer voiced my doubts or objections at party meetings, no matter what the subject of the discussion. The persecution directed against the opposition was now stepped up considerably. It no longer remained on the purely theoretical level. Oppositionists were now dealt with by administrative means, harassed by the police and the GPU, driven out of the party en masse, sacked from their jobs, and denied civil rights. We frequently heard of oppositionists being physically beaten. At Sun Yat-sen University, a group of student oppositionists were expelled from the party and some teachers sacked. Although nothing of this sort happened among the Chinese students at KUTY, a mood of anxiety and uneasiness grew up. Relations between fellow students became more and more strained. Everywhere there were spying eyes, and as newcomers we were singled out for special attention. In early December the CPSU convened its 15th Congress. There were no oppositionists among the delegates, all of them had been purged before the Congress met. As a Congress it marked Stalin's final victory over Trotsky. All of the resolutions passed were simply a justification or confirmation of the measures that had been taken against the oppositionists. The delegates endorsed the decision to expel all oppositionists from the party and hand them over to the secret police. Among the students at Sun Yat-sen University who were expelled and sent back to China were Ou Fang, Chn1 Mao, Swig Feng Chwi, and Shi Tiang. At KUTY many students from the minority nationalities of the Soviet Union were arrested, but since relations between students of the different nationalities had never been close we only heard of these arrests indirectly. None of the Chinese students at KUTY were arrested, and as far as we knew neither were any of the other foreign students. The only exception was a comrade from the Dutch East Indies, who was expelled and exiled to a place near the Finnish border. He was sent back home after the 6th Congress of the Comintern in 1928, at the request of the Dutch East Indian delegates. He may have been Trang Malika, who later became leader of a Trotskyist armed unit in the former Dutch East Indies during and after the Second World War, since according to bourgeois press reports Trang had studied in Moscow for a period. News of the persecution of the oppositionists filtered through to us with amazing speed. This was odd, since the persecution was carried out in conditions of strictest secrecy. There was not a word about the oppositionists in the press. Nevertheless, whenever anything important happened, we nearly always got to know of it more or less on the same day. For example, news of the suicide on 1 November 6, 1927 of the Soviet diplomat Jov, the man who had signed the joint declaration with Sun Yat-sen, spread like wildfire. We heard of Trotsky's deportation the very same morning that it took place. Students gathered in small groups in the refectory, the 59 corridors, and the lecture rooms of the university to swap news of the event. There was scarcely a happy face among them. For 3 months we had taken part in a virtually non-stop discussion of the struggle between the Stalinists and the Trotskyists, and every day it had been hammered into us that the former were right and the latter wrong. We had voted for one resolution after another in support of the decisions of the Central Committee, and we had even put our hands up to approve of the expulsion of the oppositionists from the party. But now, when the expulsions were actually being carried out and the victims of the purge were being thrown into prison or exiled to some faraway place, we were saddened and began to feel some secret sympathy for those who had been defeated. It was partly a case of instinctive sympathy for the underdog, but there was more to it than that. We were still not convinced that the Stalinists were right. When the great struggle of the factions was finally over, a mood of discontent gripped the 600 or more Chinese students at KUTV and the military school affiliated to it. Everyone seemed to be complaining all the time about nothing in particular. It was not our living conditions that we grumbled about. We were housed in a mansion which formerly belonged to aristocrats, wearing Western clothes, eating European food, and had 10 rubles every month as pocket money. Few if any of us ever enjoyed such a secure and luxurious life. We slept on soft, warm mattresses covered with light and comfortable blankets. We could rub our hands against the walls hung with satin brocade, and admire the beautifully decorated ceilings and the huge crystal chandeliers. When we first moved in we felt like Cinderellas. But this did not last long. We soon got used to the new environment and our interest turned to other subjects. The depth of the defeat of the Chinese Revolution was becoming more and more apparent, and we soon realized that it was an illusion to think that after a few months' military training we could return to China and turn back the wheel of history. We were upset by the arbitrary and bureaucratic way in which the Stalinists conducted the inter-party struggle, and the suffocating atmosphere which this created. The gulf between what we thought and what we were allowed to say, between our sympathies and the demands of discipline, grew wider and wider. All 600 of us had just left behind a revolution, and we were restless and full of energy. For young rebels like us, a life of peace and quiet was worse than death. At last we found a target for our surplus energies in the shape of the handful of Chinese communists who had worked with the KUTY Party Committee and had recently led the anti-Trotskyist campaign there. We referred to this group as the survivors, because they were all that remained of the Moscow branch of the Chinese Communist Party. They had long controlled party work among the Chinese students, were on good terms with the university officials and the Eastern Department of the Comintern, and were without exception Stalinists and bureaucrats. It was on them that we vented all our complaints and grumbles. For most of the students this was simply an instinctive opposition to bureaucracy, but our dissatisfaction soon became caught up with the struggle for power at the top of the CCP, and was skillfully exploited by a rising faction. The struggle at XUTV was therefore part of a broader struggle for the leadership of the Chinese Revolution being waged by factions within the CCP and the CPSU. It had an important, even decisive, effect on the development of the CCP in general and Chinese Trotskyism in particular. It is therefore worth explaining in more detail. The Moscow branch of the CCP, which had flourished in the early 1920s, consisted exclusively of Chinese communists resident in the Soviet Union. It had similar status to the former European branch of the CCP led by Zhou Enlai in Paris. Organizations of this sort were not strictly in keeping with the organizational principles of the Comintern, by which every communist party had equal rights as a section of the International, and every communist, regardless of nationality, had the right and duty to participate in the life of the party organization in the country where he or she lived. The European and Moscow branches of the CCP originally came into existence because of the special nature of their membership. Most of the Chinese communists in Europe and Moscow at that time were students, who had gone or been sent there to receive theoretical and organizational training related to the problems of China. The Moscow branch was nominally under the direct leadership of the Comintern, but in practice it was a part of the CPSU. Its status was therefore rather unclear and confused. Normally this was not a problem, but as the struggle among the Chinese students in Moscow became more heated it soon became one, as I shall explain later. The Moscow branch had been founded 4 or 5 years before we arrived, and was at first led by Liu Shaochi, Piang Shutze and 61 others. Afterwards Yu Xiusong became prominent in it, and by our time it was under the control of Wu Fuqing. The power and influence of men like Wu was due to the fact that they had lived in Moscow for a comparatively long period of time, knew Russian well, and were known and trusted by the Soviet comrades. The way in which they ran the branch was chiefly aimed at maintaining their established position in Moscow and using it as a springboard for securing control of the CCP itself. They argued that it would be a waste of time for those Chinese students who arrived in Moscow after them to learn Russian, and they were against the study of theory on the grounds that it would turn us into useless academics. The older members of the Moscow branch were about a dozen former students who had stayed on as party officials, translators, and interpreters. They were the middlemen between the Chinese students and the Russian comrades, and their role in the party was similar to that of the compradors in the treaty ports at home. They had translated a number of elementary textbooks of communism and histories of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and of the International Workers' Movement into Chinese. Whenever a new intake of Chinese students arrived in Moscow they would dole out these mimeograph textbooks, teach them a few rudiments that were supposed to be a must for every party member, and then pack them back off to China to take part in the real struggle. Anyone who dared to challenge the system by learning Russian or studying more theory than was thought necessary was looked upon as an unreliable intruder. Such people would be severely criticized and even sent back to China ahead of schedule as a punishment. There had already been one struggle against the branch before we arrived in Moscow, waged by a group of older comms around Lohan, among them Li Shaokeng, Wu Qixian, Chu Tanqi, and others. These men had been politically active both inside and outside the Communist Party for many years. In their experience and learning they were head and shoulders above the leadership of the branch. It was out of the question that men of their caliber would accept the petty restrictions that the latter tried to impose on them. They demanded changes in the curriculum and insisted on more time for private study. After a brief clash, they won some slight concessions from the party committee. They were allowed more time for learning Russian, the number of cell meetings was reduced, which also implied a reduction in the number of harrowing criticism sessions, and the atmosphere became less hostile to the study of theoretical questions. Party power, however, remained firmly in the hands of the middlemen. It was this group that we finally confronted and fought. They were heavily outnumbered, and their influence was much less than that of the Moscow branch in its heyday. It was only later that I realized why we had needed a bitter struggle in order to overthrow them. The entire administration of KUTY stood behind them, including the president, Boris Shumyetsky, an old Bolshevik and a staunch Stalinist, as well as the top officials of the party committee and the educational board of the university, who were all faithful Stalinists too. They were, almost without exception, loathsome bureaucrats. The head of the military training school affiliated to KUTV was a man called Maslov. He was the sort of officer who would have been more at home at a palace ball than in a revolution. He knew nothing about China and her revolution, and assumed an air of extreme arrogance. He imposed exacting discipline on his students, but was very perfunctory where his own teaching duties were concerned. The course in military training was only scheduled to last 6 months, which is probably why it was so elementary. Since the lectures were given in Russian and interpreted into Chinese, they appeared even more trivial than they actually were. Many of the students at the school had studied military affairs before coming to Moscow, and even more had first-hand experience of war from their time in the army. Not surprisingly, they were very dissatisfied with the way the course was run. They had not come to Russia to be taught trivia. but when they demanded an improvement, they were immediately rebuffed by the Chinese interpreters, who were time servers, like the interpreters who used to work for the municipal council and the foreign firms in Shanghai, and who can still be found in Hong Kong. Above all, they hated trouble, and they looked upon anyone who asked them to transmit a complaint as a troublemaker. After trying and failing to deal with the military students' complaints themselves, they passed their demands to the Russian authorities, putting their own particular gloss on them. The Russian officials reacted in exactly the same way as their Chinese underlings, and flatly refused to consider them. There was an eruption of anger as the students of the military school, backed by the KUTV students as a whole, declared war on the survivors of the Moscow branch. Since nearly all the interpreters were survivors, it was only natural that the anger that was felt for Maslov should spill over onto the university's party committee. A delegation went to see Shumiatsky, who denounced their demands out of hand, thus adding fuel to the fire. The same day the students called an emergency general meeting and elected a new delegation. Yaroslavsky received them in person, and had a short talk with them, but nothing positive came of it. The next day, therefore, all the students from the military school marched in procession to the Comintern headquarters. Wildcat demonstrations of this sort had at one time been the vogue in China, but they had been strictly prohibited in the Soviet Union ever since Stalin's assumption of power. The sight of the Chinese students marching in procession through the main streets of Moscow caused quite a sensation, and was considered a very serious incident. Rumors were flying about that the students who had organized the demonstration would be severely punished, but nothing came of this threat. I later learned that this was because another faction in the Stalinist camp had attempted to turn the incident to its own advantage. As soon as the two main CCP delegates to the 9th plenum of the Comintern's Executive Committee, Shang Chengfa and Li Chanying, arrived in Moscow, they became involved in the struggle of the Chinese students. Shang Chengfa, a boatman from the Yangtze River, was head of the Labor Federation in the Wuhan area and had stood out as a workers' leader during the revolution. He was an able and straightforward sort of person, but his weakness was that he was rather simple-minded. It was because he was a worker that he had been chosen as chief CCP delegate to the Comintern plenary session, as the predominance of intellectuals among the party's leaders was then commonly regarded as the main cause of the defeat of the revolution. Shang had no personal relations with any members of the Moscow branch, whereas he did know a number of the KUTV students and had worked together with them in China. He therefore sided openly and unreservedly with the student rank and file as soon as he knew the situation. But this would not have sufficed to tip the balance our way. Our quick victory over the branch bureaucrats was due to the powerful forces behind Shang. The two main figures behind Shang were Pavel Mif, the new head of Sun Yat-sen University, who was later also to become head of the Eastern Department of the Comintern, and Wang Ming, a student leader at the same university and MIF's chief lieutenant. MIF's initial rise to fame was a result of his proficiency in Stalin-style Leninism. It was this that first brought him to Stalin's attention. He was then made a lecturer at Sun Yat-sen University, where he taught a course in problems of Leninism. Wang Ming was his favorite pupil. Before going to Moscow, Wang Ming had been a middle school student in Wuhan. When Wang Ming arrived in Moscow, he was not even a member of the Communist Youth League. A shrewd, ambitious man with a strong will, he was above all a master of flattery. Even in Radek's time as president of the university, Wang Ming had already sensed MIF's bright future, and deliberately played up to him by paying special attention to the problems of Leninism course. In the spring of 1927 the Comintern sent MIF on a mission to China, and he took Wang Ming with him as his interpreter. In Wuhan, MIF urged the Central Committee of the CCP to take on Wang as head of the Agitprop department, but Ch. N. Tusia refused this and assigned him to a trainee post in the department instead. Wang Ming declined the job, and returned to Moscow with MIF. During the struggle against the oppositionists at Sun Yat-sen University, MIF and Wang Ming worked closely together and thereby cemented the alliance on which their clique was based. It was as a result of his role in this struggle that MIF gained promotion from lecturer to president of the university and leading Comintern official. Wang Ming's rise to power paralleled that of his teacher. He and his friends already controlled the party committee at Sun Yat-sen University. Thus a new Moscow branch of the CCP came into being, to rival and eventually eclipse the survivors of the KUTY branch. News of our struggle against the KUTY survivors rekindled the ambitions of the MIF/Wang Ming clique. Their aim was to gain complete control over all the Chinese students in Moscow as a springboard for taking over the leadership of the CCP as a whole. A crucial first step was to detach the 600 or 700 Chinese students at KUTY from men like Shumiatsky, Maslov, and the survivors. This is why from the very first they showed so much interest in our struggle. The arrival of Shang Chengfa and Li Chenying in Moscow gave them the chance they were waiting for. They put forward a 3-point proposal for bringing an end to the unrest at XUTV. 1. The survivors should be sent back to China, where they could correct their mistakes by participating in the real 65 struggle. 2. All the Chinese students at XUTV should be transferred to Sun Yat-sen University. 3. The military school should be closed down and its students sent back to China, apart from a minority who should be transferred to Sun Yat-sen University, and an even smaller minority who should be sent to higher military academies for further training. These measures were pushed through quite easily, and we thought that we had emerged from the struggle as victors. But before long it became clear to us that the real victors were the MIF/Wang Ming clique. From then on the education and training of Chinese communists in Moscow was entirely in their hands. After this initial victory they proceeded to the second stage in their carefully prepared plan. When the other delegates returned to China after the meeting of the Comintern executive, they arranged for Shang Chengfa to stay behind in Moscow for further training, so that they could use him as a tool in the inter-party struggle. 6 months later, at the 6th Congress of the CCP in Moscow in June 1928, they succeeded in ousting Ch2Chiu Pai from the leadership and made Shang General Secretary of the party. In this way, they successfully laid the foundation for their subsequent influence in the Chinese Communist Party. I was not neutral in the struggle I have just described, but neither was I particularly active. I did not like the survivors, mainly because of the way they behaved. They ingratiated themselves with their superiors and were arrogant towards ordinary students. As they themselves had never engaged in any serious study, they stopped others from doing so. The only thing they required of us was that we learn by heart the documents they handed round. I myself heartily despised them. But I could see no point in concentrating our efforts on struggling against the survivors if this meant neglecting the much more central issues raised by the Russian opposition. I gradually became acquainted with the secret documents of the Trotskyists, and understood more clearly the problems at the heart of the Russian and Chinese revolutions. On one occasion I was selected to go on a delegation to see Yaroslavsky, chairman of the Central Control Commission of the CPSU. During the interview one of my fellow delegates sought to win the Russian support by explaining at great length that we had nothing to do with the Trotskyists, and boasting how active we had been in the anti-Trotskyist struggle at XUTV. I was nauseated by this display. After that, 66. I became less active in the struggle against the survivors. A.Nd decided to devote my time instead to improving my Russian, studying the Ha.Sik theories of Marxism. A.Nd reading opposition documents THA.T I obtained from one of my old friends, Fa.N Shinpia.O, with whom I had worked together several years before in Ha.Nchel. We Ha.D met again a year later in Canton, where he joined the Northern Expeditionary Army A.S. a political commissar in a regiment of the Independent Division commanded by the left-wing Kuomintang General Yan Cheng. After General Yan Cheng was stripped of his command by Chiang Kai-shek, Fa.N was also forced to quit the army. A.Nd shortly afterwards he returned to Ta.Ico County south of Hangzhou, where he spread revolutionary propaganda among the peasants. A.Nd began to organize them. He arrived in Moscow a month after me, and was assigned to study A.T. Sun Yat-sen University. There he established contact with those underground oppositionists who had been lucky enough to survive the purge, and he therefore became a Trotskyist before I did. The first opposition document that I read was Zinovьev's theses on the Chinese Revolution. A little later I read Trotsky's The Chinese Revolution and the theses of Comrade Stalin, and after that the platform of the United Opposition of the CPSU. They had an enormous impact on me, because of their unassailable logic and also their superb style. They were a real contrast to the lifeless and insipid documents of the Central Committee. The arguments and warnings of the opposition, especially those concerned with the Chinese Revolution, were so obviously true and had been so often confirmed in practice, that I could not help nodding vigorously in agreement as I eagerly pored over them. I was also deeply moved by Zinovьev's writings. When I read these documents it was as if the scales fell from my eyes. I now realized that on all fundamental questions the CCP leaders had been acting on orders from the Stalin faction, that the ill-conceived policies which had led to the defeat of the Chinese Revolution were far from being CHN2CO's mistakes, and that these mistakes had been warned against in advance, and could have been avoided. It was clear to me that on nearly all questions whether tactical or strategic concerning the Chinese Revolution, the Russian opposition, and Trotsky in particular, had very different positions from those of the Stalinist Central Committee, had given timely warnings about the consequences of the line Stalin was pursuing. It was only because of the stubborn refusal of the Stalinbuka clique to acknowledge that the criticisms of the opposition were correct that the leadership in China made so many disastrous mistakes, leading finally to the collapse of the Chinese Revolution. I already knew something about the situation in Britain and the Soviet Union, and when I turned to the oppositionist documents dealing with subjects such as the Anglo-Soviet Trade Union Committee and economic construction in the Soviet Union, I again found myself in complete agreement with the criticisms raised. From then on I became a Bolshevik-Leninist. My ideological commitment soon became a practical one. This was towards the end of my second term at KUTV. By now the struggle against the survivors of the branch was over, and most of the Chinese students, myself among them, were about to be transferred to Sun Yat-sen University. Chapter 5. My second year in Moscow. In the summer of 1918 most of the students in Moscow were sent to the barracks for a month of military training. I and a few others were exempted on health grounds, and sent to a rest house instead. We traveled there by train, and the journey took just over an hour. The rest house was on a hill overlooking a river, and it commanded a splendid view. During my stay there I came into contact for the first time with ordinary Russian working people, and got the chance to find out about the life of Russian peasants. I also made my first contact with the various factions which had formed among the students at Sun Yat-sen University, and which were later to influence the factional struggles within the CCP. Among my companions at the rest house were students from both KUTY and Sun Yat-sen University. Later, after their period of military training was over, we were joined by the other Chinese students from Moscow for the remainder of the summer holidays. It was a carefree life, with 5 meals a day and time for a nap after lunch. We spent our time swimming, rowing, playing volleyball, going for outings in the woods, listening to music, and making friends with members of the opposite sex. To the casual observer, everything was happy and tranquil. But beneath the surface it was a hothouse of political activities. Both in China and in the Soviet Union the communist movements were going through a difficult period and had reached important turning points. The 9th plenum of the Comintern executive had met in the February of that year. In June and July the CCP had held its 6th Congress in Moscow, and while we were staying in the rest house the 6th Congress of the Comintern was in session. The two main items these 3 important meetings dealt with were the Chinese Revolution, and the opposition within the CPSU. It was around these 2 questions that an important process of differentiation was taking place in the Chinese Party and in the International as a whole. At first factional and even personal interests seemed to play a greater role than political considerations in shaping the alignment of forces among the Chinese students in Moscow. I showed earlier how the MIF/Wangming group used events at KUTV to get the survivors of the Moscow branch sent back to China, and thus to win complete control over the training of Chinese students in the Soviet Union. I also explained how this clique intended to make use of Shang Chengfa, chief delegate of the CCP to the Comintern executive, in their bid for the leadership of the party. This was quite a task, of course, and in preparation for it Wang Ming and his friends staged a dress rehearsal at Sun Yat-sen University by starting up a campaign against what became known as the Jiangsu-Zhejiang Provincial Association. Many of the older generation of party members came from, or had connections with one or other of the 5 central and southern provinces of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, Hunan, and Guangdong. This was entirely natural, given that the Chinese Communist movement originated in these areas. It is an elementary principle of party life that communists should never take into account regional loyalties or affiliations in their dealings with one another. But it was nonetheless inevitable that people who had been born in the same place or who had worked together in the same area would develop close personal ties. This is probably as true now as it was then, not only in China but also in communist parties elsewhere in the world. To admit that this is so is not to deny that such a state of affairs is a symptom of extreme backwardness. But the only sure way of eliminating abuses of this sort is to educate party members thoroughly, and to make them politically more aware by plunging them into the fierce political struggles of the working class. Campaigns launched specifically against this sort of localism are counterproductive, strengthening such relationships rather than weakening them. And this was precisely what happened when Wang Ming and his associates started up their campaign against the so-called Jiangsu-Zhejiang Provincial Association in the summer of 1917. When Sun Yat-sen University was set up in the winter of 192s, many of its students were teachers or students from the Shanghai College, an institution set up by the party in Shanghai to meet the ever-growing demand for trained and educated cadres. They were for the most part natives of Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. There were also a number of worker communists from factories in the Shanghai Wuxi area of Jiangsu province. These facts explain how students from these two provinces made up the largest single regional grouping at the university. Among those from Shanghai were a number of fairly prominent intellectuals such as Tun Wenshang, Ku Kuai, and Yi Xiusung, and it was only natural that these men should play an important role in the party committee at the university during the first period. The name Jiangsu-Zhejiang Provincial Association, with its connotations of the regional clubhouses established by officials, merchants, and expatriates in general, was coined by a rival group of students, who aimed to seize power from Tun, Yi, and the others. Wang Ming and his group then used the name in their own attacks. But in reality there was no such association, nor could there be. First, not all those accused of belonging came from Jiangsu or Zhejiang, although quite a few of Wang Ming's supporters did, among them Wang Ming's right-hand man Chn Pangxian, who was born in Wuxi, Jiangsu. Second, many interpreters like Chang Wentiyin, Shen Tsemin, Shen Chiyian, Wu Liping, and Chu Tiing Chang, accused of being members of the association because of where they were born, were in fact on very bad terms with Tun Wenshang, Ku Kuai, and other alleged leaders of the group. By the time we were transferred to Sun Yat-sen University the attacks were over. The Anhui group with Wang Ming, Wang Kaixiang, and others as its leaders stood at the head of the party organization there. But the ill-fated name of Provincial Association was still hovering around like a specter in search of a new victim. When I first heard people using the term, I had no idea what they were talking about. I found it impossible to understand why they spent so much effort on exorcising a devil which had never really existed. Later I realized that the whole affair was part of a plot by the Wang Ming group to smear Ch2Chiu Pai, Chn Tusio's successor as the party's general secretary, who was soon to be replaced by Shang Chengfa at the 6th Congress of the CCP in Moscow. Wang Ming and his supporters used every opportunity to insinuate that Ch2Chiu Pai, who came from Changchao in Jiangsu province, was the real power behind this association. The Sun Yat-sen University students I had met at the rest house were among the main victims of the campaign against the association. My reason for getting in touch with them had nothing to do with the fact that I came from Zhejiang. It was rather because they were by that time out of power in the eyes of the Wang group. Those of us who had studied at KUTV were alien and suspect elements anyway, and, since the association members had been driven out of power, they had nothing to lose by contacting us. Some of them were old friends of mine, and some were acquaintances. I was on very good terms with Tung Wanshang, who was a bitter enemy of Wang Ming's, and was eventually to be murdered by him in Xinjiang in 1937. Tung, a learned man with mild and patient manners, had lectured at the party's Shanghai College before coming to Moscow, and was an old friend of Ch2Chiu Pi. It was from him and his friends that I learned about the complicated relationships between the various student groups at Sun Yat-sen University. I had disliked Wang Ming and his associates from the outset. I needed no encouragement from any fictitious association in my contempt for these mindless and arrogant young bureaucrats, who had never done a thing for the Chinese Revolution and who had only gained control of the party organization at the university by toadying to their Comintern superiors. I based this judgment on something more than mere regional loyalty. I already had a political standpoint of my own. My first concern was therefore to inquire into the political differences that separated the association and Wang Ming's Anhui group. To my disappointment, I discovered that the association's attitude towards the opposition was at least as uncompromising as that of the Anhui group, if not more so. At first I thought that this was to avoid laying themselves open to attack, but I soon found that I was mistaken. In private conversations, Tung Aishang admitted to me that the Stalin-Bukharin leadership of the Comintern deserved some of the blame for the defeat of the Chinese Revolution, but he argued that in the main they had been right. He said that on most of the main questions, such as the entry of the CCP into the Kuomintang and the attempt to create a new revolutionary center in Wuhan after Chiang Kai-shek's betrayal, Stalin and Bukharin had been acting in accordance with Leninist principles. On the question of the nature of Chinese society, they had some disagreements with the official view, and were inclined to accept the conclusion that capitalist relations predominated in China's economic life, but at the same time they were strictly opposed to calling for the dictatorship of the proletariat in China. They argued that the revolution in China would lead at most to the democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. In their assessment of the political situation in China at that time, they supported the resolutions passed at the 9th plenum of the Intimationals Executive Committee even more unflinchingly than Wang Ming and his group. I should explain at this point the controversies then raging on various questions relating to the Chinese Revolution. They were, the causes of the defeat of the revolution and the lessons to be drawn from it, the political situation in China and the tactics that should be adopted by the CCP, and the character of the future revolution. The 9th plenum of the Comintern's Executive Committee was held following the defeat of the Canton insurrection. The committee refused to acknowledge that the Chinese Revolution had been defeated. Instead, it put forward the well-known formula that the revolution was passing through a short trough between two waves, and that a new rising wave was imminent. It therefore continued to uphold the policy of armed insurrection decided upon at the CCP's Emergency Party Conference of August 7, 1927. The 6th Congress of the CCP admitted the defeat of the revolution, but failed to point out its real causes. The Congress heaped all the blame for the mistakes made during the revolution on the shoulders of the opportunists CHN Tusiu. Apart from this, the only other reason given for the defeat was that the imperialists had been too strong. They might just as well have said that the revolution in China was impossible as long as imperialist influence lasted. The opposition's analysis, which located the real causes of the defeat in the wrong assessment of the role and character of the colonial bourgeoisie, the mistaken policy of CCP entry into the Kuomintang, the failure to substitute a coalition with the peasantry and the urban poor for the coalition with petty bourgeois politicians, and the failure to understand the role of Soviets and the need to organize them, was deliberately distorted and denounced in the Congress resolution, or else ignored. The 6th Congress repeated the formulae laid down at the 9th plenum, although the word waves was changed to tides. Although the Congress formally condemned putschism, it still adopted a resolution endorsing a continuation of the policy of armed insurrection in China. While it argued the need for a democratic program, it repudiated Trotsky's call for a national assembly. It therefore lacked a central political slogan with which to sum up and embrace all the other democratic demands. It predicted in accordance with Bolshevik tradition that the coming revolution in China would be bourgeois democratic in character. My St. Condier.or in Moscow 73, and that the revolutionary state would therefore be a democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants, but it postponed the socialist revolution in China to the remote future. The Russian opposition had already expressed views on the events of 192-7 in China. Its analysis of probable future developments there was to be found in the correspondence between Trotsky and his comrades in exile, particularly Preobrazhensky. All these views were repeated in a more precise and definitive way in Trotsky's critique of the draft program of the Comintern. Essentially, the opposition's line was as follows: after the autumn of 1927 there could be no further doubt that the Chinese Revolution had been defeated, that the main cause of the defeat was the opportunist policy adopted by the Stalin-Bukharin faction, and that the Chinese Communists should now recognize the reality of the defeat and investigate its causes, in order to decide upon a correct course for the future. If they insisted on closing their eyes to what had happened and on dressing up the defeat as a development of the revolution to a higher stage, they would lurch inevitably from opportunism into putschism, and thus prepare the way for an even worse defeat, squandering the forces of the revolution. Trotsky developed this line in his article The Problems of the Chinese Revolution after the Sixth Congresses, in which he called for the setting up of a national assembly in China. Trotsky's own assessment of the situation in China was summed up in the following passage: "We are entering in China into a period of reflux, and consequently into a period in which the party deepens its theoretical roots, educates itself critically, creates and strengthens firm organizational links in all spheres of the working class movement, organizes rural nuclei, leads and unites partial, at first defensive and later offensive, battles of the workers and the peasant poor." As for the contents and character of the coming revolution, he wrote, "It is not excluded that the first stage of the coming Third Revolution may reproduce in a very abridged and modified form the stages which have already passed. But this first stage will be sufficient only to give the Communist Party a chance to put forward and announce its April thesis, that is, its program and tactics of the seizure of power. 1. The position which the leaders of the association took up in this debate could be called centro-rightist. In their view, the main responsibility for the defeat of the revolution belonged to CHN-2CU, although Stalin and Bukharin shared some of the blame for it. As for the political situation in China, they too accused the opposition of liquidationism, although they reluctantly admitted that the Chinese Revolution had indeed been defeated. As for the future of the revolution, they were more orthodoxly Leninist, in the peculiar sense that the word had by then acquired. They declared that there could be no question of establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat without first passing through a democratic dictatorship of the workers and peasants. Since by then I had already accepted the analysis of the opposition on these questions, I found myself in disagreement with the leaders of the association on these points. Through them, however, I did manage to get in touch with a group of Shanghai workers at the rest house who had been under their influence. Among them was a former cotton mill worker from Wuxi in Jiangsu province called Enfu. He was the best read and politically the most advanced of the group, and was already an oppositionist or semi-oppositionist. Since they were close to Tiananmen Shang and his friends, Enfu and the other workers were regarded by the Wang factions as the rank and file of the association. During the factional struggle at SNN Yat-sen University, Enfu and the others had taken the side of the association and were therefore plunged into a deep depression after its defeat. The more simple-minded among them even went so far as to believe that since the party was now dominated by such a mean and worthless man as Wang Ming, there was no longer any hope for the revolution in China. But after a period of frustration and disappointment, the more far-sighted among them realized that the factional struggle at the university had to be seen in terms of the titanic struggle which was going on within both the CPSU and the Communist International as a whole, between the two camps of Stalinism and Trotskyism. Their struggle ended up in the same way as ours at KUTV, but with one difference: whereas we had turned to the Russian opposition after prevailing over our opponents, they had done so after suffering defeat on their campus. Asterisk. In the winter of 1927 more than 10 well-known oppositionists, among them Wang, had been expelled from the party and sent back to China. 2 of those expelled, however, Chn and Wen Yi, were not allowed to leave the Soviet Union. Isolated from the rest of the students, they were kept behind on the campus, awaiting further punishment. No one dared to approach them, and they made no attempt to speak to their fellow students. They just sat in the library all day reading, contemptuously ignored by the loyal elements. They were regarded with curiosity by the uncommitted majority as museum specimens of the species Trotskyist. While I was at KUTV and before I had any relations with the underground Trotskyist organization, this is precisely how the two men had struck me during my occasional visits to Sun Yat-sen University. They seemed set apart from the others, so that I gained the impression that apart from them there were no other Trotskyists among the Chinese students, or that if there were, they had been eliminated. In fact, there were still quite a few secret oppositionists among the teachers and the students at that time, and it was precisely these secret oppositionists who won Enfu and others over to Trotskyism during the period leading up to the summer vacation of 1928. My old friend Fan Chinpiao also came under the influence of this group. During the latter half of our stay in the rest house we went through a period of extremely strenuous political thinking and activity. After we had been there just over a month we were joined by Enfu and his friends, who had by then completed their spell of military training. They brought with them to the rest house tiny notebooks in which they had copied out the main oppositionist documents, covering page after page with thousands of tiny Chinese characters. These notebooks were surreptitiously passed from hand to hand, and very soon they had influenced considerable numbers of Chinese students, especially those from KUTV, of whom there were over 100 at the rest house. A much greater number had been sent either back to China or on to higher military academies in Moscow and Leningrad at the end of the first school year. Most of the ex-KUTV students in the rest house were incapable of putting up the slightest resistance to the ideological onslaught of the opposition. Within the ranks of the CPSU itself, a completely different mood prevailed. It was 6 months since the liquidation of the Russian opposition, when all oppositionists had been driven out of the party and some had been exiled or imprisoned under Article S8 of the Criminal Code. To make things worse, Zinoviev and Kamenev, 2 prominent leaders of the united opposition, had capitulated and renounced their views. A wave of capitulations followed. Every day Pravda was full of humiliating statements by former members of the opposition, which was to all appearances in a state of demoralization and disintegration. But here were we Chinese communists, stealthily and enthusiastically devouring these condemned and forbidden documents and turning en masse to the opposition. On the surface, this seemed like a paradox. It certainly made a startling contrast with our frame of mind just after we had arrived in Moscow a year before. We were not really Stalinists then, but because of our ill-informed prejudices about the two factions in the CPSU we had supported Stalin in his struggle against Trotsky. During the discussions leading up to the 15th Congress of the Russian Party some of us had doubted the correctness of the Comintern's policy in China, but few of us had thought the subject through to the end, or examined the arguments of the opposition that emerged in fragmentary or distorted forms from the official party documents. Most of us had believed that to do so would be disloyal to the party and therefore to the revolution. It had been drummed into us from the very beginning that any form of opposition or factional activity was harmful to the party and the revolution, if not downright counter-revolutionary. Without thinking, therefore, we had regarded the opposition as something poisonous and threatening, to be avoided at all costs. During the factional struggle at KUTV both sides had refrained from smearing each other as oppositionists, and both had been careful not to lay themselves open to such a charge, going out of their way to support the attacks on Trotsky. It was not that our support for Stalin had been insincere. In voting unanimously in favor of Stalin, we had been acting out of misconceived loyalty to the movement rather than from calculated obsequiousness to the leadership. By the late summer of 1928 our attitude towards the defeated and liquidated opposition had changed. For those Chinese communists at the rest house, emotional embrace preceded ideological acceptance. The opposition no longer seemed poisonous or untouchable to us. There was an almost holy aura about it, wronged and persecuted as it clearly was, and it quickly gained our sympathy and admiration. Our view of loyalty and disloyalty to the party was now quite the opposite of what it had been. At first I thought that this change was simply due to disillusion as a result of the factional struggles at the two universities, but there was more to it than that. The main reason why most of the Chinese students in Moscow began to go over to the opposition after the spring of 1928 was, as I soon realized, because the events of the last 6 months in China and the Soviet Union had confirmed the analysis of the opposition with surprising speed. In China, the Autumn Harvest Uprising and the Canton Insurrection in late 1927 demonstrated at terrible cost the failure of Stalin's policies. In the Soviet Union, the fallacies of the Stalinists were just as mercilessly exposed. We had been repeatedly told that the opposition was stirring up trouble amongst the Russian peasantry. We were also told that the peasants had been mollified. In reality, the opposite was true. The bread we ate was more and more often coarse and black. Emergency measures were introduced to ration food, and fruit had virtually disappeared from the market. After Trotsky's downfall, the kulaks went onto the offensive, forcing Stalin to launch a disorderly counterattack of his own. It became obvious that the opposition's warnings had been well grounded. I learned later that during 1928, despite the wave of recantations by well-known oppositionists, even larger numbers of rank-and-file members, especially young workers, joined or supported the underground organizations of the opposition. As autumn advanced, the new term began, and all the Chinese students returned from the rest house to Sun Yat-sen University. By this time one could say without exaggeration that 9/10 of the former KUTV students had been won over to Trotskyism. An organization to unite them was urgently needed. One Sunday in late September or early October, a dozen or so of us traveled out of Moscow by tram in groups of 2 or 3 to have a picnic. We found somewhere quiet, and there we ate, laughed, and sang. As soon as there were no Russian holidaymakers within earshot, we got down to more serious business. We discussed and finally settled the problem of how to organize so many Trotskyists. 3 of us, Fan Chinpyo and Fu and myself, were chosen from this conference of activists to form a leadership committee. All this happened long ago, and I cannot remember all those who were present at this meeting. Lohan had already returned to China. One comrade whose presence I particularly recall was Chi Tatsai, a memorable man of outstanding character. During the revolution, Chi Tatsai was chairman of the Federation of Labor in Zhejiang province. He was a tough-looking individual, and his courage and loyalty to the movement had won him enormous respect from the Hangzhou workers. While he was in Moscow, he showed himself to be a good student, and made rapid progress in studying Marxist and Leninist theory. Another comrade at the meeting who made a big impression on me was a worker called Pian Fu Lin. He was a reticent man who seldom spoke his mind, but when he did so he spoke well and to the point. They were both later arrested and probably died in Stalin's prisons. After the establishment of our 3-man committee, the influence of the opposition among the Chinese students in Moscow grew. The existence of our organization was almost an open secret among ex-KUTV students. Oppositionist documents were openly discussed, even in the presence of students who had not yet become members of the organization. It was at this time that we got hold of a mimeographed copy of Trotsky's critique of the draft program of the Comintern that had been widely but secretly circulated among Russian communists. Since most Chinese students were unable to read Russian, I was assigned to translate the document into Chinese. I began to do this in the ex-UTV library, where there were no longer any Chinese students and where none of the other foreign students read Chinese. I hid the document in a big volume of capital and translated it while pretending to take notes from Marx. At first I ran no risk of being discovered. It was unlikely that any of the students of the other nationalities would suspect me, since most of them knew who I was. I explained to the librarian at Su TV, a very kind old lady, that I had decided to come back to my old college to do my reading because I enjoyed the quietness of her room. She welcomed me warmly. In this way I managed to get most of the translation done. But then Professor Chn Han Sheng, who had once taught modern history at Peking University, also started to frequent the library, so I was forced to stop going there for fear of detection. The link man between us and the Russian Trotskyists was a young man called Polyakov, who had lectured at Sun Yat-sen University when Radek was principal. During the struggle against the opposition he had been expelled from the party and dismissed from his job. Now he was a shop floor worker in a Moscow factory. When he heard that I could find nowhere safe to work on my translation, he invited me to use his home, a small room in an old-fashioned apartment block not far from the XUTV library. He had been married for about a year to a young woman who was still a student at Moscow University. The first day I arrived there, Mrs. Polyakov was preparing a bottle for their baby, a little girl a few months old. She welcomed me warmly, and told me that my visit was very opportune, since she needed a babysitter that day. The baby was a beautiful child, lying asleep in her cot. If she cries when she wakes up, my young hostess said to me, give her this bottle. She's a very good little girl, I don't expect she'll give you any trouble. She gave me a cup of tea and a sandwich and left the flat with her husband, locking the door as she went. I then got down to work, pausing every now and then to feed the baby or change its nappy. I stayed there until the young woman returned home towards evening. This routine continued for nearly a fortnight until one morning, just as I was leaving college on my way to Polyakov's flat, I heard a voice calling out my name. I turned round to see a woman standing with her head and shoulders wrapped in a shawl, so that I did not recognize her at first. It was only when I walked up to her that I realized it was Mrs. Polyakov. She did not respond when I made to shake her hand, but beckoned me to follow her along the street. She was not her usual self, no joyous smile, no mischievous expression. Her eyes showed that she had been crying bitterly, and her face was pale with grief. We stopped at a corner of the street, where she told me that Polyakov had been arrested after leading a strike at his factory, and that she could no longer go back to university. She had no idea what to do next. Her only immediate plan was to return with the baby and her mother to her hometown on the Volga. After that we both fell silent. I could think of nothing to say that would comfort her. Finally she handed me a book which I had left at her home, a volume of Lenin's collected works with my name on it in Chinese. You're lucky, she told me, the GPU men didn't see it. Otherwise you might have been involved as well. I was grateful beyond words for her consideration. She dared not stay too long, so she shook hands with me, pulled her shawl back over her head again, and walked off, after we had wished each other good luck. This was the first time I had witnessed the persecution of a family of revolutionaries by the Stalinist secret police, and to this day I can clearly recall every detail of the scene. Since then I have heard nothing more of the fate of those women of three gentians. I hope that they really did have the good luck that I wished them. Polyakov was not the only one to be arrested. Along with him the entire underground committee of the Moscow opposition, of which he was a member, had been rounded up by the GPU. Subsequently even more people were implicated and taken off to prison. The fact that nothing happened to us Chinese Trotskyists shows that not a single one of those arrested betrayed our activities to the GPU. Once again I was without a place to work, and at a time when the demand for Chinese translations of oppositionist literature was very great. The exiled leaders of the opposition were at that time scattered all over the Asian part of the Soviet Union, from Central Asia and Siberia to the Caspian Sea. It was almost as if the clock had been turned back to the old Tsarist days. Here were these veteran revolutionaries, engaged in intense theoretical activity or political analysis of the world's situation from a small town along the northwestern border of China, a shabby hotel in Siberia or a ramshackle log cabin in the ice-sealed tundra. Stalin did not yet dare to prevent them from putting their views in writing and circulating them among themselves. First among the questions they discussed was the Chinese Revolution. The second was the Soviet economy, and the beginnings of a Stalinist left turn in economic policy. In these two discussions there were sharp divergences among the leaders of the opposition, with Trotsky and Rakovsky on one side and Radek and Preobrazhensky, who were later to capitulate to Stalin, on the other. The letters and articles which this debate produced were typed out in pamphlet form by underground oppositionist groups and widely circulated among the masses. We also got hold of some of these publications, and naturally wanted to translate them into our own language. Again, the problem was to find a safe place to work in. Since we were foreigners, our only links in Russia were with the party, so that it was impossible for us to find a room outside the university. Much to our surprise we did find a place, and a very good one at that, before long. But before telling that story, I want to mention some other developments which took place during that period. After the 6th Congress of the CCP had taken place in Moscow in 1928, a few of the delegates stayed on for the 6th Congress of the Comintern. Among them were Ch2Chiu Pai, Zhou Enlai, Chang Kuo Tao, Wang Zhoufei, Quan Shangying, and Lo Changlung. Ch2Chiu Pai had been stripped of the general secretaryship of the party at the 6th Congress, and replaced, just as the Stalin/MIF/Wang Ming group had wanted, by the worker communist Shang Chengfa. At the 6th Congress of the Comintern, however, Ch2 continued to act as chief spokesman for the CCP delegation, because of his proficiency in Russian and his relatively good grasp of Marxism. Officially Wang Ming's role at the Congress was that of interpreter, but in actual fact he and MIF began to play an important part in the Chinese delegation. They continued to edge Ch2Chiu Pai further away from the levers of power in the party, and this angered and upset some of the other delegates. Having brought Shang Chengfa into their orbit, MIF and Wang Ming set out to work on Zhou Enlai. Since he was a brilliant organizer and administrator, they wanted to win him over to accept their political and ideological leadership. Zhou was the member of the delegation most active among the Chinese students, and he received a particularly warm welcome from the party committee of the university, in other words the Wang Ming/MIF group. Ch2Chiu Pai and Chang Kuo Tao were also invited to address us. But the manner in which the three meetings were arranged was very different. Ch2Chiu Pai's reception was much cooler than Zhou Enlai's, and colder still was the reception given to Chang Kuo Tao. Although Trotsky had submitted his critique of the draft program of the Comintern to its 6th Congress, the Presidium had decided that it should not be published or circulated. It was probably only after considerable pressure from some delegates that they decided to allow a few leading members of each delegation to see it, on condition that the document was returned after reading. But despite these restrictions, Trotsky's critique had an important influence on the delegates. Nearly all those who read it were deeply impressed. Some of the delegations, for example the Americans and the Canadians, agreed with it immediately, smuggled a copy out of Russia and decided to struggle for its aims thenceforth. As the member of the Chinese delegation who knew Russian, Ch2Chiu Pai could read the document from beginning to end. The other delegates could only acquaint themselves with Trotsky's analysis at second hand through a few quotations, mostly wrenched out of context, which Wang Ming and his friends had translated into Chinese. I did not know Ch2Chiu Pai personally, nor did I have a chance to talk with him at that time. According to a friend of mine who was close to him, Ch2's first reaction to Trotsky's critique was not entirely negative, and he said that some of the points it raised were worth considering. But when he spoke at the Congress itself he sounded like a die-hard anti-Trotskyist, wholeheartedly supporting the official line of the Stalin-Bukharin leadership. Was Ch2 being true to himself in making such a speech? My answer is both yes and no. Although Ch2 is recorded in the history of the CCP as its leader in the period of armed putches, he was both physically and spiritually a weak man. As was shown by his behavior in later years, when he came under attack from his opponents in the party, he succumbed to pressure relatively easily. It seems to me that this was why he sided with Stalin and Bukharin at the Congress, even though he might earlier have sympathized with some of Trotsky's positions. At the same time, however, the fact that he came out and denounced the Russian opposition was not at all out of keeping with his beliefs, since on the question of the bourgeois democratic revolution Ch2-Chiu-Pai was a Leninist of the pre-1917 vintage. Trotsky's ideas seemed to him to contradict what Lenin had written. In this respect, one could call him a Chinese communist of the Russian old Bolshevik type. It is true that he had made a fairly systematic study of Lenin's works, but, like most Russian old Bolsheviks, he failed to notice the change that had taken place in Lenin's thinking during and after the revolution of 1917. In my view, this is the first reason why Ch2 openly came out in support of a policy which had actually betrayed the Chinese Revolution. The second reason for his attitude was probably the fact that he had been influenced by the campaign Stalin and Zinoviev had been carrying on ever since 1923, a campaign which falsified Trotsky's ideas and misrepresented them as the absolute antithesis of Leninism. But despite all this, Ch2-Chiu-Pai's Stalinism was not entirely to Stalin's liking. Ch2 was a thinker, and he took up Stalin's policies in his own way and expressed them in his own words. He therefore became a target for personal attacks, and MIF and Wang Ming branded him a Cerny Trotskyist. In later years Ch2 was very badly treated by the party, and all those who had had links with him were cruelly persecuted. His younger brother Ch2 Qingpai was driven mad while still in Moscow, and died there. Zhou Enlai was a man who had never shown any interest in revolutionary theory, but distinguished himself instead by his practical ability, his great energy, his shrewdness, his good looks, and his eloquence. There is no denying that Zhou was a revolutionary of sorts, but in the course of the ideological and political struggles that continuously rocked the inner life of the party, he was never once to be found on the losing side, upholding some remote and lofty ideal. That would have been completely out of keeping with his character. He was strong and wanted to be so, and in disputes he therefore invariably sided with the strongest party. He was born to be a kingmaker, rather than a king. Every aspiring leader in the party always wanted to win over Zhou and make use of his talents as an administrator. In the long history of intra-party struggles in the Chinese Revolution, the fact that Zhou emerged so often on the winning side earned him the nickname of Pu Tao Wang. By comparison with Zhou Enlai, Wang Ming was a mere dwarf. There was only one area where Wang Ming clearly excelled, in the tenacity with which he strove after the top place in the party. He would stop at nothing to achieve his aim, and considered any tactics legitimate, however damaging to the revolution and however shameful. The 1928 attempt to raise Zhou Enlai's status at the expense of Ch2-Chiu-Pai was largely the work of Wang Ming. Considering his low status in the party, it might seem that Wang still had a very long way to go before reaching his goal. But given his close links with the ruling group in the CPSU, he had every reason to make such preparations. In Wang Ming's timetable, the substitution of Shang Chengfa for Ch2-Chiu-Pai was simply one step on the path towards the final seizure of power in the party. Paying court to Zhou Enlai was simply the modern equivalent of the 2nd century would-be Emperor Liu Bei paying court to the brilliant administrator Zhou Yang. Zhou Enlai was naturally pleased by the attentions being paid to him. He could not but have a poor opinion of Wang Ming, but he was full of admiration for Stalin, MIF, and others, whose faction had won control of the CPSU and the Comintern. Under such circumstances it was out of the question that Zhou would consider seriously the theoretical and political arguments of the Russian opposition. Chiang Kuo-Tao, who lacked Ch2-Chiu-Pai's learning and Zhou Enlai's talents, inspired not the slightest fear in Wang Ming and his friends, who made no attempt to court him, but ignored and even despised him. Chang was therefore the most lonely man in the Chinese delegation. I remember I once had a conversation with him in the room of an interpreter called Shi Wensheng. Since she and I were the only others present, Chang, who was usually a very reticent man, dropped his guard a little and began to talk more freely. He complained of the frustration he felt in Moscow. He told us, Lenin once said that people who cannot read stand outside politics. In Moscow, people who cannot read Russian stand outside politics. The implication of his remark was obvious. I realized at once that he was dissatisfied with the red compradors like Wang Ming. She responded to Chang's remark with an embarrassed smile, and I too smiled and said nothing. Chang seemed to sense that he had gone too far, so he suddenly changed the subject and began instead to talk about the one-eyed General Lupo Cheng, who was at that time attending a military academy in Moscow, and the delicious Zekwain's food that Lu could cook. Knowing that Chang Kuo-Tao was out of favor and dissatisfied with the faction in power, one Chinese comrade had tried to win him over to the opposition. But it turned out that Chang was at least as unwilling as Zhou Enlai to side with the truth in defeat. Some of the Chinese delegates, however, were sincerely interested in finding out about the view of the Russian opposition. Among them were Wang Zhofei, Quan Shangying, and Lo Changlung. They came to the views of the opposition without prejudice, and where they did not accept them were at least prepared to give them consideration. We gave all of them documents, which they read carefully and responded to rather favorably. I have already described our difficulties in finding somewhere for me to do my translations after Polyakov's arrest. For about a fortnight after that I had found it impossible to do any work whatsoever. We searched high and low for a new place, and asked everyone we knew in Moscow. Then we were unexpectedly offered Wang Zhofei's room in the Smart Europa Hotel. After he had read the oppositionist writings on the Chinese Revolution, Wang Zhofei had been deeply impressed. His own experiences in China confirmed the truth of the oppositionist arguments. On other issues in the dispute, economic construction in the Soviet Union, problems of the British and German revolutions and so forth, Wang was more doubtful. Because of his lack of theoretical training and his ignorance of world politics, he found it impossible to say which side of the argument was right. On the current situation in China, he did not accept completely the resolutions of the CCP 6th Congress, but he did not agree with the criticisms Trotsky raised of the democratic dictatorship slogan for China either. He had not formed any opinion of his own on the perspectives of the Chinese Revolution. Such was Wang Zhofei's position at that time, and it is therefore not surprising that he took a sympathetic attitude towards us. As soon as he heard of my problem, he made his room available to me during the day, while he was away at the office of the Commandant's Eastern Department. I would arrive at his room at about 9 o'clock every morning, and he would leave shortly afterwards. I used to take a few slices of bread with me, so that I could work uninterruptedly until he returned in the afternoon. I worked in Wang Zhofei's room for several days, just long enough to complete my translation of that part of the critique which dealt with the Chinese Revolution. Wang Zhofei was running something of a risk in helping us in this way, since his wife, Li Peitse, a student at Sun Yat-sen University, was well known to be a staunch supporter of the Wang Ming group. Naturally, Wang Zhofei was well aware of his wife's political leanings, and was careful never to reveal his sympathies to her. Wang Zhofei died for the CCP in 1946, killed in an air crash while flying back from Chungking to Yan'an. I have decided to reveal this secret episode in Wang Zhofei's life for two main reasons. First, he is dead anyway, and no harm can come to him for his error, and second, the fact that he committed such an error shows to my mind that he was not a time server, but a revolutionary of character and integrity. Wang Zhofei and the other two delegates who had expressed sympathy for the opposition returned to China one after the other. Once they plunged back into party work, they lost all interest in the unpractical disputes on theoretical principles which had disturbed their thinking for a while. they reverted once again to the blind activities at which they so excelled. They linked up with what was left of the party apparatus after the defeats that had been suffered and threw themselves back into the struggle. Through hard work and effort they finally worked their way to the top of the party hierarchy, and after that they never again re-established contact with the Chinese Trotskyist movement. Lo Changlung's political evolution was rather different from that of Wang and Quan. He became the leader of a new faction in the party, the so-called conciliationist faction, as Wang Ming called those who opposed Li Lisan without wholeheartedly supporting himself. This grouping had no differences of principle with the ruling Stalinist faction, but in the recalcitrance they displayed towards the Wang Ming clique one could just catch a glimmer of the influences which their leader, Lo Changlung, had been exposed to in Moscow. Wang Ming and his friends attacked the conciliationists in the most unscrupulous and treacherous way. Finally Chiang Kai-shek intervened to assure Wang Ming of victory in the struggle by arresting and executing all of the conciliationists with the sole exception of Lo Changlung. Even after his narrow escape, Lo refused to draw any lessons from his experience. He made no attempt to find a way to Trotskyism. Instead, utterly demoralized and disillusioned, he opted for conciliation with the Kuomintang. In the winter of 1928 the opposition rapidly expanded its organization among the Chinese students in Moscow. We had comrades everywhere, in the Lenin Institute, in the various military academies, and in particular at Sun Yat-sen University, where out of a total of 400 students about 150 were Trotskyists, either as members or as close sympathizers of the organization. By then copies of Trotsky's famous article Problems of the Chinese Revolution after the Sixth Congresses had already arrived in Moscow, provoking a heated debate, particularly among us Chinese students. Trotsky's arguments did not win unanimous or immediate support. We were particularly reluctant to accept his central slogan, the call for a constituent, or national, assembly. We were mere novices in revolutionary theory at that time, and we knew even less about revolutionary strategy and tactics and the need to apply them flexibly and in accordance with changing circumstances. What little theory we had been taught at university was abstract and schematic, and our grounding in the history of Bolshevism was extremely shallow. Moreover, the fa.ct that we had just left behind a defeated revolution meant that we were embittered and enraged, and as such unconditional leftists, whether or not we were aware of being so. We were ready to accept any slogan or position which appeared to be leftist, pure socialist, or tending towards direct action. By the same token we found it very difficult to accept any tactic which could in any way be interpreted as rightist, moderate, or bourgeois in character. Up to then we had considered Trotsky's positions consistently left, but on reading his article, and in particular the section on the Constituent Assembly slogan, it seemed to us young fanatics as if he had suddenly leapt to the right of Stalin. At the 6th Congress of the CCP the call for establishing Soviets in China was rejected as a slogan for direct action, but retained as a propaganda slogan to be acted upon when the next revolutionary wave drew near. Thus the 6th Congress left the CCP without a central political slogan, although nominally the call for Soviets continued to play that role. This disastrous decision had come about because Stalin and Bukharin had failed to understand the new situation that had emerged in China after the defeat of the revolution. The result was that the CCP pursued counterproductive putschist policies for a number of years afterwards. It was not until years later, particularly after the Xi'an incident of December 1936, that I realized just how profound and far-sighted Trotsky's thinking on this question had been. If Trotsky's views on the Chinese Revolution were, without exception, the embodiment of his political genius, then his decision to put forward the slogan of the Constituent Assembly in the autumn of 1928 was his boldest and most flexible policy stroke ever, if at the same time the most difficult for his followers to grasp. I sometimes thought that if the CCP had accepted this policy at that time, that is to say if they had adopted the slogan of a Constituent Assembly and fought for it as Trotsky proposed, instead of waiting for 7 years until 1993 before coupling the slogan with offers of a shameful capitulation to the Chiang Kai-shek regime, then the lives of many tens of thousands of revolutionaries would have been spared. Chiang Kai-shek's reactionary rule would have ended much sooner than it did. The Japanese militarists would perhaps not have acted so recklessly, and the situation in China and Asia as a whole in the next 2 or 3 decades would have been quite different. At the time, however, not only Stalinists but even those of us who accepted Trotsky's positions on every other fundamental question thought that he had made a grave mistake in putting forward such an opportunist slogan. Among the Trotskyists in Moscow there was none who did not recognize that the counter-revolution had triumphed in China, and that its reign would last for some time. However, none of us had gone on to ask what tactics we should adopt in our revolutionary work. We realized that in such a situation it was wrong to call for direct armed insurrection under the banner of Soviets. Stalin and Ch2Chiu knew it too, which was why they decided to withdraw it for the time being as a slogan for immediate action. But what slogan should we use? What slogan covered all the features of the new situation in which the counter-revolution had triumphed, in which all the democratic tasks remained unresolved, and yet in which the revolutionary forces, despite their severe defeat, had somehow managed to survive? We Trotskyists were just as incapable as Stalin and Ch2Chiu of providing an answer to this question. It was Trotsky who came up with the correct formula, a revolutionary democratic program, with the call for a constituent assembly as its central slogan. This was, of course, precisely what was needed to meet the circumstances, but Stalin, Ch2Chiu and others, rejected it as a liquidationist or social democratic deviation. Cowed by these attacks and influenced by our own immature prejudices, we dared not accept the slogan. We Chinese Trotskyists were so puzzled by it that we continued to argue and quarrel heatedly over it even after our return to China. The first to accept the slogan was the veteran communist Liu Zhenqing. However, his interpretation of it astonished us all. He pointed to the stability of the Chinese bourgeoisie, and argued that China could only develop politically through parliamentarianism. A new revolution would break out only after such a development, and its problems would be solved only at a higher historical stage. In the eyes of most Chinese Trotskyists, Liu was advocating the abandonment of the revolution. A few of our sympathizers were frightened away by Liu's ultra-rightist interpretation of Trotsky's policy. After long discussions, the majority of us accepted Trotsky's slogan, but we understood it to mean that our chief aim in a democratic struggle for a constituent assembly would be to re-establish contact with the masses during a period of counter-revolution, to rally the revolutionary forces against the military dictatorship, and to prepare the way for a new revolutionary upsurge. This interpretation, despite its imperfections, was leftist in orientation and was, in our opinion, much closer to the spirit of the slogan than that of Liu. In this way the ideological confusion caused by the Constituent Assembly slogan was finally dispelled, and the organization of the opposition among the Chinese students in Moscow continued to grow. New names were added daily to our list of sympathizers. Despite its ambition of seizing the leadership of the whole of the Chinese party, Wang Ming's University Party Committee neither led an ideological life of its own, nor allowed the students to lead theirs. It merely frittered away its time in trivialities. To take just one example, a girl student called Chu was cruelly rebuked and tormented for several nights in succession before a general meeting of all the students of the university just because she had fallen in love with 2 men at the same time. The overwhelming majority of the students found this sort of party work nauseating. Not surprisingly, the more serious-minded among them turned towards the opposition. We managed to keep our organization secret, and the existence of our 3-man committee was known only to a very few people. Nevertheless, nearly everyone was aware of the functioning of the opposition, and oppositionist documents were easily obtainable. Of the XXUTV students, only a handful stayed outside the orbit of the opposition. Most of them either joined us, or sympathized with our aims. As far as I remember, only 2 were worthless enough to turn towards the Wang Ming clique. One of these was nicknamed Old Widow, a pun on his adopted Russian name of Logov. Old Widow was a native of Shenzi province, and a former political commissar with General Feng Yixing's army. He was now playing the part of double agent between us and the Wang Ming clique. It was he who a year or so later betrayed the whole of our Moscow organization to the GPU. By the end of 1928, the Stalinist Party Committee at the university became more and more aware of a growing silent opposition to its rule on the campus. They took many measures to stave off the threat from the oppositionist forces. First, they organized shock troops to beat up suspected oppositionists and intimidate undesirable elements. This policy was carried out under the pretext of selecting and cultivating worker comrades, by grouping together strong but dull-witted worker comrades as party activists. Some of these comrades were natives of Shantung province who had been sent to work in France during the First World War and who had stayed on there after the armistice, where they had been recruited by the CCP branch in Paris. Their main contribution to party work in France was to defend the organization against attacks from thugs hired by the Chinese nationalists. As comrades they were sincere enough, but they unfortunately completely lacked understanding. They believed in communism and the party, and were willing to support anything that was done in the name of the party and anyone who sat in the party committee offices. In their eyes, especially after they had been educated by Wang Ming and his friends, anyone who had differences with the committee was as much an enemy as the nationalists had been, to be dealt with in the same way. Apart from these men, Wang Ming's shock troops also included a small number of workers from Shanghai, the two best known of which were Li Qianzhu and Wang Yi and Cheng. The shock troops also served as Wang Ming's bodyguard. Wherever he went, his crack unit went with him. However, this display of force only made the Wang Ming clique even more abhorrent to the rank-and-file student body and helped the growth of the opposition. The second main measure used against those suspected of belonging to the opposition was the so-called transference of party membership. The aim of this maneuver was to purge oppositionists from the party without resorting to formal expulsion. In accordance with the principle of internationalism, members of one section of the world communist movement automatically became members of another section when they passed from one country to another. In this way, CCP members studying in the Soviet Union for any length of time had till now been automatically considered to be members of the CPSU, and so far no one had thought of questioning the procedure. All of a sudden Wang Ming and his friends discovered that this was wrong, since in their view membership of the CCP could not be put on a par with membership of the CPSU. They argued that a Chinese Communist in Moscow had fewer rights than a Russian Communist, and if he wanted to live, study, and work in Russia as a Communist, he should have to apply to the CPSU for membership and be subjected to a careful examination. This process was called transference of party membership. General meetings of the whole student body were convened, at which those students who had applied for transfer were called to the platform and asked to give a report on their own background and personal history. They were then subjected to criticism from the masses, and were made to answer questions. If the masses were satisfied with an applicant's report and with his answers to the questions and criticisms raised, his application for transfer was granted and he was thereafter regarded as a first-class party member. But if doubts were raised, his application was most unlikely to be accepted. In such cases some of the unsuccessful applicants were allowed to retain their second-class membership, but others were stripped even of that. Needless to say, this was precisely why the transfer meetings were held. However, the fact that Wang Ming and his friends were prepared to admit openly that the CPSU enjoyed a higher status than our own party clearly exposed their servility. It also showed how evil-intentioned they were, driving people into hell under the pretext of sending them on to heaven. They held several general meetings of this sort, and each one provoked more and more people to anger. Finally we decided to boycott such sessions and to refrain from applying for transfer. 9 out of 10 students supported this boycott, and the party committee was forced to abandon the transfer ceremony. The frustration of this plot did not mean of course that Wang Ming and his friends gave up persecuting and oppressing their opponents on the campus. On the contrary, they continued to do so with redoubled efforts after the spring of 1929, but the methods that they adopted were no longer the same. I mentioned earlier that by this time the influence of the opposition in the Soviet Union was growing rapidly. As a result of the deepening crisis in the country, Stalin was forced to adopt some of the ideas of the left opposition, and to break with his right-wing Bukharinite allies. Trotsky's warnings against the danger from the right, denounced as slanders against the party just a year ago, were suddenly confirmed. These were now taken up by Stalin himself, who urged all party members to be ready to fight against a threat the existence of which he had denied right up to that very moment. Trotsky's prestige was therefore restored with surprising speed. The Russian people were more ready than ever to listen to what the opposition had to say, and Trotsky's secretly circulated articles were in great demand. A similar shift of mood and sympathy also took place among the Chinese students in Moscow. Those who a year ago had half-heartedly supported Stalin began to turn towards Trotsky. Clandestine Trotskyist organizations in Moscow were repeatedly raided, but new ones immediately sprang up to replace them. Trotsky himself was exiled to Alma-Ata, a remote city in Soviet Central Asia near China's western border. He lived there under close surveillance, and his correspondence with friends was both censored and otherwise interfered with. But, despite this, his articles were invariably in wide circulation within a month of being written. Trotsky had supporters and sympathizers everywhere, and even some of the secret police agents detailed to keep watch on him used to give him covert help on occasions. Since the struggle for power between the various factions had not yet finally been settled, some professional bureaucrats were continuing to hedge their bets in case of a sudden reversal of fortunes in the final round. Every year the Chinese students in Moscow had to spend a certain part of their time in productive work. Some of them were sent to work in the Moscow factories, while a smaller number, usually those who had lost their membership of the party, were sent out to factories or gold mines in the provinces. When they got back to Moscow they brought with them information about the local situation and the mood of the workers. We learned from these sources that Russian workers were becoming more and more sympathetic to the Trotskyists, and were so dissatisfied with the government that the smallest incident would often provoke a strike. Naturally, Stalin was very worried by these developments. And yet he dared not put Trotsky in jail, let alone kill him. At first he tried to silence his opponent by ordering him, in the name of the Central Committee, to put a stop to his political activities, but Trotsky refused to do so. Stalin therefore decided to deport him from the Soviet Union, a decision which was carried out in January 1929. The preparations for Trotsky's deportation were made in strict secrecy. We already knew that Stalin and the Central Committee would place harsher and harsher constraints on Trotsky's activities, and we fully expected that the persecution of the opposition would increase. However, none of us imagined that they would go so far as to deport him. Naturally, the news was a great shock to the oppositionists, but publicly people did not seem to be very much concerned by it. The report of the deportation was tucked away in an obscure comber of Pravda, and we did not notice any particularly emotional reactions to it among any sections of the community. But a fortnight or so later something very different happened. We were on our way to the university one morning when we noticed clusters of people standing around newsstands reading, talking, and even arguing. Realizing that something important must have happened, I bought a paper and found a piece by Yaroslavsky on the front page with the banner headline "Mr. Trotsky's First Step Abroad." Alongside the 93 article was a photographic reproduction of the front page of the London Daily Express, featuring an article by Trotsky. Without even revealing anything of the content of the article, Yaroslavsky claimed that no sooner was Trotsky out of the country than he was fighting against the Soviet Union and was in collusion with the imperialists. Yaroslavsky's attack was a real blow below the belt. After 10 years of outright hostility between the Soviet Union and the imperialist countries, there was a widespread misconception, especially among young people, that under no circumstances should a revolutionary make use of the bourgeois press. This misconception had been further strengthened by the fact that in the Soviet Union the press was controlled by the Communist Party. People were either unaware or had forgotten that revolutionaries under bourgeois regimes were sometimes compelled to make use of the bourgeois press, publish books through bourgeois publishing houses, and issue statements through the mass media. Taking advantage of this ignorance, Yaroslavsky and Stalin used the fact that Trotsky had granted an interview to a Daily Express correspondent and had contributed an article to the paper, to launch a smear campaign against him. The trick worked. The report caused a sensation, arousing suspicion not only among ordinary Russians but also among us Chinese Trotskyists. We regretted that Trotsky had committed a blunder, which in our view could only play into the hands of his enemies. Trotsky had not yet been deprived of his citizenship and was living in the Soviet consulate in Constantinople. He was well informed about what was going on in Russia. As soon as he heard what had happened, he wrote an article entitled An Open Letter to the Soviet Workers in which he exposed the hypocrisy of Yaroslavsky and Stalin, accusing them of persecuting him in collusion with a reactionary foreign government, and protested against Stalin's criminal decision to deport one of the founders of the Soviet Union from his own country. He then went on to give examples from Lenin's life to show that it was common practice and entirely permissible for revolutionaries to grant interviews to bourgeois correspondents and write articles for the bourgeois press. His open letter was widely circulated among the masses, and was warmly received as it was brilliantly written and full of passion. I translated it into Chinese, and although it lost much of its original fire and beauty in the process, it still greatly charmed and moved our Chinese comrades, some of whom began to cry as they read it. It is a pity that neither the original nor the translation was ever sent to China. I remember it as one of the most moving things that Trotsky ever wrote, matched only by the article Son, Friend, and Fighter, which he wrote after the mysterious death of his son, Leon Sedov, in a Paris hospital in 1938. However, Trotsky's deportation and Stalin's campaign against him could not prevent the further growth of the opposition in the Soviet Union. By this time the split between Stalin and Bukharin was an open secret. Bukharin wrote an article criticizing Stalin's policy towards the peasants, and we were told that he had made secret contacts with Kamina, his former opponent and now a capitulator to Stalin. Before long we saw Stalin striking heavy blows at the rightist opposition. The quarrels between the Stalinists and the Bukharinites did much to open the eyes of the masses to the reality of the Leninist solidarity of the Central Committee of the party. Up to that time there had been a feeling among the masses to the effect that although Trotsky was an outstanding leader and a great hero, he was by nature an uncooperative troublemaker. Some people therefore saw it as a regrettable necessity to get rid of him in order to maintain the Leninist solidarity of the Central Committee and permit it to function as an efficient collective. Demagogic talk about the need for a collective leadership was one of Stalin's main weapons against Trotsky, and it was in the name of precisely such a collective leadership by ordinary folk that he denounced the Trotskyists for engaging in hero worship and the cult of personality. After the spring of 1929, however, naive misconceptions and deliberate smears of this sort were refuted by events. The reason why a great hero had been driven out of the country by ordinary folk was by now clear: a thoroughly ordinary individual was himself anxious to lay claim to genius. Although not everyone saw this immediately, they could hardly miss the fact that only a month or so after the deportation of the troublemaker Trot-Ky there was still no solidarity in the Central Committee. The differences between the various leaders were if anything more unprincipled than they had ever been. Lenin's faithful disciples were behaving in a way unworthy of the name, fighting against each other at one moment and recanting and capitulating the next. The result was that the common people began to think more and more sympathetically of Trotsky. The deeper one went among the masses, the more often one 95 would hear remarks such as, "He alone was a real man." This was particularly the case among those who had personally experienced the revolution, and among ex-Red Army men who had fought under him. Although the few contacts I had in Moscow were for the most part party members, I also heard several remarks of this sort. It was at about this time that we began to exchange correspondence with those Chinese Trotskyists who had been expelled and sent back to China a year before. From their letters we learned that they had succeeded in organizing oppositionist nuclei in Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Peking. In Shanghai they had established a connection with a book company called New Universe, through which they were preparing to publish a few oppositionist pamphlets. We were told that our Hong Kong friends were working in the docks, while those who had gone to Peking were active among students, and had published a national magazine called Our Word. I sent the Chinese translations of the oppositionist documents to Shi Tiang, who was at that time responsible for the Shanghai organization, through the New Universe Book Company. A number of students were due to be sent back to China in May or June of that year. Some of them had been chosen by the party committee, while others were going of their own accord. The majority were either secret members of, or sympathizers with, the opposition. We were faced with two questions: how we should work once we got back to China, and how we should go about setting up an all-China Trotskyist organization. These questions were the two items on the agenda of a conference we convened at the campus of the Artillery School in Moscow. Besides the three leading members of the oppositionist organization at Sun Yat-sen University, representatives of oppositionist groups at the various military schools also attended, together with Liu Jianqing. We arrived at the following conclusions. 1. When we returned to China we should stay in the CCP and thereby prove ourselves to be good communists. We reasoned that it was only by establishing our reputation as brave fighters, and by winning the respect and confidence of our fellow party members through our part in the actual revolutionary struggle, that we could earn the right to put forward our views and win support for them. But in order to remain within the party we would have to hide the fact that we were Trotskyists, since the party rules forbade the existence of factions. We therefore decided that in our actions we would abide by party discipline and obey the decisions of the majority, while in ideological or political discussions we would criticize the wrong tactical and strategic decisions adopted by the 6th Congress of the CCP in such a way as would not immediately reveal us as oppositionists. Since we still considered ourselves to be a faction of the CCP, and saw our task as rectifying the mistakes in the party caused by the dominant influence of Stalinism, we did not intend to form a new political party. If we were expelled, we would not make any attempt to set up a new oppositionist organization, but would continue our revolutionary activities within the framework of the organization already established by the Trotskyists who had returned to China before us. With the sole exception of Liu Jianqing, who declared that he had no intention of wasting time and energy on working in the CCP and would devote himself entirely to oppositionist work once he got back to China, all those present at the meeting accepted these decisions and agreed to abide by them. Liu, who had only contempt for the callow youths who were working for the opposition in China, declared that it was impossible for him to say in advance whether he could work with them once he returned to China, or precisely what form his work for the opposition would take. He could not be bound by any decision in this respect. We were very dissatisfied both with his attitude towards the CCP, which was in contradiction with that of the rest of the opposition, and also with his arrogant attitude towards the oppositionists who had returned to China before us. After a long discussion and considerable criticism, Liu finally agreed to submit to the majority, though his actions when he got back to China belied his apparent submission. He returned from the Soviet Union via Europe, and stopped off en route to pay a visit to Trotsky in Principe. He spent some days with the old man, who took advantage of the occasion to write the draft program of the Chinese Bolshevik-Leninists, which Liu Jianqing afterwards brought back to China with him. Most of us Chinese students in Moscow were very keen to get back to China as quickly as possible, so that we could put the political line of the opposition into practice. We reasoned that as we were first and foremost Chinese revolutionaries, our proper battlefield was China. If we stayed on in Moscow we would undoubtedly increase our academic understanding of Marxism, but there would be less and less work for us to do there. Our activities were of necessity confined to the Chinese student body, whose numbers had dropped by the summer of 1929 from almost 1,000 to only 400 or 500. Of that number, nearly a third had already been won over to our side. We believed that returning to China was the only way in which we could prove the correctness of the platform of the opposition and win new forces to it. True, it would be safer and more comfortable to remain in Moscow, since China was at that time in the grip of the White Terror and revolutionaries were losing their lives every day and every hour. But only the sort of cowards who belonged to the Wang Ming clique would tremble at the idea of returning home, or would attempt to intimidate those they disliked by threatening to send them back. We despised them for their attitude, and the overwhelming majority of underground oppositionists among the Chinese student body wanted to return to China as soon as the second academic year was over. As our desire to return became more and more apparent, the members of the clique in charge of the party committee changed their attitude accordingly. If their aim had simply been to seize power at the university, as it had been 18 months earlier, then they could easily have disposed of the problem by shunting all undesirable and unreliable elements back home. But now their ambitions had swollen, and they looked upon the whole of the Chinese party as their sphere of influence. The methods they used to deal with their opponents, Trotskyists and non-Trotskyists alike, changed correspondingly. They would no longer just send us back, without regard for what we might get up to in the party in China. They preferred to keep us in Moscow, where they could keep an eye on us and if necessary have us liquidated with the help of Stalin's secret police. It was therefore no easy matter for us to be sent home, especially for those of us considered by the party committee to be suspect but politically able, and unlikely to quit the party or go over to the reactionary camp once we got back to China. Those of us who were in this category would scarcely be allowed to return unless we managed in some way to win the confidence of the Wang Ming group. Here I would like to relate two incidents which concern myself. My health had never been good, and while I was in Moscow I used to go to see the university doctor once or twice a month. I was rarely seriously sick, most of my ailments were of a minor sort, such as colds and high temperatures brought on by fatigue, so I had never applied to go to a rest home or a sanatorium. However, one day in the spring of 1929 I was unexpectedly informed by the head of the university hospital that I had been granted permission to go to a health resort on the Black Sea. It was like a gift from heaven. My destination was a place near the beautiful town of Feodosia on the Crimean Peninsula, where I stayed for a month. It was a very picturesque little place, and most of the people taking cures there were high-ranking officials from factories and party or government offices in Moscow and Leningrad. The only other Chinese there apart from me was an active supporter of the Wang Ming group. Obviously, to be sent to a resort such as this was a very different matter from being sent to a rest home in a Moscow suburb, and was in fact a privilege reserved for the higher ranks. So why was it that I was sent there, and even before the summer holidays had begun? Lying there on the sandy beach soaking up the warm Crimean sun, I could not help asking myself this question. It was obvious that the party committee must have spoken up on my behalf, or I would never have been so lucky. But my relations with the party committee were cool, not to say hostile. I had no personal contact with Wang Ming. We did not even acknowledge one another when we met on the street. I heartily despised him, and for his part he clearly had no reason to like me. He could not yet know for certain that I was a member of the opposition, but he must have realized that I was not an active supporter of the party committee. The number 2 man in the hierarchy of the Wang Ming faction was Ho Zishu. He and I were in the same class together at Sun Yat-sen University, and we were on fairly good terms with one another. Nevertheless, one could hardly call our relationship a close one, since he was a top member of the party committee while I was a non-activist. Shortly before I was notified of my selection for a health cure, however, I noticed that he began to warm towards me, constantly asking after my health and chiding me for not looking after myself properly. It was therefore not very difficult for me to guess who I had to thank for my stroke of good luck. Then I realized that this unasked-for favor was actually part of a plan to win me over to the side of the Wang Ming group, and thus to strike a blow at the dissident camp among the Chinese students in Moscow, which they feared might provide the nucleus for a Chinese Trotskyist opposition. The second incident was even more unexpected than the first. One evening towards the end of July, not long after I had returned from 99. The Crimea, I was called to the office of the party committee and told that I had been assigned to participate in a big anti-war and anti-imperialist demonstration in Leningrad on August, as the CCP representative in a delegation that included several members of the Comintern and that was to be led by Ernst Thälmann, leader of the Communist Party of Germany. There was also a number of other well-known German leaders of the delegation, including Romelli, who was killed by Stalin a few years later. I was very surprised to find myself in such distinguished company, but even more so by the fact that the party committee had chosen me to represent them. After all, an assignment of this sort was far too good for someone who was not even a member of the Wang Ming clique. Members of such delegations would be entertained and cheered wherever they went, they would watch the demonstration from a special rostrum, and be expected to make short speeches at meetings and to pay visits to factories and other institutions. So how was it that I, a rank-and-file student who had no special links with the party committee, suddenly found myself singled out for such an honor? Was it because I knew a little Russian? But there were other followers of Wang Ming whose Russian was better than mine. In terms of seniority and work record, my qualifications were rather meager. So what, then, was the real cause of my sudden promotion? Without doubt, it was just one more step by the Wang Ming faction in their long-term strategy for fighting the opposition. Nevertheless, it gave me a chance to see at close range something of the privileges which the Soviet bureaucrats enjoyed, at a time when the system of privileges in general had not yet fully developed. In addition to this, I also got the chance to visit the scene of the October Revolution. Thälmann and others had just attended the 10th plenary session of the Comintern Executive. This meeting was a landmark in the history of the Comintern, and represented an abrupt lurch to the left. It was at this plenum that the Communist International officially announced that the world revolution had entered its third period, during which world capitalism would collapse on all fronts and the revolution would go into a general offensive. Stalin also performed an important organizational maneuver at this session, officially removing Bukharin from the position as head of the Comintern to which he had been elected at its 6th Congress. Perhaps it was as a reward for the services he rendered in this operation that Thälmann was chosen to officiate at the Leningrad demonstration on his way back to Germany. 2 Italian students from the Communist University for the Toilers of the West and I were added to the German delegation to give it a more international look. On the night of July 30th we traveled to Leningrad by train. I shared a compartment with an Italian comrade called Niccolò, who taught me how to sing Avanti Popolo. It was daybreak when we arrived in Leningrad. Outside the railway station there were some cars waiting to take us to the Smolny Institute, where the headquarters of the October Revolution had been. I felt as if I were on a pilgrimage. Only a few months before I had read John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World, and I was therefore familiar with the role that the building had played during the revolution. I had a fresh impression in my mind of the corridors milling with workers and soldiers, and the rooms where Lenin, Trotsky, and the other Bolshevik leaders had worked. Now I had the chance to see with my own eyes what I had so far only read in books. It was a fascinating experience, but at the same time it set me thinking. The 2 giants who had planned and directed the revolution from this place were now gone, one dead and the other deported. Niccolò and I, together with another German comrade, were put up for the night in the peasants' home in Smolny. It was a quiet place, ideal for resting in, which before the revolution had been a dormitory for senior nuns. Thälmann and the other VIPs stayed in a luxury hotel. On the day that we arrived in Leningrad, a meeting of party activists was held in the Uritsky Palace to celebrate the approaching August 1st anti-war day. We were seated on the platform as part of the Presidium. Kirov, who became famous a few years later after his assassination, officiated at the meeting, and Thälmann delivered the main address. There was no doubt about Thälmann's talents as a speaker. Unlike most communist leaders in recent years, he did not read from a long prepared text, but spoke fluently and impromptu, with a lively style. He had a resounding voice, and gave an impression of real strength to his audience. What was more, he spoke briefly and to the point, which must have been a pleasant surprise for his listeners, for whom set speeches were generally a torture. That afternoon or the next, there was a demonstration of tens of thousands of workers through Leningrad. we were again invited to mount the rostrum, where we stood alongside all the dignitaries. We reviewed the procession, and received the cheers of the demonstrators. This was the last time I was to play such a role. Those of us on the rostrum were expected to acknowledge the cheering crowds by waving back at them and keeping fixed smiles on our faces for what seemed an interminable period. Of all the Stalinist ceremonial formalities, this was perhaps the commonest, and to review such a demonstration was regarded as a matter of the highest honor by reviewers and reviewed alike. I saw things rather differently, however. In my opinion the role was a painful one to play, and the performance as a whole quite meaningless. This is not to say, of course, that the demonstration itself was meaningless. But it does seem to me that once something becomes a mere formality, a prearranged ceremony in which every last detail is prescribed by some bureaucrat, it inevitably loses all its revolutionary significance. Worse still, this whole ridiculous performance could only serve a reactionary and counter-revolutionary purpose. It was precisely in rituals of this sort that the ugliness of the personality cult and the ambitions of some leaders revealed themselves most clearly. As I write these lines in the autumn of 1956, the leaders of the CCP are busy expressing their opposition to Stalin's personality cult. But the most fanatical and dramatic expression of that cult, the march past the reviewing stand, has been plagiarized to the letter in China on an even more massive and intimidating scale. One is forced to conclude that the CCP has yet to take the first step on the road to opposing the personality cult. On the day after we had reviewed the demonstration, we were taken on a visit to Tsarskoye Selo and a number of factories, including the Putilov Steel Works, which had played such an important part in the October Revolution. The afternoon was free of official engagements, and we were allowed to go wherever we liked. I went to see a friend I had got to know during my stay in the Crimea, a leading trade unionist at the Red October confectionery factory. He spent the whole afternoon showing me round Leningrad. First of all he took me to the Vyborg district, which had provided the main forces for the revolution in 917. Then we went for a walk along the Neva River and the Nevsky Prospect. He also took me to the world-famous Hermitage Museum. In the evening he invited me to his home to have dinner with some members of high family and with some other men and women I had met in the Crimea. His wife did the cooking, and it was the first and only time during my stay in the Soviet Union that I ate with a Russian family. Their kindness and hospitality, typical of all Russians, overwhelmed me. But it was clear from the way they behaved and talked that they were supporters of the Thermidor. I compared them with the few Russians I knew in Moscow, and found the differences striking. My Russian friends in Moscow were mostly oppositionists. They too were young, but most of them had been in the party for a long time. Nearly all had taken part in the revolution or the civil war, had suffered much, and had been tempered by their experiences. Naturally they held firmly to revolutionary principles, knew more about politics, had a broader outlook, and paid less attention to the material pleasures of life. They had made friends with us Chinese communists chiefly, even exclusively, because of our common position towards the revolution. It was quite different, of course, with my Leningrad friends, who were very contented with their lot and hardly ever bothered to think about political questions. In fact, all of them, men and women alike, were much more interested in the latest fashions in clothes than they were in politics. They were good workers and activists in their various fields, but the main reason they worked so hard was because they wanted to improve their living standards. Nearly all of them were members of the party or the Komsomol, but they knew little of the world and even less of China. Indeed, one pretty young girl, a Komsomol member and a clerk at the confectionery factory, asked me whether there was electric light in China and whether Chinese could live together with monkeys. My Leningrad friends were more typical of the new generation of Soviet youth than the Russians I knew in Moscow. Seeing them, it became clearer to me why Stalin had beaten Trotsky in the party struggle. Obviously Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution was neither to the liking nor in the interests of these young men and women. We stayed in Leningrad for another 4 or 5 days, and spent much of our time traveling round the barracks on the outskirts of the city, making speeches to the soldiers. We visited several places a day, and once we even went as far as the Finnish border. Wherever we went we were invariably welcomed by thousands of soldiers, whom we usually addressed very briefly from a makeshift platform in the barrack yard. What we said was rather commonplace, but needless to say, in the spirit of Stalin's new left turn, we spoke of the imminence of war and the need for the solidarity of workers all over the world. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, and, after we had delivered our speeches, it was usually impossible to break through the encirclement of the young Red Army men, who attacked us from all sides, captured us, tossed us repeatedly into the air amid great cheers, and finally carried each of us shoulder high across the parade ground. I remember that on one occasion Thulman, who was a large and rather stout man, was spared this treatment, but only after a considerable amount of begging and pleading on his part. These displays of enthusiasm by the Red Army men were quite genuine, and there was no question of their being stage-managed by the officers. After all, the October Revolution was still only 11 years old, and despite the fact that Stalin's theory of socialism in one country was beginning to have an effect in Russia, the internationalist ideas propagated during the revolutionary years before Lenin's death had captured the imagination of the ordinary Soviet people. They therefore still regarded us foreign communists as comrades closely connected with their own life and death struggles. It was not until after 1993 that the bureaucracy began to regard every foreigner as a spy and every foreign communist as a running dog to be patted or kicked, favored or put down at will. I only attended one official dinner in Leningrad, and it was not particularly luxurious, quite unlike the unbelievably sumptuous feasts that the Stalinist bureaucrats in the Kremlin started to give in the late 1930s. But even at that early date it was obvious that the top bureaucrats lived far better than the ordinary Soviet people. Take my case, for example. As an ordinary student I usually got 10 rubles a month, but while I was on the Leningrad delegation I got that amount each day, supposedly to spend on food, which I was mostly given free anyway. By the time I got back to Moscow I was therefore quite a rich man, with enough money in my pocket to treat my friends to Chinese meals. On my return to Moscow, Ho Zushu was even more friendly towards me than before. He congratulated me on the success of my mission to Leningrad, and told me that he hoped that from now on I would be more active and take on more assignments from the party committee at the university. It was by then obvious that they were putting pressure on me to join the Wang Ming faction. I was quite familiar with their carrot and stick tactics, first a polite invitation. And then, should it prove necessary, crude harassment. They had extended their invitation, the next step was up to me. I raised the matter at a meeting of the clandestine committee of the opposition, and it was unanimously agreed that it was no longer possible for me to stay on in Moscow. Certainly the party committee would no longer be prepared to tolerate my apparent inactivity. It was therefore decided that I should go back to China as soon as possible. Once the party committee had abandoned the carrot and taken up the stick, that would be the end of my hopes of returning home. But on what grounds should I apply to return? It was obvious that Wang Ming and his friends suspected that I might have something to do with the opposition in the university, and it might well be that they would not allow me to leave. Once again the summer vacation came round, and this time the students were to be sent to the Crimea for their holidays. Since I had only just got back from there, I asked to be allowed to stay on in Moscow, and my request was granted. Apart from me there were another dozen or so other students who had been allowed to stay behind in the capital, on the grounds that they were about to return to China. Some of them were oppositionists, others Wang Ming supporters. Among them was a girl comrade called Ye whom I had married several months before, so I grasped the opportunity and asked to be sent back to China with her. It was a reasonable sounding request, and since all the Chinese members of the party committee had left for the Crimea, I was able to apply directly to a Russian comrade for permission to return. He consulted the Eastern Department of the Comintern, and it was granted. For the second time in my life I set off on the Trans-Siberian Railway, thus bringing to an end my 2-year stay in the Soviet capital. Just before the holidays began, we had carried out a reorganization of the Chinese opposition in Moscow. In view of my decision to leave Russia, another conference of activists was convened at which a new member, Chao Yen-Ching, was chosen to replace me on the leading committee of the organization. Chao, former principal of the First Normal School of Hebei Province, was much older than most of us and was a kind and popular man. Those of us who knew him were therefore dismayed as well as surprised to learn 6 months or so later that he was responsible for the smashing of the entire Moscow organization, numbering some 200 to 300 Chinese Trotskyists. This is a subject to which I shall return. Chapter 6. Working under Zhou Enlai. As I remember, there were 18 of us, including 5 married couples, who returned from Moscow to China together. Among the married couples were Letizia Eileen and her husband Liu. Letizia Eileen later won great respect in opposition circles, remaining a loyal member of the movement until her death. 2 years after our return to China, her husband went over to the Kuomintang, betraying both his wife and his communist ideals. 2 others in the group, Pu Taitse and Chao Qi, remain faithful to the Trotskyist cause and are at present in China, although I am not sure what has become of them. Another, Xi Ying, gave up active politics 20 years ago, but continued to sympathize with the Trotskyists and as a result was sentenced by the CCP to 12 years hard labor. The 2 comrades Yin Yitiang and Qing Quanchen were shot by the Kuomintang. Letizia Eileen's husband and another man called Wang drifted with the wind, working for whichever government happened to be in power, and ended up by collaborating with the enemy during the Sino-Japanese War. As for the rest of the group, most of them continued for longer or shorter periods of time to work for the Communist Party or the opposition, but none proved strong enough to withstand the rigors of life as a revolutionary. One by one they abandoned politics to become law-abiding citizens. One of them, Cao Liwen, later made a career for himself in politics as an influential member of Chiang Ching-kuo's entourage. But as for myself, I am still proud to call myself a communist of the Trotskyist tendency. Disguised as overseas Chinese, we slipped back into Shanghai via Korea, then a Japanese colony. On our journey we had heard from many sources that the police in Shanghai harbor were making careful searches of everyone entering the country. While still in Moscow I had read in a Japanese newspaper that one group of students returning from the Soviet Union had been arrested even before they disembarked in Shanghai, and had been taken ashore by detectives working for the Shanghai Wuzhen garrison headquarters. Some comrades with access to private funds applied for permission to return to China via Europe, but we took our hearts in our hands and boarded a ship in Vladivostok. As it turned out, the rumors were exaggerated, and we arrived back safely in the motherland. This is not to say, of course, that there was no terror in Shanghai at that time. Chiang Kai-shek's repressive apparatus had its tentacles everywhere and was hunting down revolutionaries with the same ferocity as it had during the purges of 1927, but it was to be some years before it was rearranged on a scientific basis, with a mass organization, combining professional detectives and part-time agents and modeled on Stalin's GPU. In his struggle against the Communist Party, Chiang Kai-shek had to rely on the Pao Taiying or spies of the international settlement, who were notorious for their corruption, ineptitude, brutality, and stupidity, but whose ruthlessness rarely yielded results. In the autumn of 1929 the Kuomintang had just defeated the rival Guangxi Chque of warlords in a large-scale civil war, and its power appeared to have stabilized a little. At the same time, the revolutionary forces also appeared to be undergoing something of a revival. They had recovered from the debacle of 1927 and the losses suffered during the putschist uprisings of the following year. The new Central Committee, which was in the process of developing underground activities throughout China, was based in Shanghai. Chiang Kai-shek therefore concentrated his white terror on that city, hoping to destroy the party in its nerve center. On arrival in Shanghai, we at once reported to the party's Central Committee, in accordance with the decisions reached at the Moscow meeting of the Chinese Trotskyist opposition. Liu Zhenqing had arrived back several days before us, but ignored the Moscow decisions and obstinately clung to his original view that, as there was no point in working within the party, we should immediately devote all our energies to independent activities of our own. It was only on our insistence that he grudgingly wrote to the Central Committee announcing his return, but at the same time making a full disclosure of his Trotskyist affiliations. Needless to say, the party severed all links with him. Since it was not yet our view that the Communist Party as a whole was beyond redemption, Liu Zhenqing's frankness could only be seen as a pretext for opting out of the struggle to win over the party rank and file to our policies. For our part, we decided to persevere with the decision agreed in Moscow to conceal our Trotskyist views from the leadership. After we HA.D reported to party headquarters, Zhou Enla.I, then head of the Orga.Niza Dachin department, arranged to meet about a dozen of us in the Chenhua Hotel on Fuchao Street. The meeting spread over 2 afternoons, during which Zhou made a general analysis of the situation in China. A few days later we got together for a course in a 3-story European-style building at the end of Hsin Cha Road, secretly rented by the party as an activities center. APA.RT From those of us who HA.D returned to China through Siberia, there were several others who HA.D come HA.CK via Europe, making more THA.N 20 of us altogether. The main aim of the course WA.S to prepare us for underground work in China. All of us HA.D been away from the country for at LEA.ST 2 years, so that we knew little about the situation, and even less about clandestine work. The course lasted for nearly a fortnight, and we listened to reports from Zhou Enlai, Yin Ta.Iying, Shang Chengfa, Shang Ying, Lo Wenyi.Ian, and Ku Shun Chang. Li Lisan, head of the propaganda department, WA.S regarded A.S the party's top theoretician, but he never put in A.N.A.B. Rance. The MA.IN speaker was Zhou Enla.I, who spent several days discussing the political situation with us. I have already explained that this WA.S the so-called third period of the third intimational, when the whole world WA.S supposed to be heading for a revolutionary upsurge. It was also the time when Stalin WA.S in the process of defeating Bukharin's challenge to his leadership of the CPSU. The Chinese Communist Party was in a dilemma, having carried out a disastrous Venturist policy from late 1927 until the spring of 1928 under the leadership of Ch2 Chiu Pai and on the direct instructions of Stalin. At the 6th Congress of the CCP in July 1928 this putschist line was severely criticized, and even though the Congress still failed to adopt correct policies it at least admitted that the revolution had suffered a defeat. During this period the most effective revolutionary strategy in China would have been Trotsky's revolutionary democratic program, centered around the call for a constituent assembly. The STA-linists were not prepared to adopt such a line, but since they had LSO abandoned the demand for immediate Soviets, they were left without a central slogan to unify A.11 their separate political demands. Had they been considering the problem from the point of view of China A.Lone, they would probably HA.VE come round sooner or later. 108. To something like the strategy that Trotsky was advocating, which would have enabled the revolutionary forces to regroup while awaiting a favorable opportunity to take the offensive. But unfortunately this was the period in which Stalin, for reasons connected with the internal situation in the Soviet Union and the renewed crisis of European capitalism, put forward his third period theory, which like all Stalin's theories was mechanically presented as a universal truth. Since the whole world was in the throes of a revolutionary upheaval, how could China be an exception? Within less than a year the apparent retreat from a crudely putschist line was abruptly reversed, and a new line was promulgated. In the same meeting of the Executive Committee of the Comintern at which Bukharin was removed from the leadership, it was decided that the Chinese Revolution was on the point of a new high tide, and the CCP was once again launched on a putschist line even more extreme than that of Ch2 Chiu Pai. Naturally, the tragic consequences of this policy became evident when the attempt to stage a nationwide uprising in 1930 failed, causing heavy losses to the party and its allies. After the full extent of the disaster became apparent, Stalin put the whole blame on Li Lisan, just as he had previously blamed Ch2Chiu Pai. Li Lisan was formally ousted in 1931, and Zhou Enlai, Ch2Chiu Pai, and virtually the whole of the old leadership of the party were bitterly criticized or removed. The person responsible for carrying out this great exploit for Stalin was Wang Ming, who took the opportunity to promote himself from party boss at Sun Yat-sen University in Moscow to leader of the CCP. He held on to power for 4 years, and under his leadership, according to Liu Xiao's report at the party's 8th Congress in 1945, the revolutionary forces lost over 90% of their membership. But all this happened later, and I will come back to it in due course. I would now like to return to our discussions with Zhou Enlai at the educational course. The Central Committee had just been informed of the Moscow resolution forecasting the imminence of a new revolutionary high tide. Since I have no access to the relevant one in this connection, the reader would do well to look at Mao Zedong's A Single Spark Can Start a Prairie Fire, written in January 1930, in which the author quotes part of a letter which he had written several months before to the Central Committee in Shanghai. In this letter he criticizes the directives of the Central Committee for their passivity, and offers the following interpretation of the phrase "there will soon be a high tide of revolution." It is: working under Zhou Enlai 109 materials, it is not possible for me to reproduce the exact wording of the original resolution, but I remember its general drift quite clearly. After the contents of the resolution were made known to the Central Committee of the Chinese Party, the leadership was thrown into confusion, first because the memory of the putschist period was still fresh in their minds, and second because the subsequent attacks on this line were still ringing in their ears. Did the claimed imminence of a new revolutionary high tide mean that armed insurrection was once more on the immediate agenda? And just how high was the high tide? What exactly did the 10 mean? In particular, the interpretation of the word imminent created problems for many comrades, as Mao pointed out in his article. At first the majority of the Central Committee inclined towards a cautious interpretation of this directive from the International. They were afraid that if they gave too leftist an interpretation to the phrase, they might end up cracking their heads against the wall again. While Zhou was discussing the text of the resolution with us, he was very hesitant about how precisely to take it. We returned again and again to the words high tide, and even studied the Russian text. Since the original Russian word had the connotation of both high tide and on the rise, Zhou Enlai finally decided to translate it as rising tide, explaining that the translation high tide ran the risk of being misinterpreted as climax and could easily lead to a repetition of the old putschist line. As far as I remember, we decided that the word imminent was to be understood in the sense of still quite a long way off. Before long, however, as a result of the Comintern stepping up its third period activities and the abrupt left turn of the Stalinist parties worldwide, together with the echoing of this line by comrades within the Chinese party, the Central Committee began to interpret the phrase imminent high tide in a more and more leftist way. The result was the so-called Li Lisan line. Apart from Zhou Enlai's outline of the overall political situation, other leading comrades delivered reports on their specific fields of work. The person we most enjoyed listening to was Yan Taiying, an excellent speaker and a man of great practical experience. What he had to tell us could never have been found in books. Lo Wenyian gave a lecture on the peasant movement, but made a poor impression on us. He clearly knew a lot about his subject, but was incapable of putting it across well. He looked like a merchant, and it seemed quite out of character that such a man should have led a peasant movement in his younger days. 2 years later I was to meet him again in the prison of the Lunghua garrison headquarters in Shanghai. In his hour of mortal danger he behaved shamelessly and presented a pitiful appearance, betraying his comrades in the hope of saving his own skin, but ending up in front of the same firing squad. Ku Shunchang, who was in charge of the party's special service department, lectured us on how to work underground. Before joining the revolution he had been involved with the Shanghai underworld, and although a member of the party for many years he still had many gangster traits, knowing nothing about ideological questions. Although he came from a working-class background and was very vigilant, it was nevertheless a mistake to give responsibility for undercover work to a man like him, and some of the blame for his subsequent defection should be given to those comrades who first promoted him to such an important post. People like Ku Shunchang are indispensable to any revolutionary movement, and it is impossible to carry out a mass uprising if they are refused admission to the party, but it is also essential to understand that the negative role of the lumpen proletariat in the revolution far outweighs the positive one. The leadership of the party never learned this lesson, so that over the years they suffered countless betrayals at the hands of such people. When Ku Shunchang gave away the entire structure of the party to the Kuomintang in 1931, delivering it its most damaging blow, it was simply one of many such betrayals. After the course, I was assigned to work as an aide to Zhou Enlai in the organization department of the Central Committee. Apart from Chu's second-in-command Lo Tengxian, there were 4 aides altogether: Yin Taiying, CHNT and CHIU, Wu Fuqing, and working wider Zhou Enlai I myself. Wu Fuqing was one of the leading survivors of the Moscow branch whose regime we had overthrown 18 months earlier at Kuty. All my colleagues in the organization department were 9 or 10 years older than I, and belonged to the first generation of the party. I was a young man of 23, and naturally had less experience. Yin Taiying in particular had been an idol of mine ever since my middle school days, and now I was to have the opportunity of working with him. Of course the prospect excited me, and I resolved not only to work very hard, but also to learn from the experience of these older comrades. They were very kind to me. True, the leadership of the Chinese party had already become involved with the internal struggles of the CPSU, and sided with Stalin against Trotsky, yet most of the membership cared little or nothing about what was happening in the Soviet Party. Some comrades were completely at a loss to understand the issues at stake in the Stalin-Trotsky dispute, and others felt that it was essentially an internal Soviet quarrel. Their whole attitude was limited to Chinese questions, and more particularly the day-to-day activities of the party. They were not interested in which faction one had belonged to in Moscow, but would judge one solely by the extent to which one devoted oneself to the Chinese Revolution and its party. No doubt Moscow informed the Chinese leadership that the majority of the group sent back to China were suspected of being Trotskyists, and at the very least they must have known that we were not all orthodox, but Zhou Enlai treated us exactly the same as everyone else, and never once brought up the errors of Trotskyism during the discussions we had with him. What is more, despite the fact that the party branch at Sun Yat-sen University had viewed me with suspicion, I was assigned to a position of some importance in the leadership. This tolerant attitude towards the opposition lasted for several months, until the Central Committee of the CCP received a telegram, shortly after the wholesale arrest of the oppositionists in Moscow, ordering it to expel all those not prepared to give up their Trotskyist convictions. The telegram caused quite a stir in the Central Committee, and only then did the faction in power begin to adopt a more severe attitude, both towards us, and particularly towards CHN-Tucio and the group around him, who had been moving closer to Trotskyist positions. Even so, the older members of the party were far less hostile towards the Trotsky-CHN faction than the Stalin faction in Russia was towards the left opposition. This was because I-12. The real threat to their power came not from the Trotsky-CHN faction, but from the MIF Wang Ming clique, who were the direct representatives of Stalin in China. Mao Zedong, Liu Xiao-Chi, Li Lisan, Zhou Enlai, and others, had been under sustained attack from the inner circle of the Stalinist grouping for some time, whereas they had never engaged in any serious struggle with the Trotsky-CHN faction. This is not to say that Mao, Liu, Zhou, and the rest, sympathized with CHN-Tucio and the Trotskyists. They were supporters of Stalin, not only for reasons of realpolitik, but also because they shared a similar ideology and style of work. Stalin had the powerful resources of the Soviet Union at his disposal, and was in a position to lend essential aid to his supporters in other countries. After the defeat of 1927, the Chinese Communist movement depended for its very existence on Soviet aid. This was the practical reason why Mao and other leading Chinese communists supported Stalin. From another point of view, however, the ideology of Stalinism, with its narrow-minded pragmatic outlook, its bureaucratic hierarchy, and its personality cult, was very much to the taste of China's would-be emperors. Although they were never taken into Stalin's confidence and were under constant harassment from his henchmen such as Wang, they continued to support him, however guardedly. The attitude of the top leadership of the CCP towards the Chinese Trotskyists partly reflected their relationship with Stalin. They treated us as enemies and did their best to stamp out our influence, but not always with equal vigor. On the contrary, they sometimes adopted an almost conciliatory approach towards us, depending both on the state of the factional struggle in the CCP leadership and their individual personalities. Later I will give some examples of this. The work in the organization department was very hard. Because the local party organization in Shanghai was under the direct control of the Central Committee, our department was responsible for the various districts of the municipality. At that time no one in the Comintern or the Chinese Party, not even Mao Zedong in Jiangxi, would have thought of moving our main activities from town to countryside, or of basing the party on the peasantry rather than the urban proletariat. It seemed natural to focus our activities on Shanghai. The party concentrated most of its forces on rebuilding and expanding its organization in the working class districts of the city, with the aim of leading the struggle in the various sectors. Working under Zhou Enlai, more than two-thirds of the organization department's time was devoted to Shanghai work, and only a small part to directing work in the rest of China. Shanghai was divided into 5 districts: North, South, East, West, and Center. The 4 aides in the organization department, together with the vice head, each took responsibility for one of these districts. I was assigned responsibility for Central Shanghai. The most important of the 5 districts were East and West Shanghai, since it was here that the big factories were concentrated. However, Central Shanghai was where all the shops were, and most of the party members in that district were clerks or shop assistants. Their role in production and economic life was not so important as that of the industrial workers, but since they worked in the center of town, all their activities had considerable impact, and we therefore set great store by their struggles. At that time the workers in the second-hand clothes shops in that part of Shanghai were particularly militant. The workers in the department stores along the Nanking Road were also renowned for their militancy, having fought hard for a number of years, and had become one of the main pillars of the Shanghai trade union movement. When I took over the leadership of this district, the general strike of the workers in the second-hand clothes shops in the Fukien Road area was not long over, and there were still occasional flare-ups between workers and employers. In the smaller shops, relationships between boss and worker were very different from those in the big factories and the big commercial firms. Many of the employees got their jobs through family ties or because they came from the boss's town or village, and once a strike broke out the hatred and hostility between the two sides was particularly intense. It was not just a question of wages and conditions, all sorts of other emotions flooded to the surface. These struggles often involved unusual violence and cruelty, and the scenes I witnessed during that strike were like a dress rehearsal for the bitter clashes which took place during the 5 Antis movement against corruption and the campaign for the socialization of capitalist industry and commerce in the 1950s. In relation to capitalism as a whole, small firms of this sort are an anachronism. In order to survive they have to transfer their own unbearable burden onto the shoulders of their employees, but, by the same token, they are vulnerable to the slightest attack from their opponents in the class struggle. As communists we naturally had to develop the combativity of these groups of workers in order to heighten their class consciousness, but struggles often ended in tragedy for both sides. Unfortunately, Small-scale commercial enterprises occupied a very important place in the urban economy of China, so that the question of how to lead struggles of this sort was to become an important point of controversy in the CCP. From the Canton and Wuhan periods right through to the late 1920s, the right wing of the party tended to favor mediating between boss and worker, whereas the left wing wanted to encourage class struggle. After several months' practical experience of the problem, I shared the assessment of the left wing, but it was obvious to me that, outside an economic and political struggle on a national scale, such struggles were bound to fail. The fact that the shop workers could not be the mainstay of the working class did not mean, of course, that we should abstain from leading them, or that we should only begin to pay attention to them once the factory proletariat had started to move. I did not hold this view at the time, and it was never the position of the Chinese Trotskyists. All along we actively participated in and led the struggles of this section of workers. They were extremely volatile and often acted as a catalyst for the broader movement. At that time, in order to coordinate and if possible hasten the imminent nationwide high tide of revolution, we frantically searched everywhere for the slightest sign of a struggle. Sometimes top-level conferences would be called, with members of the Central Committee, the District Committee, and the Kiangsu Provincial Committee, to discuss some trifling altercation between shop owner and employees. These meetings would often carry on into the early hours of the morning. It was like taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut. From early morning to late at night we searched high and low for the spark to light a prairie fire, keeping ourselves in a state of artificially induced tension. Our aim was to transform the central district of Shanghai, China's first city, into a beacon for the rest of the country. All this took place some 30 years ago, but I still vividly remember working under Zhou Enlai's her those months, during which I worked harder than at any other time in my life. We would get up at the crack of dawn and hurry down to talk to the shop workers before business started. Then we would hold a meeting, rush around making contacts, hold another meeting, make more contacts, and so on until the early hours of the following morning. Besides working in my own district, I also had regular meetings of the organization department, as well as talking to comrades who arrived in Shanghai from other areas. Although I was overworked, my load was lighter than that of the other 4 aides, so I was given more to do. When I got home at night I had to work on a translation of Lenin's On Organization. I was not at all put out by all this work. As I disagreed with the high tide theory and did not believe that it would be possible to create such a tide solely by our own efforts, I was in no danger of disillusionment on this point. The reason I was happy to work so hard for a policy I disagreed with was that events were clearly showing that the line of the opposition was correct, that I had discovered that some of the more sincere comrades, unhappy about the way things were going, were gradually coming to realize that the line of the 6th Congress was wrong, and that it gave me practical experience of underground work. During that period the person I was closest to was Yin Taiying, and before and after meetings we always got together for a short chat. He had tuberculosis, and was physically very weak. It was sheer willpower and devotion to the revolution that enabled him to work so strenuously. During breaks he would collapse, totally exhausted, and sometimes he even dropped off to sleep during meetings. He was renowned as a man of action, and could put up with any amount of hardship. Whenever he came up against a problem, he was always ready with an immediate solution, and as a born optimist he never allowed anything to get him down. If he had one weakness it was his contempt not just for pedantry but for learning itself, despite the fact that he himself had been an intellectual before he became a revolutionary. During the later period of our work together, however, he told me more than once that he was looking forward to a chance to do some theoretical study. We never had time to discuss any question in depth, and because of pressure of work we had no chance to develop a personal friendship or hold a non-political conversation of any length. But I remember how once, when the 116 organization department was about to hold a meeting in my room, Taiying came a little early and lay down on my bed for a nap. He woke up after a while, and, seeing that none of the other comrades had yet arrived, began to flick through some of Lenin's pamphlets on my desk that the party had given me to translate. I commented that he needed a rest, and suggested that he ask the Paini to send him to Moscow for a period of study. His brief, dismissive reply spoke volumes. Most of the older generation of party activists were contemptuous of those comrades who returned to China after studying in Moscow, and even more of people like Wang, who only joined the party after leaving China and who, despite their total lack of practical experience and communist moral qualities, took on all the airs of a foreign revolutionary, fluently mouthing all the latest Marxist jargon. Most of the latter quickly capitulated to the forces of the reactionary movement on returning to China. The best that could be expected of them was that they would retire quietly without betraying their comrades. The general contempt in which these returned students were held was therefore richly deserved. In another sense, however, this attitude towards foreign study was an expression of the traditional backwardness of the Chinese Communist Party, its overemphasis on practical questions and its inability to grasp the principle that practice must be guided by theory. This contempt for theory was ultimately responsible for the bungling of many revolutionary opportunities, and for the tendency of the leadership to follow the Stalinist line blindly and to resort to frequently unprincipled tactical maneuvers. It can also be seen as one of the root causes of the party's decline into bureaucratic dictatorship. Yan Taiying provides a good example of the mixed feelings with which the older generation of CCP cadres viewed studying abroad or even any theoretical study at all. Many of them, like Lin Po Ch2, Wu Yichang, Cite Li, Tung Pai Wu, Yechi Enying, and Hsi Chitsai, had themselves studied in the Soviet Union, but were originally sent there for special reasons. Until 1917 they had been working in the so-called External Affairs section as leading members of the Kuomintang, so that when the party forced underground after the defeat of the revolution, they had found it difficult to adapt to the new conditions of work and had become prime targets for the Kuomintang Secret Service. They had remained loyal to the Communist Party, however, and, since there was no work that they could working under Zhou Enlai I-17 do and no secure hiding place for them, the only solution had been to send them to Moscow to study. Yan Taiying naturally resisted this arrangement. He did not want to be looked upon as one of the old men of the party, and as a matter of fact he was not. Even though he had worked for a period of years in the top hierarchy of the Kuomintang as a military and political activist, he was just as good if not better in his new role of underground revolutionary. But it was quite apparent that, apart from his physical ailments, Taiying suffered from a sort of melancholia. He never talked openly about it to me, and even less did he voice doubts about the official party line, but he constantly betrayed signs of anxiety, like a man trying to boil a pot of water with only a handful of straw. During the course of our conversation he complained about the faint-heartedness of some of the worker comms in East Shanghai, and told me that some party sympathizers were afraid of him visiting them because of the danger of detection. I seized the chance to ask him whether he thought that the present situation in China was more analogous to that of Russia after the defeat of the 1995 revolution, or on the eve of the revolutionary high tide of 1917. He thought for a while, and then said bitterly, "I've never made a serious study of the Russian Revolution. I'll have to try and find a chance to read up on it." Our conversation ended here. The other comrades were beginning to trickle in, and the meeting soon started. The discussion centered, as usual, on only one problem: how to speed up and prepare for the imminent revolutionary high tide. A year or so later Yan Taiying was arrested while handing out leaflets in the factory district of East Shanghai. He was taken for an ordinary rank-and-file communist, and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment in Nanking jail. Shortly afterwards Ku Shunchang, who was in charge of the party's special service section, went over to the Kuomintang and informed them of Yan Taiying's identity, whereupon the latter was taken out and shot, on Chiang Kai-shek's direct orders. The real responsibility for his death, however, should be placed at the door of Stalin's theory of the third period. Yan Taiying was only one of many tens of thousands of communists who lost their lives as a result of this policy. The situation in the Far East at this time was very unstable. The Japanese imperialists were vigorously pursuing an aggressive policy. 118. Towards China, with the aim of swallowing first the 3 northeastern provinces, and then the rest of the country. Under Japanese pressure, the Chinese bourgeoisie and their American financiers were moving towards a close alliance. Although crises were developing everywhere, the revolution was still some way off. With the aid and encouragement of American imperialism, Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary regime was strengthening itself. Against the background of a world economic crisis, the Chinese bourgeoisie was experiencing a freak economic revival. Whereas the capitalists were full of self-confidence, the working class, after severe defeats, was only just beginning to regroup its forces as a result of the economic revival. These forces were fragile, faint-hearted, anxious to be left in peace, and fearful of contact with revolutionaries, so it is not surprising that despite almost superhuman efforts we were unable to bring the pot of cold, or at best lukewarm, water to the boil, and that even the party's toughest activists became depressed. During the latter period of my work in the organization department, the already frantic pace was stepped up still further, and it was then that the practice that Trotsky ridiculed as directing the revolution with a revolutionary calendar was introduced. The party decided that it would hold a demonstration on each of the anniversaries of the international workers' movement. In order to get maximum publicity, the demonstrations were always held in the Nanking Road in my area of the city. In one sense these demonstrations were pure farce, but for the revolutionaries themselves the joke often turned out very sour. Having decided on a time and place, we would mobilize as many party members as we could, never more than a few hundred, and gather furtively on either side of the Nanking Road. At a prearranged signal, a handful of comrades would rush out into the middle of the street, shout a few slogans and scatter some leaflets around. If the red-painted lorries of the International Settlement Police had still failed to come up, the rest of us would gather round to swell the numbers and march raggedly down the road for 100 yards or so shouting slogans until the police arrived, when we scattered in all directions and pretended to be ordinary passers-by. Some of the less fortunate ones would be arrested and dragged into the red lorries, and afterwards handed over to the Kuomintang to be imprisoned or shot. The demonstration was over, and yet another high tide had come and gone. The organizers, working under Zhou Enlai, were not a permanent ascent of the revolution, but were the dying flicker of the revolution of R925-7. From R929 onwards, as a result of the oppression by the Kuomintang and forces and the yellow trade unions, the Shanghai working class fell into a passive mood. After the Japanese invasion of the northeastern provinces in 193-1 and the Shanghai War of January 1, 932, there arose a broadly based national democratic movement composed mainly of students, but throughout this period the workers' movement never got off the ground again or played a conspicuous role in any of these campaigns. Nor did the workers play an independent role in the war of resistance against Japan, fought from 1937 to 1945. During the 8 years of rule by the Japanese and their puppets, the position of the Shanghai working class deteriorated even further. It showed no sign of revival until the defeat of the Japanese in 1945. Thus another 15 years were to elapse before the high tide. 120. Which we were so fervently awaiting actually arrived, and meanwhile the Chinese Communist Party paid a very high price for Stalin's mistaken prophecy. The Shanghai working class was abandoned by the party, whose Central Committee withdrew completely from the city around 1933, at first because of the pressure of circumstances and then as a result of a conscious and deliberate choice. Only the Trotskyists stayed behind to share the fate of the working class, but we were unable to provide the workers with a durable and broadly based organization. Right up until the Japanese capitulation there was no revolutionary trade union organization in Shanghai. To return to 1929, and the internal life of the party in Shanghai, in late autumn the organization department began to talk of internal troubles in the party, indicating that some branches in East Shanghai and Taipei were composed exclusively of CHN-2CO supporters. Until then our department had confined itself purely to organizational questions, methods of struggle, and the assignment of comrades to the various areas of work. We had rarely discussed theoretical questions. I remember on one occasion Wu Fuqing, who was responsible for the Chepei area, reported that some CHN2CO supporters had asked him why the leadership claimed that the Chinese Revolution was still bourgeois in character. Although Wu Fuqing had always despised theory, he had an excellent memory, and instead of answering the question he simply reeled off the resolutions of the 6th Congress at them. Naturally the CHN2CO supporters were not satisfied with his reply. They quoted back at him from the Marxist classics, which left him dumbfounded. He told us what had happened and asked Wu Hao for some guidance on how to deal with them. Yil Taiying, who was then in charge of East Shanghai, also gave a report on the problems he had had with CHN2CO supporters and on the general situation in the branches in his area, claiming that the CHNites were about to join with the Trotskyists. Zhou Enlai did not take the question very seriously, and apart from rehearsing the old arguments about the bourgeois nature of the revolution, told us that the CHN2CO problem was being dealt with by the Standing Committee of the Politburo. At the time it was not clear what he meant by this, but I afterwards learned from Trotskyist sources that the Comintern representative in Shanghai had tried to persuade CHN to go to Moscow for discussions and to take work in 9 under Zhou Enlai 111 up a post in the Comintern. CHN2CO had no hesitation in turning down this proposal. After the emergency conference of the Central Committee in Wuhan on August 7, 1929 had formally removed him from his position as General Secretary, CHN2CO had returned secretly to Shanghai, where he lived in the eastern area of the city. Since the responsibility for the defeat of the revolution had been laid mainly at his door and he had been denounced as an opportunist, his state of mind can readily be imagined. I have no idea how he managed to live during the period immediately following his return to Shanghai, and afterwards, when CHN and I lived together in the same house, we never had time to discuss such questions. By then they belonged to the remote past. According to what Wang Mengzu, who was one of CHN's best non-political friends, told me, he was lonely and unhappy, like a lion returned to his lair to lick his wounds. I think this must be a fairly accurate description. Whatever his weaknesses, CHN was certainly a lion. If CHN had been the usual spineless sort of politician he would have agreed to take all the blame onto his own shoulders, thus enabling Stalin to ride out the storm of criticism from the Trotskyists. Had CHN chosen this course, he would have retained his status in the Comintern and would probably have been able to climb to the top again in the Chinese party. But although CHN2CO was a man of integrity, he lacked the theoretical framework to hit back effectively against the Stalinist slanders. He knew little about the disputes which were raging in the Soviet Party, and his grasp of revolutionary theory was limited, so that without outside help he would never have succeeded in clarifying the issues involved. He was very indignant about the campaign of vilification being waged against him, but he was unable to say precisely why and how he was being wronged. All he could do was withdraw into a coma and ponder fruitlessly for over a year. His political activities during this were confined to writing 2 letters to the Central Committee of the CCP criticizing the Canton insurrection. He also turned down an invitation to go to Moscow to attend the 6th Congress of the party. Just as his letters consisted more of passive advice than of active criticism, so his refusal to go to Moscow was a petulant response to his earlier humiliation, rather than a confident and determined counterattack. In 1929, after fighting broke out between Chinese and Soviet troops for control of the Chinese Eastern Railway, a line that ran through Chinese territory, 122, and had formerly been owned by the Tsarist authorities, CHN wrote to the Central Committee disagreeing with the party's slogan of armed defense of the Soviet Union. But it was only when the Lisan leadership totally distorted and attacked his views that the old CHN2CO sprang to life and leapt back into the fray. Although he did not yet have any contacts with the Trotskyist movement, we sympathized with the opinions he expressed. As a means of exposing Chiang Kai-shek's plans to attack the Soviet Union under the cover of an appeal for the defense of national sovereignty, his slogan opposed Kuomintang mismanagement of the nation was not as ridiculous as the CCP leaders claimed, at least as a tactical ploy. But Li Lisan's propaganda machine launched a fanatical attack against him, accusing him of plunging headlong into the quagmire of bourgeois patriotism. CHN immediately took up the challenge, and a number of veteran cadres gradually started to gather around him, among them Piang Shutse, Cheng Chaolin, Ho Zushen, Yin Yuan, Li Qi, Ma Yithfu and others. Thus a new ideological current began to form in the party ranks. It was while I was working in the Central Committee after my return from Moscow that the CHN-2CO faction began to make the turn towards Trotskyism. They managed to get hold of the documents of the Russian opposition, first from some of the students who had returned from Moscow and afterwards from Lujianqing, and immediately accepted its positions on the historical problems of the Chinese Revolution. For CHN-2CO this was undoubtedly a great discovery. He learned for the first time that Stalin himself had all along been the supporter or originator of the very proposals for which he, CHN, was afterwards so fiercely denounced, and that the Russian opposition had consistently pointed out the errors of these policies long before these were revealed in practice. Of course, CHN himself had expressed his disagreement with some of these policies at the time, and had carried them out only reluctantly, although he had accepted others in the firm belief that they were a true expression of Bolshevism. After the 1917 debacle, Stalin had done his best to clear himself of responsibility for the defeat, both by denying having issued certain key directives to the Chinese party and by accusing his emissaries, Roy and Borodin, of distorting them. When all else failed, he put the blame on CHN-2CO. CHN was at a loss to defend himself. He knew very little about the actual source of the directives, apart from the fact that they were from the Comintern. Working under Zhou Enlai 123 or about how they were argued over and arrived at, and at first he was stunned by the suddenness of the defeat and the intensity of the campaign Stalin and CH2CHIU-PA.I launched against him. But the documents of the Russian opposition helped him to understand his own role in the defeat of the revolution, and to make a more realistic assessment of his share of the responsibility for its failure. A.S. later explained in his famous open letter to all comrades. He also agreed with Trotsky's views on the current situation in China, and only hesitated over the nature of the forthcoming Third Chinese Revolution. He still considered that it would be bourgeois democratic in character. When the news of CHN-2CO's move towards Trotskyism first reached the party, Zhou Enlai responded contemptuously, "Very well, let the old opportunists see if they can find a way out by joining the Trotskyists." But the new CA used quite a sensation among the older generation of cadres. It also alarmed Moscow, since Stalin naturally feared the possible repercussions in the international communist movement of so important a figure as CHN going over to the opposition. The Central Committee was forced to deal with the question more seriously, and a representative of the International was sent to see CHN and lure him to Moscow. When CHN-2CO spurned this offer and attached himself even more openly to the opposition, the Central Committee and the International started up a campaign in China and in Moscow simultaneously, against the Trotsky CHN Liquidationist Center. CHN-2CO was officially expelled from the party on November 15, 1929, and responded on December by issuing his open letter to all comrades. 5 days later a collective document entitled Our Political Platform was put out over the signatures of 81 veteran communists who either had held or continued to hold top positions in the party. Besides these signatories, there were many other party members who wavered between the two positions, upset by the division in the party and unable to make up their minds whether to follow the old man or stick with the new Central Committee. Since I was still working in the Central Committee, I was able to see what was going on with my own eyes. To ta.ke just one example, a comrade called Wang, in charge of technical work such as printing in the organization department, who held CHN in great respect, having worked under him for a long time, showed clear signs of stress during the campaign against liquidationism. 124. Another comrade, Ho Po Cheng, who had worked as a liaison officer in the department for many years, also respected Chn greatly. The last time we met, after it was discovered that I was a Trotskyist, he sighed and told me that he had a big family to support, implying that otherwise he would have joined us. This might seem incredible to some, so to clarify the point I will say a few words about the conditions under which members of the party lived during that period. It is only natural, of course, that people who worked full-time for the party should expect to get their living expenses paid from party funds, and this is so in all political parties. According to Lenin, who made a special study of the question, a political party of the proletariat will never achieve its goal unless it first develops a body of professional revolutionaries who devote their whole time and energy to the theory and practice of the revolution. Lenin was especially contemptuous of those amateur revolutionaries who sacrifice only evenings and weekends to strike terror into high society ladies. People of this sort cannot and will not overthrow capitalism. One of the main reasons why the Bolsheviks succeeded for the first time in history in carrying out the proletarian revolution was because they created such a cadre of professional revolutionaries. In itself, Lenin's analysis is irrefutable. The creation of such a cadre was a precondition for the success of the Chinese Revolution also. But in the CCP's anti-Trotskyist campaign, Lenin's thesis produced many harmful side effects. After the defeat of the revolution in 192-7, the reconstructed party apparatus contained many professional revolutionaries, who in the cities even outnumbered ordinary rank-and-file members. According to party regulations, those rank-and-file members with jobs were expected to hand over dues each month to support the revolutionaries. But because there were so few party members with jobs, there was never enough money to go round, and the enormous deficit had to be made up by financial aid from the Soviet Union. Zhou Enlai told me that the bulk of party expenses were met by the dues paid in by the CPSU membership in Leningrad. We saw this as a graphic illustration of proletarian internationalism at work. The Leningrad workers had every right to give their money and the CCP every right to take it. Only an arch-reactionary would complain about such a thing. Comrades working for the Central Committee earned $25 a month, and members of district committees $19, which was roughly the average. Working under Zhou Enlai LLS. Workers' wage. Comrades with special needs, such as medical expenses, or dependents living in the secret party offices, were given extra. No one had joined the party to make money, so how was it that financial considerations prevented some comrades from joining the opposition? One reason was that although no revolutionary would put money before his revolutionary beliefs, the situation changed somewhat when it was a question of choosing between two different factions within the same party, as Stalinism and Trotskyism were at that stage. Although many people in the Soviet Union sacrificed high state or party rank to follow Trotsky, even more renounced the opposition in order to cling to their privileged positions. The situation in the CCP could not be compared with that in the Soviet Party, where the choice between the two factions might be between the Kremlin or Siberia, but even in China it was an unpleasant experience to be an oppositionist. We had no funds of our own and no external source of finance. As if earning a living was not hard enough, we had to put money aside regularly to finance the work of our organization. Chang Kuo-tao, who afterwards deserted the CCP, once said to Piang Shutse, "You can get by on translation work, but how could I earn a living if I left the party?" This remark exemplified the dilemma facing many members. Comrades could be heard lamenting the fact that they were professional revolutionaries rather than revolutionary professionals, so that they had no job to fall back on should they disagree with the official line and want to distance themselves from the party apparatus. The scarcity of employment under the old regime in China thus helped Stalin to defeat the Trotskyists. Even so, Chn Tusio's conversion to Trotskyism provoked a serious crisis in the ranks of the party. Adherents of the liquidationist line were found everywhere, in the Central Committee, the provincial committees, the party branches, the Communist Youth League, and in the mass organizations. A systematic purge was carried out at all levels of the movement, and every week the party journal, Red Flag, published lists of the names of those who had been expelled. The stir caused both inside and outside the party as a result of CHN's expulsion took Stalin and his Chinese supporters by surprise. They found that, despite the ferocious attacks leveled against him, he still enjoyed great authority among Chinese communists. Recognizing their mistake, they sent CHN a ridiculous telegram through the 126 Central Committee of the CCP inviting him to go to Russia specially to discuss the question of his expulsion with the Executive Committee of the Comintern, the same CHN whom they had expelled 3 months earlier as a liquidationist and a traitor. CHN contemptuously turned down this invitation, and immediately wrote a vehement and brilliantly worded reply, thus bringing to an end his relations with the party he had created. During the early stages of the anti-CHN campaign I myself never came under attack, either because Zhou Enlai did not suspect me, or simply because he was giving me a chance to change my political allegiance quietly. I continued as usual, working as hard as I could for the party and saying as little as possible, in line with the policy of our group at that time. At the meetings of the organization department, 9/10 of the talking was done by Zhou Enlai, who was a brilliant administrator and a first-rate speaker. After I had been working with him closely for some time, however, I began to notice his idiosyncrasies. Once he started speaking he could never stop. He spoke in logical order, but was incapable of bringing out the main points of what he had to say. Also, though he got everything in the right sequence, he continually repeated himself despite the fact that his audience consisted of his most intimate colleagues. He would spell things out as if addressing a class of primary school children, chasing one analysis or explanation with another. He could spin out a report for 7 or 8 hours, often sending us to sleep in the process. Like Mao Zedong, CHN Tusia was a better writer than a speaker, but even though they both spoke badly they always managed to keep to the point. In this respect Zhou Enlai could never match them. But for me Chu's long-windedness had the advantage of distracting attention from my deliberate silence. Even more articulate comrades like Yin Taiying and Lo Tengxian kept fairly quiet at such meetings, and it was only during meals that they could express their own opinions. Of my own rare contributions to discussions, I only remember one clearly. The views of the Kiangsi comrades on the land revolution in the Kiangsi Soviet area had been conveyed to us by Chang Kuo-shu. Although they felt it was necessary to oppose the rich peasants in order to mobilize all the forces of the revolution, they were concerned that this might mean working under Zhou Enlai 127 defying the resolution of the 6th Congress of the party, which had defined the revolution as bourgeois democratic in nature. The apparent contradiction gave some of our comrades quite a headache. Zhou Enlai talked at great length, but was unable to resolve the basic dilemma: should one develop theory on the basis of the objective facts of the situation, or hold back the struggle in the interests of a preconceived strategy? Since this problem touched on one of the central issues in the Stalin-Trotsky dispute, I was unable to hold myself back. If the needs of the struggle require us to oppose the rich peasants, I said, then we should do so, irrespective of the bourgeois nature of the revolution. Although my outburst did not reveal me as a Trotskyist, it created something of a stir at the meeting. Wu Fuqing, who was particularly sensitive to such questions because of his experience in the anti-Trotskyist struggle in Moscow, hinted that what I had said could lead to dangerous conclusions, and I immediately resumed my silence. By keeping my views secret I was able to continue working in the Central Committee until the early spring of 1930, when I was taken dangerously ill and hospitalized. However, I still remained a member of the party until our underground network in Moscow was betrayed by an informer. The oppositionist organization among the Chinese communists in Moscow had grown even bigger after my return to China. Since there had been over 200 of us in 1929, we must eventually have come to account for at least half of the 500 or more Chinese students there. I have already described how the party branch under Wang Ming at Sun Yat-sen University came to suspect that there was a secret Trotskyist cell among the Chinese students and took precautions against it. But they never realized how strong we were, and thought that after the campaign of late 192-7 there were no real Trotskyists left in the party. Naturally, Wang Ming and his friends had no way of knowing about the rapid developments of the opposition in the Soviet Party around 1928, since Russian officials kept them completely in the dark about it. They thought that at worst there might be a few Trotskyist infiltrators among the students transferred from KUTV to Sun Yat-sen University, but they reckoned that the overwhelming majority of them would remain passive and would prefer to rest on their past records as veteran members of the party. They did not, therefore, consider former KUTV students as enemies, although they frequently discriminated against them and 128. Treated them with contempt. In my opinion, the reason why this changed so abruptly was because of the activities of the Shanghai Trotskyists and in particular CHN2CO's defection to the opposition, after which the university authorities suddenly threw all their resources into rounding up Trotskyists, undoubtedly on the orders of the Commandant, that is, Stalin. I received the account of what happened at Sun Yat-sen University from two Chinese Trotskyists who escaped from Siberia and got back to China. At the end of 1929 the Sun Yat-sen University authorities launched yet another campaign against the Trotskyists. On wall newspapers and in the party branches all the old issues were revived, and Trotsky's harmful policies for the Chinese Revolution were fiercely denounced. Until then, few non-oppositionists had even heard of Trotsky's views, and it was only now that they got to know of them. Trotsky's proposals were denounced as liquidationist, and his supporters in China were said to be working hand in glove with the CHN2CO-born opportunists. Trotskyist students in Moscow were aware that this campaign was a reaction to our activities in China, but since they anticipated a wave of repression their elation was mingled with apprehension. CHN and Wen Ili, who had been kept on in Moscow as specimens of Trotskyism, were reportedly sent into exile near the Persian border. One of them was shot dead by a border patrol and the other captured and sent back to a Moscow jail while they were trying to escape across the frontier. All former KUTV students were automatically suspect, and carefully selected agents were ordered to mix with them and infiltrate the opposition. Among them was the former KUTV student with the Russian name of Logov, nicknamed Old Widow. He was on very good terms with Mamishkin, who had taken over from me as one of the leaders of the Trotskyist organization in Moscow. Even though their politics were not the same, they were the best of friends and used to talk quite freely together. The Old Widow knew that Mama was a Trotskyist, and worked hard to get him to confess, bringing all sorts of pressure to bear. Mama was not very sophisticated, and he lacked a strong will. After a period of painful vacillation, he finally handed over a complete list of the Trotskyists he had come into contact with. The party apparatus took immediate action, and that very night an armed detachment of GPU men arrived at the Chinese students' dormitory, dragging some 200 men and women from their beds and working under Zhou Enlai, driving them away in prison vans. Mama was the only one not to be arrested. The Old Widow and his friends tried to console him, saying that the party would richly reward him for his glorious deed. Before the next day dawned, Mama hanged himself above the empty beds of his comrades. Discovering that half the Chinese students in Moscow were Trotskyists must have shocked Stalin even more than the defection of CHN2CO. He now saw that Sun Yat-sen University had failed in its original purpose, and therefore decided to close it down. Most non-Trotskyist students were sent back to China, although some were transferred to other educational institutions or assigned to serve in Soviet government or party posts. Of those arrested, a few gave in under interrogation, and after making full confessions were imprisoned for a while, expelled from the party, and later sent back to China. Others also renounced their beliefs, but because the party feared that they were still capable of playing a role in the opposition and might rejoin the organization once back in China, they were not allowed to return home, and sent instead to labor camps in the Arctic Circle. Many comrades, however, stood firm, among them my old friend Fan Chinpiao, who reportedly lost the sight of both eyes shortly after being sent to jail. Since they refused to admit that they had done anything wrong, they suffered unbearable treatment at the hands of their jailers and were sent to serve long sentences in Siberian labor camps and prisons. The only news we ever heard of these comrades was from a Yugoslav communist by the name of Anton Siliga, who had been one of the Yugoslav representatives on the executive committee of the Komintern and who had been imprisoned for several years for offending Stalin. According to Siliga's articles about his prison experiences, communists with yellow skins received far worse treatment than their white fellow prisoners. Of more than 200 Trotskyists arrested, less than 10 made a complete recantation and were afterwards sent back to China. Another 2 comrades managed to escape back to China from Siberia. There is no record of what happened to the rest, but many undoubtedly died in Stalin's prisons or in front of a GPU firing squad. From the confessions of those who had been arrested, the party was able to build up a complete dossier on us, revealing that more than 30 Trotskyists had already returned to China. Moscow immediately transmitted a coded message to Shanghai informing the Central Committee of this. I was lying ill in hospital at the time, and 130. When Zhou Enlai saw my name among those on the list, he came to visit me there. His attitude was very friendly. He told me that he was satisfied with my work over the last few months. He hoped that I would think of my future as a revolutionary, and issue a written statement denouncing Trotskyism, to be published in Red Flag, the party's political organ. If I did as he suggested, he guaranteed that I would be allowed to keep my membership. I did not argue, but simply agreed to write a statement, which a liaison officer came to fetch the next day. What I wrote was not at all what had been hoped for. Instead, I had taken the opportunity to express my disagreement with the resolution passed at the party's 6th Congress on the reasons for the defeat of the revolution, the present situation and tasks, and future perspectives for development. I also pointed out that my work over the past few months clearly showed that I was prepared to abide by the decisions of the majority, even when I disagreed with them. I declared that I would continue to uphold my different point of view, but was still prepared to serve the revolution within a democratic-centralist framework. I therefore requested the party to respect Leninist organizational principles and allow me to continue working in its ranks. After I had handed over my statement, I knew what to expect. I was not so naive as to believe that Zhou Enlai, Li Lisan, and the others would show the same tolerance towards opposition as Lenin had done, and knew that even if they had been inclined to do so, Stalin would never let them. I was aware that the party would sever all relations with me, and that I could no longer expect to have my medical expenses paid. A short statement would simply be published in Red Flag announcing my expulsion. I therefore discharged myself from hospital the same day, and found a small room to rent. I did not remove a single stick of furniture from my secret office in central Shanghai, but simply sent the party a letter telling them to go and fetch the chairs and tables they had given me. A few days later the announcement of my expulsion appeared in Red Flag alongside that of Wu Qixian, editor of the party's theoretical organ Bolshevik right up to the moment of his expulsion. Wu Qixian was at that time an aide to Li Lisan, head of the propaganda department, just as I was aide to Zhou Enlai. Thus ended almost 5 years of work with the Chinese Communist Party. We refused to accept the legitimacy of our expulsion, however, on the grounds that the party was acting in violation of the working under Zhou Enlai Leninist norms of organization. We continued to view ourselves as a faction of the CCP until the founding of the Communist League of China in 1934. For my wife and myself, the most immediate problem was how to find enough money to pay for food, rent, and medical treatment. The party had managed to get my wife a job in the workers' hospital in West Shanghai, but she had been forced to give it up because she was pregnant and about to go into labor. I had still not recovered from my operation, and was confined to bed. The situation was desperate, and our only chance of making some money was from my writing. As luck would have it, an oppositionist in Shanghai had recently opened a small bookshop called Hupin Books, with the aim of publishing a series of social science classics. I dictated a translation of Plekhanov's From Idealism to Materialism to my wife, who sat by my sickbed and transcribed it. To our surprise, we were paid $120 for the translation, which was equal to 5 months' party allowance. This tided us over our first crisis after my expulsion from the party. Chapter 7. Unification of the Four Groups. Although I had devoted myself full-time to work for the Chinese Communist Party during the short period between my return to China and my expulsion from the party, I had kept up regular contact with my fellow oppositionists, and met the R-word comrades about once a fortnight to exchange information. Like Shi Tiang, Chang Te, and the other comrades responsible at that time for the R-word group in Shanghai, I recoiled from the idea that Chen Tusia was moving towards Trotskyism. We saw him as an inveterate opportunist trying to find his way out of a blind alley. Hence our attitude and tactics towards the Chen group. We would do all we could to expose the base motives of its opportunist leadership, while trying to win over the rank and file under its control. Although this approach was totally misconceived, we clung stubbornly to it until Trotsky himself intervened in January 1, 1931. Some of the oppositionists who had returned with me from Moscow, like Lu Jianqing, Chao Qi, and Lu Yin, had absolutely refused to participate in Communist Party work from the start. I have already mentioned that on his return Lu Jianqing simply sent the Central Committee a statement declaring his allegiance to Trotskyism. Lu Yin and Chao Qi had turned up at the educational course held shortly after our arrival in Shanghai, but later found pretexts for not taking up their assignments in Shanghai, where they had been apprenticed to the district and sub-district committees, and thus had made their exit from the party. Together with Lu Jianqing, they spent all their time discussing how to organize a new Trotskyist movement with Chen Tusia and his friends. This implied, of course, that they did not recognize the R-word group, despite the fact that it had already been active for a year or two, particularly in North and South China. Instead, they wanted to set up a new organization, run not by childish amateurs but by experienced politicians. The supporters of the R-word group viewed them with the same suspicion as we did Chen Tusia. I felt the same way as the other comrades, not only because of my assessment of Chen Tusia's unification of the four groups 133 group, but also because it seemed to me that Lu Jianqing in particular had violated our Moscow agreement in starting up a new organization, rather than joining R-word, the existing oppositionist group in China. In fact, Lu Yin himself had never actually joined the opposition in Moscow. His relationship with us there had been more social than political, so his posing as a veteran Trotskyist made him even more odious in my eyes. Such was the state of the opposition shortly before my expulsion from the party. After I had been expelled and had recovered from my illness, the situation looked very different. Lu Jianqing had broken with Chen Tusia's group. Disputes had also broken out within the R-word group, and the leaders of the North China, Shanghai, and South China groups eventually split on issues which I did not properly understand at the time and have long since forgotten. The North China Trotskyists, under Sung Feng Chun and Tung Zhe Cheng, linked up with Lu Jianqing against both the Chen Tusia group and the Shanghai-based part of the R-word group under Ou Fang and Chang Te. In order to justify the separate existence of his group, Lu Jianqing drafted a political criticism of what he called the remnants of Chen Tusia's opportunism. Lu Yin and Chao Qi also broke from Chen, although I am not quite sure on what grounds. They attracted a number of people to them and set up yet another group. I learned of all these splits and regroupings from comrades who came me to visit me on my sick bed, and the news depressed me immensely. Because of the prejudices I felt towards the Chen group, I wanted nothing to do with them, not even with those who were old friends or acquaintances. I considered myself a member of the R-word group, but unfortunately lost contact with them when Shi Tiang, my only acquaintance in the group, was imprisoned in the Shanghai International Settlement. The people I knew best were Lu Yin and Chao Qi, but I had a very low opinion of Lu both from a political and a personal point of view. During my years as a revolutionary I have seen many careerists drift in and out of the movement, but never such a self-seeking petty bourgeois as Lu Yin. At the time of the Northern Expedition, he had been a leader of the Wuhan student movement. He was a very good speaker and brilliant agitator, but more than anything else wanted to be a leader. He was very weak ideologically and lacked the spirit of self-sacrifice which marks a real revolutionary. It was therefore quite natural that he should go over. 134. To Chiang Kai-shek and become his hired intellectual stooge. While in Moscow he had called on the opposition to unite with him, over 200 men unite with one. But what he really meant was that, if we invited him to become our leader, he would consider the offer. His suggestion made him the laughing stock of the Moscow oppositionists, and infuriated Fan Chinpiao. I could not join an organization led by someone like that, and thus the only group I could and would get into contact with was the one set up by Liu Jianqing and Sung Feng Chin. Sung had been one of the first to join the opposition during his Moscow days. He had been expelled by the party in the winter of 1927, and had been sent back to China together with Ou Fang and others. He had made his way to Peking, with Koch Ung-o and Xiao Ch Angpin, where they met up with Lo Han, at that time a member of the Peking District Committee of the CCP. They had immediately started to work among students, until Lo Han was arrested and Sung Feng Chun left for Shanghai, where he arrived sometime towards the end of 1929. Sung had originally been the driving force in the R-word group, but because of his unhappiness about the growing conflict between Ou Fang and Chang Te, he went to work as a laborer in a cotton mill. He was an excellent revolutionary, and an extremely modest man who could put up with every kind of hardship. Later he was arrested with me and sent to Shanghai jail, but released about a year afterwards when influential friends of his family interceded on his behalf. A few days after his release he was rearrested together with Chn Tusiu. This was too much for him, he lost his faith in the revolution and left our ranks. In the early summer of 1930 Sung was the person I was closest to in the movement. He and other comrades from North China had joined with Liu Jianqing to draft a collective political program as a basis for uniting all the oppositionists. When I came to read the program, which was actually written by Liu Jianqing, under the title An Open Letter to All Trotskyist Comrades, I found that Liu's line on the subject of the Constituent Assembly had not changed since his Moscow days, and that he still proposed limiting the aims of the struggle to the establishment of a parliamentary system in China. He quoted at length from Marx's The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte to show that such a system would be qualitatively superior to Chiang Kai-shek's military dictatorship. I disagreed profoundly with his analysis, and although he was usually intolerant of unification of the four groups L3's other people's views, he responded to my criticisms by proposing that I rewrite the part devoted to the question of the Constituent Assembly and submit it to the others for discussion. Urged on by Sung Feng Chun and others, my line was as follows, that as the counter-revolution had triumphed and the democratic tasks of the revolution had not yet been completed, so the only correct slogan was the call for a Constituent Assembly. This would make it possible to reorganize the scattered forces of the working class, bring together the separate struggles of the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie, and clear the way for the CCP to re-enter the political arena, all with the ultimate aim of hastening the arrival of a new revolutionary storm. Whether or not it would prove possible in the course of such a struggle for a parliamentary system to come into being and establish itself was, of course, another question entirely, and one which could only be answered by events. The main reason for raising the slogan of a Constituent Assembly was to help the revolution mature in a period of counter-revolution, and to hasten the proletarian revolution. The exact interpretation of this call for a Constituent Assembly was to remain a major controversy in Chinese oppositionist ranks for many years. My own approach to the problem may not have been perfect, but in my opinion it was much closer to the spirit of Trotskyism than Liu Jianqing's purely social democratic interpretation. Sung Feng Chun and the others agreed with my draft, and Liu Jianqing only put up token resistance before agreeing to substitute it for his own. My criticisms accepted, I added my name to the open letter together with those of the other comrades. As far as I can remember there were 19 signatories in all, including Li Tzalian, a brilliant woman comrade. The North China oppositionists also gave their support to the open letter as soon as they got hold of a copy, although they did not formally add their signatures to it. Lu Jianqing and I then started up a journal which we called October, and we were soon dubbed Octoberists by the other Trotskyist groups. By the summer of 1934 mutually hostile oppositionist groups had emerged, the Octoberists, the CHN-2CA group, which issued a journal called The Proletarian and went under the name of the Proletarian Society, the R-Word group, which continued to publish a periodical of that name, and finally Lu Yin and Chao Qi, who with a handful of other comrades brought out one issue of a journal called The Militant, and therefore went under the name of the Militant Group. It seems to me in retrospect that the struggle between these four groups was waged over trivial and petty issues with exaggerated intensity. As is not unusual in a political or ideological movement in its early stages of development, personal ambition and factional prejudice become entangled with genuine differences of opinion, and the best and the worst motives often become indissolubly mingled. When political activities are restricted to writing and discussion, it is difficult for any organization to test the real strengths and weaknesses of its membership. People's motives for becoming Trotskyists in the first place varied enormously. Some joined because they found it difficult to realize their ambitions within the party, and thought that the best thing would be to branch out in a new direction. Others were intimidated by the intensity of the White Terror, and used the opposition as a stage in their retreat from the revolution, and still others took advantage of the left-wing reputation of the Trotskyist movement to retreat into a world of revolutionary mouthings, with no practical consequences. But although many sorry types were coming over to our side, the overwhelming majority of opposition supporters in China at that time were sincere revolutionaries driven by the best of motives, who firmly supported Trotsky's proposals for the Chinese Revolution and considered them far better suited to the conditions of China than those of Stalin. It was for this reason that they gave up their established positions in the party and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the oppositionist cause. The problems I have just mentioned were more or less common to all four groups. During the period when fighting between factions was at its most intense, the pace was set by people driven by egotism and personal ambition, who gave little thought to the overall needs of the movement. Afterwards, under the pressure of the majority and more particularly as a result of the personal intervention of Trotsky himself, the unification campaign began, giving the signal for the genuine revolutionaries in our ranks to pull down the mountain strongholds erected by the leaders of the four groups. The campaign soon succeeded in isolating the sectarians, so that they either left the movement to become inactive or defected to the reactionary camp. The period in which the four factions each had their own separate existence lasted for just over a year, from early 1932, May 1931. This period can be subdivided into two: before January 1931, when the differences between the factions were exaggerated and inflated, after January 8, when a letter arrived from Trotsky urging us to unify our forces, and a period of negotiations began. At first the controversies centered on questions such as the slogan of a constituent assembly, the Chinese Red Army, the nature of the coming revolution, and the lessons of the defeat of the 1925-7 revolution. There is no need to go into any detail about these old controversies, and I will restrict myself to pointing out that we deliberately exaggerated our differences in order to justify the existence of our various factions. Lu Jianqing, for example, deliberately and willfully exaggerated the differences that separated us. At first he enthusiastically welcomed CHN-2CA's conversion to Trotskyism, but when he failed to get what he was after, which was control of the propaganda department, he wrote an article in which he quoted the ancient Greek philosopher's remark, "I love my teacher, but I love the truth even more," implying that he had had to break with CHN as a matter of principle. Afterwards, when he split from the Octoberists, he suddenly discovered that he could love both his teacher and the truth. People like Lu Jianqing, however, were in a minority, so that when the different factions came into more frequent contact with one another, these differences dwindled away. During those years controversy raged around the call for a constituent assembly more than any other issue, but, as Trotsky later pointed out, Such discussions were for the most part purely hypothetical. For example, there was the question of whether a constituent assembly could ever actually be brought into being, and if so, whether it would ever be able to solve any of the problems facing the country. Then there was the question of the relationship between a constituent assembly and the Soviets. Of course it was pointless, not to say ludicrous, to raise questions of this sort, which could only really be answered by events themselves. Anyway, there was broad agreement between all the oppositionists except Liu Jianqing on this question. Questions such as the Chinese Red Army and the lessons to be drawn from the defeat of the 1925-7 revolution were raised only to discredit Chen Tuxiu. In the Proletarian, Chen wrote an article on the future prospects for the Red Army, arguing that, unless the peasant struggle was led by the urban proletariat, the revolution would either degenerate or be destroyed. If Chen Tuxiu was wrong on this point, then Marx, Engels, and Trotsky were wrong too. At the time, however, we did not realize the wider implications of this question, and all of us attacked what we saw as Chen slander of the Red Army. We seized on imperfections in the way in which he had worked his article and his one-sided slanting of the issue. In reality, we were simply swelling the Stalinist anti-Chen chorus. The question of the lessons to be learned from the defeat of the 1925-7 revolution was also raised to discredit Chen Tuxiu, and was essentially a demand that Chen admit his share of the blame for the policy of the Stalinists. Many comrades felt that for Chen to admit to having been the executor of Stalin's policies was not only not enough, but was positively dishonest. In our view, Chen had been a conscious tool of Stalin. I am still convinced that our interpretation of his behavior was not unreasonable. Chen Tuxiu was no puppet, but a revolutionary with a mind and a will of his own. We have Chen's own word for it that although he carried out some of the Comintern directives and resolutions between 1923 and 1927 unwillingly, to others he gave his full assent and agreement. In my opinion, it would have been a much more effective rebuttal of Stalinism and an important contribution to the historiography of modern China if Chen had distinguished between these two categories and compiled a detailed record of what happened, but unfortunately he never did so. However, it was completely wrong of us to demand that he should go down on his knees to confess his guilt to us as orthodox Trotskyists, since this only delayed the unification of our forces. The dispute on the nature of the coming revolution was at first over whether to struggle for a dictatorship of the proletariat or a dictatorship of the proletariat and the poor peasantry. Later, the crux of the argument was whether or not the Third Revolution would be socialist in character from the very outset. Chen Tuxiu had argued in our political platform that a successful Third Revolution would inevitably lead to the establishment of a dictatorship of the proletariat and the poor peasantry. Trotsky always talked of the dictatorship of the proletariat or the dictatorship of the proletariat at the head of the poor peasantry, but Chen Tuxiu's formula appeared to give equal weight to both forces, and therefore to be making a concession to the outdated old Bolshevik slogan of the democratic dictatorship of the workers and the peasants. This difference was first seized on by Liu Jianqing, and was subsequently picked up by all the other Trotskyists outside the Chen camp. Liu accused Chen of attempting to smuggle the poison of the democratic dictatorship into the ranks of the opposition, and dismissed Chen's article as a pitiful and hypocritical document. Although, unlike Liu Jianqing, we had not originally intended to make this the sole basis for our attack on Chen's so-called left turn, we were influenced by Liu's criticisms. We felt that Chen's formula was close to the democratic dictatorship, and in fundamental contradiction to the dictatorship of the proletariat slogan. Trotsky, however, on reading Chen Tuxiu's document, declared that it was simply a popularization and amplification of the dictatorship of the proletariat formula, and that in his view there was no contradiction between the two. Liu Jianqing was left dumbfounded by Trotsky's intervention, but for the rest of us it was as if the scales had suddenly fallen from our eyes. The last of the four differences that separated the various factions involved the nature of the coming Chinese Revolution. It was Trotsky himself who originally forecast that this revolution would be socialist in character from the very outset, and not one of us disagreed with his analysis. Where the disagreement arose, however, was over an interpretation of it advanced in an article I wrote after the unification campaign was already underway, to which I will return later. In brief, the squabbles and disputes of this period did not, as Trotsky pointed out, involve any differences of principle, but were more often than not blown up for purely factional reasons. After he had studied the various documents we had sent him, Trotsky wrote a long letter to us on January 8, 1931 proposing that we should immediately unify our forces. His tone was very pressing and earnest. "Dear friends, merge your organizations and your papers today. Don't delay too much in preparing for unification. Otherwise, you will unconsciously create artificial differences between yourselves." His prestige among us was so high that even the most die-hard sectarian could find no further excuse for delaying unification, and shortly after receiving his letter the four factions decided to set up a committee to negotiate unifications, which would draw up documents and unify on a common platform. As I said earlier, this unification campaign was very beneficial for our movement, strengthening and concentrating us numerically, and at the same time involving a process of purification and selection. The small minority of comrades who could not accept the loss of their mountain strongholds left the unified opposition of their own accord, unable to reconcile themselves to the idea of working in a broader and numerically stronger organization. To clarify what went on during this period of regroupment, I would now like to say something about some of the individuals involved in the different organizations, beginning with the October group of which I myself was a member. The natural leader of the Octoberists was Liu Jianqing. He was older than the rest of us, and had better credentials. He had been one of the original 12 delegates at the first Congress of the CCP in 1921, and had also been General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Youth League. He had visited Trotsky at Prinkipo in Turkey, and even used to brag that Trotsky had chosen his pen name, Neil Shi, for him. In Moscow I had had my differences with Liu, but I had always respected him as a veteran of the movement. On returning to China, when we got together with other comrades to publish October and organize our group, I continued to hold him in fairly high regard, but as soon as I and the other comrades began to W01K closely with him we discovered that he had many faults. As a theoretician, he was one-sided and unstable. Of Lenin's three component parts of Marxism, he was versed in only one: the history of the modern European revolutionary movement. He knew nothing of political economy and had only an elementary knowledge of philosophy. His instability in ideology enabled him to change his views according to his own ever-changing needs. However, what made us split from him after no more than a few months of cooperation was his way of working, which was entirely different from ours. He was obsessed with cultivating the famous, and he held himself aloof from the working class. He left our organization after only 2 issues of October had appeared. After the split we continued to publish under the new name of The Road to October. Liu Jianqing brought out 2 issues of a one-man paper called Tomorrow. Later, he lapsed into inactivity after failing to win a place in the leadership when the 4 factions united. In 1934 he was hired by Harold Isaacs to translate material for his book The Tragedy of the Chinese Revolution. He was later arrested in Peking, but let out of prison after a period of reflection. In 1938 he joined General Hu Tsung-Nan's Anti-Communist League. When the Communist Party took power in R949, the first thing he did was to write a statement denouncing Trotskyism. Fortunately, people like Liu Jianqing were in a tiny minority in the movement, and of the 80 or more members of the October group in Shanghai and North China, only one other, a man called Liu, went over to the counter-revolution. Among these 80 there were many truly heroic figures, such as Koch Chung-o, Li Tze-Eileen, and Lo Han, all of them utterly dedicated. The group, which continued under the name of Our Word after 1930, was in effect confined to Shanghai and Hong Kong. Its leadership was made up of the first generation of Moscow Trotskyists, Sun Yat-sen University students sent back to China in 1927. They had already been working for a few years in the country, and in Hong Kong had established a particularly strong base after Ou Fang, CHN1 Mao and others went to work in the TICA dockyards. In Shanghai, where Shi Tiang and Lu Wanyian were in overall charge of the activities of the R-Word group, there were fewer successes, but some contacts were established among workers and intellectuals. 27 years later, at the time of writing, it is possible to look back on the events of those days dispassionately and to weigh up the merits of the various groups. It seems to me that the R-Word group was the healthiest of the four factions, more militant than the CHN2CA group and with a broader base than either the Octoberists or the militant group. It had some outstanding leaders, among them Ou Fang, who was resilient, modest, optimistic by nature, and both a man of action and a thinker. He dressed just like a laborer and was a brilliant writer and speaker. Tragically, Ou Fang was arrested together with Koch-Ung-O of the October Group before unification could be carried out, and both comrades died at the hands of the Kuomintang in Shanghai jail. Then there was CHN1 Mao, who, although not as good a thinker or writer as Ou Fang, had at least as much capacity to endure pain. CHN also died in jail. Sung Ching-siu, another outstanding and determined revolutionary, was the leader of the workers' section of the R-Word group in Shanghai. He died in the same prison as Ou Fang and CHN1 Mao. This is how the revolution always treats the people who take part in it, physically destroying the strong and the loyal, and spiritually destroying the weak and the bad. Other leaders of the R-Word group such as Shi Tiang, Lu Wanyian, Chang Te, and Liang Kanchiao belonged to the latter category. Shi Tiang and Lu Wanyian were weak, and later dropped out of politics altogether, but Chang Te and Liang Kanchiao actively went over to the counter-revolution, becoming specialists in anti-communism for the Kuomintang. The proletarian society was made up of over 80 high and middle-ranking cadres trained during the early period of the CCP, all of them experienced and able activists. They would have been a powerful asset to any ideological movement, especially with a man of CHN2CA's caliber at their head. Whatever his mistakes, CHN was still the symbol of China's progressive and revolutionary movement, both at home and abroad. The proletarian society might therefore have been expected to play an important role in the formation and development of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. But this never happened, the reason being that most of these old coilades were by now too apathetic. During the long period of CCP Kuomintang cooperation, many of them had adopted the style and attitudes of a bureaucrat or a member of the gentry, and having got used to working within a ready-made organizational apparatus, found it hard to come to terms with the problems of building a new movement from scratch. As events were later to show, only a small minority of this organization of officers and general staff were as capable of fighting in the ranks once unification had been achieved. For a long period the militant group had only 4 members. Apart from Lu Yin and Chao Qi, the other 2 members were called Wang and Ci. Wang and Ci went over to the Kuomintang with Lu Yin shortly after unification, and only Chao Qi continued to work alongside the other oppositionists. While the unification campaign was gathering strength, a member of the Communist Party called Mingyan Chiang, who was responsible for the Workai section of the CCP in North Shanghai, was recruited to the militant group by Chao Qi. 20 or so other worker communists joined with him, so that the militant group could boast a couple of dozen members by the time of the Unification Congress in I-931. But of all the groups in existence at that time, the militant group was without doubt the smallest. The first concern of the more sectarian-minded comrades in the various groups was how to secure for themselves the best possible representation on the committee set up to negotiate unification. Should the various groups be represented on a proportional basis, which would work out to the advantage of the bigger organizations, or should the groups be represented equally, which would favor the smaller ones? After some preliminary discussions, the decision was made to allot each organization regardless of size 2 delegates. Originally Ou Fang and Shi Tiang, who had just been released from the International Settlement Prison in Shanghai, were chosen to represent the R-Word group, Wu Qixien and Ma Taifu the Proletarian Society, Lu Yin and Chao Qi, the militant group, and Sung Feng Chun and myself, the Octobrists. Shortly afterwards the R-Word group's delegation was changed to Lianggan Chiao and CHN1 Mao, after the arrest of Ou Fang and the desertion of Shi Tiang, who secretly left Shanghai for his hometown. The first few sessions of the Unification Negotiations Committee were marred by quarreling, and at meeting after meeting old issues were revived and old disputes reenacted. These so-called negotiations dragged on for about 2 months, to the disappointment of many of the delegates and all the genuine oppositionists in the 4 groups. The committee had originally set itself 2 tasks: to draw up a series of documents for voting on at a subsequent unification conference, and to organize such a conference. Both tasks were to prove difficult to achieve. I was chosen to draw up the platform of the Chinese left opposition, not a particularly exacting task, since all it entailed was making a few editorial changes to the draft platform Trotsky had already sent us, on the nature of the coming Chinese Revolution. Trotsky had written in his draft, "Our strategic general line is directed towards the seizure of state power. The dictatorship of the proletariat in China will without doubt make of the Chinese Revolution a part of the world's socialist revolution." As it seemed to me that this formulation was not complete, I drew on a passage from Trotsky's The Summary DLLD Perspectives of the Chinese Revolution. The Third Chinese Revolution will be forced from the very outset to effect the most decisive shake-up and abolition of bourgeois property in city and village. On the basis of this I wrote, "The coming Chinese Revolution will be socialist in character from the very outset." To my surprise, this sentence raised a storm of protest, and Lu Jianqing rose to denounce it as mechanical and ultra-leftist. He had himself long maintained that the Chinese Revolution would inevitably go through a Kerensky stage. After this, R-Word and the Proletariat published articles both for and against my formulation. I have forgotten the details of the argument, but I do remember that the majority of the R-Word group supported me, whereas the majority, 144, of the Proletarian Society opposed me. My most uncompromising opponent was Piang Shutse, and my firmest supporter in the Proletarian Society was Cheng Chaolin, while Chn Tusia wrote an article which fell between the 2 camps. Other theoretical problems of rather less importance were also argued over in the negotiating committee. Here too everyone refused to move from their positions, so it took a long time to draw up the documents to be voted on. Organizing the unification conference proved to be an even thornier problem. First, it was very difficult to work out just how many members there were in each group. On this point Liang Kenchiao's attitude was particularly obstructive. Lianggan Chiao, a soldier who had been through the Whampoa Military Academy, showed not the slightest interest in theoretical questions, but as soon as the discussion switched to questions which concerned the future control of any unified organization that might be set up, he would immediately spring to life and devote his undivided attention to what was going on around him. For him, everything that anyone else might say was always part of a plot, and he therefore had no scruples about carrying out any cynical organizational maneuver. To ensure himself a dominant position in any future elections, he approached us Octobrists with proposals for an anti-CHN alliance, but when we turned him down he decided to adopt another tack, hugely exaggerating the strength of his group and claiming without so much as a blush that its membership was equal to the rest of the 3 groups put together. The general tone of the negotiations angered many of those present, and caused great anxiety to the more genuine comrades. Wu Qixian and Ma Yitfu, the representatives of the Proletarian Society, were the first to lose their enthusiasm, and they decided to waste no more time attending the meetings. It seemed like the beginning of the end for the negotiations. At first we thought that Wu and Ma were simply impatient at the lack of progress being made, but I afterwards learned that internal problems within the Proletarian Society probably also influenced their decision to resign. Trotsky's letter of January 8, 1931 had in fact changed the relationship of forces between the different Trotskyist groups. Before it, the CHN group had neither prestige nor status, and the other 3 factions all prided themselves on their orthodoxy. Time and time again CHN and his friends expressed their naughtiness to engage in joint activities and even to put their forces into the existing organization, but their advances were turned down out of hand, and they were subjected to a ferocious political battering. But it was not long before Trotsky read CHN's document, praised it, and stretched out his hand to the former leader of the CCP in comradeship, at the same time strongly urging the other Chinese Trotskyists to unite with him immediately. After this, the situation was reversed. The other three groups accepted Trotsky's advice with extreme reluctance and not a little embarrassment. CHN's Proletarian Society entered the negotiations as victors, turning the tables on the rest of us, pretending that they were the only orthodox Trotskyists, and trying to give the impression that they were above our childish nonsense. Needless to say, none of them dared to express his feelings openly, but they wore superior smiles and turned up their noses at others. They had no confidence in the negotiations, and it was with little enthusiasm that they sent their representatives along. After weeks of unceasing bickering, the prospect of unification receded further and further. Their delegates would have liked nothing better than to withdraw from the negotiating committee, and they began to display their arrogance and superiority more and more openly. Worst of all was Piang Shutse, who argued that it was pointless to continue talking about unification, and that the groups should go back to working by themselves. Any other oppositionists who were sincere about working for the revolution could join the Proletarian Society. These proposals found some support among the veteran cadres, especially Wu Qixien and Ma Yitfu, but many others in the Proletarian Society, in particular Cheng Chaolin and Yin Ke Yuan, opposed them. The negotiations temporarily broke down, and whether or not the unification movement would continue depended largely on the attitude of CHN Tusiu. One day in March, CHN an old friend of mine from Peking University and a member of the CHN Tusiu group, paid me a visit and told me that CHN Tusiu would like to see me for a talk at the home of Yin Ke Yuan. This was the first time I had ever met CHN Tusiu, and although I was no longer as hostile to him as I had been several months earlier, I was still critical of him. As soon as I set eyes on him, however, I gained a most favorable impression. This middle-aged man in his early 50s, with his sincere and unassuming ways, swept all remaining traces of factional prejudice from me. We talked all afternoon, allowing our conversation to follow its own course, but dwelling chiefly on my own personal history, from the time I was at Peking University down to when I worked under Zhou Enlai in the organization department. He asked many questions and said little himself, but once a subject captured his interest he would join in with relish. I was particularly impressed by his straightforwardness. There was not the slightest trace of ceremony or pretentiousness about him. But, for all his frankness, I saw no signs of his notorious hot temper. On the contrary, it seemed to me that he was extremely considerate and modest in his attitude towards others. Finally we got around to talking about the question of unification. He asked me my opinion, and I gave it to him without hesitation. I explained how I had at first been opposed to cooperating with his group, but had afterwards changed my mind and was now looking forward to unification. He seemed pleased, and said that in his view it was absolutely imperative for the Chinese Trotskyist movement to unify its forces, as otherwise there would be no future for any of the groups. He added that this applied equally to the Proletarian Society, since it was mostly made up of old men, and the tasks confronting the opposition in China could only be carried out by young people. After we had finished our conversation, we left separately. It was dusk by now, and as I walked home I was filled with rare emotions. I felt as though a big change had come over me. I had got to know a great figure in the history of revolutionary thought in modern China. The enormous respect I developed for CHN Tusiu remains with me to this day. The following morning CHN came back to see me, and told me what CHN Tusiu's impressions of the conversation had been. I was pleased to hear that CHN Tusiu had told him that I was the complete opposite of Lianggan Chiao, whom he had invited over for a similar talk the previous day. This was hardly surprising, as Liang was to defect to the Kuomintang only a few weeks later and take over as head of Jiang's secret police. How could comparison of a revolutionary with a man like that even be considered? Chang also told me that the Proletarian Society had decided to replace its representatives on the negotiating committee with Chen Tuxiu and Yin Ke-yuan, hoping in this way to speed up progress towards unification. There was a dramatic change once Chen Tuxiu arrived at the negotiations. The squabbling stopped, and the determination to achieve unity infected all those present. Differences on theoretical questions were now resolved without the interminable disputes. Unification of the four groups 147 which used to accompany them, and exaggeration and hair-splitting frowned upon. It was decided that the documents should be rewritten. Chen Tuxiu was to write the political platform and the agrarian program. I was chosen to draw up some theses on the question of the Constituent Assembly. If I remember rightly, Lianggan Chiao was assigned to write the organizational resolution, and Yin Ke-yuan a resolution on the workers' movement. The resolutions were written and submitted in record time, and after a frank and good-natured discussion they were quickly voted on and passed. As for the controversial question of the nature of the Third Chinese Revolution, Chen Tuxiu's draft reverted to Trotsky's original formulation, arguing that it would result from the very outset in a decisive shake-up of private property in both town and country. The platform was unanimously accepted. After the political preparations for unification had been completed, the only problem outstanding was the election of delegates for the forthcoming Unification Conference. A subcommittee consisting of Yin Ke-yuan, Chao Qi, Lianggan Chiao, and myself was set up to deal with this. The simplest thing would have been to allocate delegates proportionately, according to the strength of the various groups, but the difficulty was that Lianggan Chiao had exaggerated the size of his group. As for the other three groups, there had originally been 80 signatories to the collective platform of the Proletarian Society, but during the last few months they had gained some adherents both in Hong Kong and North China, which had boosted their membership to over 100. The October group had originally collected 19 signatures in Shanghai alone for its platform, and afterwards it won over a dozen or so new supporters in addition to the 50 or so members of the R-Word group in North China who came over to them, making about 80 in all. The militant group had at most 30 members, all of them in Shanghai. The R-Word group had a similar membership there. In Hong Kong their organization was stronger, consisting of some 70 or 80 comrades. But Lianggan Chiao was insisting that their total membership was over 300. We asked him to supply a membership list, but he refused on the grounds that this would be dangerous. When Yin Ke-yuan proposed sending someone to make an on-the-spot investigation, he replied that this was impossible, since the comrades were scattered throughout the East River area and Chongshan County in Guangdong Province. After several days of haggling, we at last succeeded in making a deal with him, agreeing to grant the R-Word group representation on the basis of 120 to 140 members. One delegate was allowed for every 20 members, so the R-Word group got 6 or 7. The Proletarian Society had 5 delegates, the Octobrists 4, and the militant group 2. The problems of finance and venue were left to the Proletarian Society. I afterwards learnt that the money was provided by Li Chengsan, a friend of the famous Kuomintang general Yang Hucheng, who pawned his fur coat to raise it, while Ho Zushen rented a house for the conference in the Darren Bay Road area of East Shanghai. None of us knew in advance the exact location of the house. The various factions soon elected their representatives to the conference. Chen Tuxiu, Cheng Chaolin, Chang Chang Shi, Wu Qixian, and the veteran railway worker Wang Hui or Ho Zushen, were chosen to represent the Proletarian Society. The R-Word group was represented by Lianggan Chiao, Chen Mao, Lu Kuo, who was unable to attend for other reasons and whose place was taken by Sung Qingxiu, Chang Chu, a worker from Hong Kong, and 2 or 3 other Hong Kong comrades. The Octobrists decided to send Lo Han, who had just got out of jail in Peking, and represented the North China comrades, Sung Feng Xiechun, Pu Taichi, and myself. The militant group sent Chao Qi and Lai Yentiang. The Unification Conference of the Chinese Left Opposition was called for May 1, 931 and met for 3 days. The first 2 days were ta-ken up with discussion and amendment of the various documents submitted by the negotiating committee, and on the third and final day a new leadership was elected. CHN Tusio inaugurated the conference and delivered a short political report. During the subsequent debate the only issue which caused any real controversy was whether or not the national unification of China could be achieved under Chiang Kai-shek. No one argued that none of the democratic tasks could be achieved except under the dictatorship of the proletariat, and CHN Tusio's report did not exclude the possibility of at least the appearance of national unification under the existing regime, even though he agreed with our fundamental postulate. Most of the delegates, myself included, opposed this formulation, and so CHN allowed it to be struck out from his Unification of the Four Groups 149 political report when it came to voting. All the other documents were approved unanimously. Lahi Unification Conference put an end to the rivalry between the four factions, and the atmosphere afterwards was one of harmony, solidarity, and hope. It was as if all of those present in that small room saw a bright future for the Chinese Bolshevik-Leninists and were convinced they would play a decisive role in the coming Chinese Revolution. The only exception to this general mood of unity was Liang Gan Chiao, who was so narrow-mindedly factionalist in his attitude that the very idea of a unified movement was distasteful to him. After the documents had been voted on, elections followed. All the delegates ignored previous factional demarcations and cast their votes regardless of old factional ties. The following comrades were elected to the formal leadership body of the new unified organization: CHN Tusio, Lo Han, Sung Fengchun, CHN 1 Mao, Cheng Chao Lin, Chao Qi, and myself. Others were elected as alternate members. The most striking feature of these results was that the heroes of the aimless factional skirmishing of the LA.st year or so, men like Liang Gan Chiao, Lu Zhenqing, Lu Yin, and Ma Yitfu, who had bent all their efforts towards securing themselves positions of dominance in the movement, failed without exception to gain election to the new leadership body. The fact that maneuvers got them nowhere confirms my earlier statement that unification was a process of natural selection, a remorseless and unerring process of purification. Less than a month after the conference, Liang Gan Chiao made his way to Nanking to seek out Chiang Kai-shek, who had been head of the Whampoa Military Academy when Liang was trained there, and issued a statement declaring that communism is not in harmony with the Chinese natural character. Lu Zhenqing lapsed into complete apathy. Lu Yin bided his time, waiting for the highest bidder to buy him out of the movement. Ma Yitfu immediately defected to the Wuzhen Shanghai garrison headquarters of the Kuomintang to join their special agents. Now that unification had been achieved, the left opposition of the Chinese Communist Party made great progress in several fields. The new Central Committee made CHN Tusio General Secretary, Cheng Chao Lin was put in charge of propaganda, CHN 1 Mao was ISO. Given responsibility for organizational work, Lo Han was made secretary of the Central Committee, and I was put in charge of our theoretical organ. At the first plenary session of the Central Committee, Lo Han drafted a telegram to Trotsky joyfully announcing that the Chinese comrades had taken a step of great significance, and that the banner of the Chinese Bolshevik-Leninists would soon be fluttering from one end of China to the other. The tone of this message reflected our boundless confidence. At that time the Kuomintang were toying with a provisional constitution, and a struggle for democracy was beginning at all levels of society, just as Trotsky had forecast. We therefore decided to launch a nationwide campaign for a genuine constituent assembly. Our unification also came at a very opportune moment from the point of view of the internal struggle in the CCP. But before I go into that question in more detail, I want to take another look at the doings of our old friend Wang Ming, who had returned to China only a few months after us. By early 1930 he was back in Shanghai, together with the other members of the so-called 28 Bolsheviks faction. Among these 28 were Ho Zishu, Chn Pangxian, Chn Chang Hao, Chn Wei Ming, and Sun Qiming. I was very familiar with all these men, most of whom were very shallow-minded. When they first got back they were treated just as we had been several months before, and despite the fact that Wang Ming was in favor with Stalin and had excellent relations with Shang Chengfa, then General Secretary of the CCP, he was assigned to a very lowly position in the propaganda department under Li Lisan. However, a man of his ambition was not going to settle for such a humble situation. At that time Li Lisan was still leader of the party, having imitated Stalin's third period line with his theory of a new revolutionary high tide, and achieved an initial success for the revolution in one or several provinces. In Shanghai he tried to occupy the streets by mounting adventurous demonstrations along the Nanking Road, and nationally he aimed at occupying Changsha and even Wuhan with the help of the Hunan and Hebei Red armies. As defeat followed defeat, many comrades came to question the Li Lisan line. By September 1930, after the failure of the Red Army's second attack on Changsha, the failure of Li Lisan's policy was unification of the four groups plain for all to see. At the third plenary session of the 6th Central Committee in the same month, a group of CCP leaders headed by Ch2Chiu Pai put an end to the Li Lisan era. By this time, of course, we Trotskyists had been expelled from the party, so I have no clear idea of what role Wang Ming and his group played in the overthrow of Li Lisan. But judging from the factional changes in the leadership of the CCP over the previous year or two, Ch2Chiu Pai, who had been removed as General Secretary at the 6th Congress in Moscow in 1928, was hardly in a position to carry out such a coup without backing from elsewhere. It seems to me that Wang Ming must have played a role behind the scenes through his protege, the General Secretary Shang Chengfa, and with the help of both the Comintern representative in Shanghai and of Moscow. Less than 4 months later, at the 4th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee held in January 193, Wang Ming and his supporters emerged from the wings, overthrew Ch2Chiu Pai, just as Li Lisan had been overthrown shortly before, and, with the active support of Shang Chengfa and the connivance of Zhou Enlai, snatched the leadership for themselves. Wang Ming, hero of the battle against the Trotskyists at Sun Yat-sen University in 1927, victor over the Kiangsuchikiang Provincial Association and the survivors of the Moscow branch of the CCP, the man who amalgamated KUTV into Sun Yat-sen University and unified the leadership of the Chinese students in the Soviet Union into his own hands, this same Wang Ming had now won his biggest battle, the battle for the leadership of the whole party. From start to finish it had only taken him 4 years, during which time this ambitious nonentity, this total outsider to the Chinese Revolution, had maneuvered his way into the Politburo of the CCP. It was an amazing record. But for anyone at all familiar with the reality of Stalinism, the paradox is only too easy to explain. Wang Ming's rapid rise to power had less to do with natural ability, which played only a very minor role in the whole enterprise, than the fact that his ambitions fitted in very well with Stalin's needs. After his victories over Trotsky and Bukharin, Stalin immediately set about Stalinizing all the other communist parties in the Third International. The first to fall were the supporters of the left opposition, soon followed by all genuine communists with minds of their own. It was during this campaign that Stalin raised the slogan in the Comintern of Bolshevization, but what he meant by IP. Bolsheviks were only the docile and spineless supporters of his own factional interests. The best example of such a Bolshevik was Wang Ming himself. Of the early leaders of the CCP, Ch2Chiu was definitely not a Bolshevik of this sort, and Ch2Chiu Pai was far too fond of expressing his own opinion. Zhou Enlai came a little closer to the mark, but he had no direct relations with the Stalinists, and in any case was far too able for Stalin to trust. Shang Chengfa was certainly qualified in one way to receive the appellation, but he had absolutely no talent at all, and as far as theory went he was illiterate. Mao Zedong, of course, was less qualified than any of these last three for such a title. Stalin, and his immediate entourage including MIF, had long intended to cultivate a loyal agent among the Chinese students in Moscow. Wang Ming's nomination as Stalin's Chinese puppet emperor had already been decided on by late 1927, and his performance at the fourth plenum of the Sixth Central Committee was stage-managed by Stalin through MIF, then the Comintern agent in Shanghai. It was about this time that Wang Ming wrote his pamphlet The Struggle for Bolshevization of the CCP. In his pamphlet, Wang Ming launched an attack on Li Lisan's ultra-left line and raised the new charge of conciliationism against Ch2Chiu-Pai. The result was that both men were kicked out of the leadership and made to confess their mistakes. Zhou Enlai, also, was ordered to make a self-examination. Li Lisan was sent to Moscow to study. Ch2Chiu-Pai's fate was different. It was almost as if he had been expelled from the party completely. He lived in Shanghai at the house of a non-party friend called Si Tanju and engaged in left-wing literary activities. Despite the fact that Wang Ming and his friends had never been elected to the Central Committee, they manipulated it at will. They were co-opted straight onto the Politburo and given posts of high responsibility. The most authoritative Maoist document available had the following to say on the coup carried out by Wang Ming and his friends in the guise of Bolshevization. This new left line under Comrade Ch.N. Xiaoyitzel Wang Ming's leadership. Organizationally, the exponents of this new left line violated discipline, refused the work assigned them by the party, committed the error of joining with a number of other comrades in factional activities against the central leadership, wrongly called upon the party membership to set up a provisional leading body and demanded that unification of the four groups. Fighting cadres who actively support and pursue their left line should be used to reform and strengthen the leading bodies at all levels. They thereby created a serious crisis in the party. Hence, generally speaking, the new left line was more determined, more theoretical, more domineering and more fully articulated in its leftism than the Li Lisan line, even though it did not call for organizing insurrection in the key cities and, for a time, did not call for concentrating the Red Army to attack those cities. In January 193, the fourth plenary session of the Sixth Central Committee of the party was convened under circumstances in which pressure was being applied from all directions by the left dogmatist and sectarian elements headed by Comrade Ch.N. Xiaoyith, and in which some comrades in the central leading body who had committed empiricist errors were compromising with these elements and supporting them. The convening of this session played no positive or constructive role. The outcome was the acceptance of the new left line, its triumph in the central leading body, and the beginning of the domination of a left line in the party for the third time during the period of the Agrarian Revolutionary War. Under this program, the fourth plenary session and the subsequent central leadership promoted the left dogmatist and sectarian comrades to responsible positions in the central leading body on the one hand. On the other, they excessively attacked those comrades headed by Ch2Chiu-Pai who were alleged to have committed the error of the line of conciliation, and immediately after the session the Central Committee wrongly attacked the great majority of the so-called rightist comrades. 1. Although most of what is said about Wang Ming in the piece I have just quoted is true, the really important things are left unsaid. Since it deliberately avoids naming the main instigator of these crimes, dressing up a mere pickpocket as a big-time criminal, it cannot therefore draw the correct lessons from the historical events which it attempts to describe. Wang Ming's coup was not the mistaken action of an isolated individual, but part of a more general process of Stalinization which was affecting all sections of the Comintern. When Lenin and Trotsky were in power, the Comintern was the supreme organ of power in the world communist movement. The CPSU was simply a subordinate section of the International, to which it looked for leadership, as did the whole Soviet Union, the state which it had created and which it controlled. All fraternal parties enjoyed equal status within the Comintern. As headquarters of the World Revolution, the Comintern was made up of the most authoritative and talented revolutionaries, who had won the respect of the masses in their own countries. If Lenin played a leading role in the International, this was due to his superior talents and his unique experience, not to his position as leader of the Soviet state. From time to time certain leaders were expelled from the International because they fell short of the standards required of them, but this was only after proper discussion and consultation and with the aim of advancing rather than harming the interests of the revolution. Gradually, however, the Soviet Union began to degenerate and the theory of socialism in one country became an official tenet of the CPSU. The first thing that happened was that a change came about in the relationship between the CPSU and the Comintern, which, from being a headquarters of the World Revolution, changed into an arm of Soviet diplomacy. At the same time, the trend towards degeneration which was becoming more and more apparent in the CPSU was paralleled in the Comintern and in the parties affiliated to it. But the Soviet bureaucrats could only really control the Comintern if the leaders of the various foreign sections submitted completely to their will. The old generation of communists, who had inherited a revolutionary socialist tradition going back for almost a century and who had been tempered in the struggles of the immediate post-war period, were hardly likely to change into yes-men overnight. The subjugation of the foreign parties required a long process of so-called Bolshevization. Stalin spared no effort to achieve this aim, working at it for months and even years, and not hesitating wherever necessary to sabotage any revolutions which were not under his immediate control. At the same time he murdered countless thousands of foreign revolutionaries, either in the prison camps of Siberia or in the Lubyanka jail in Moscow, so that by the early 1930s, communist parties throughout the world were dominated exclusively by Bolsheviks of the Wang Ming type. I am not suggesting that Mao himself was unaware of who Wang Ming's patrons were, or of the true implications of the Bolshevization campaign. There were two main reasons why Mao put all the blame on Wang Ming. First, he was at the time of writing anxious not to impair Sino-Soviet friendship, and second, Mao Zedong was himself a Stalinist, ideologically, if not in terms of faction. An 1E unification conference of the Chinese Trotskyist movement took place 3 months after the CCP's fourth plenary session. The CCP was still reeling from the after-effects of Wang Ming's coup. The tragic fate of the so-called conciliationist or rightist faction particularly saddened the middle and lower cadres of the party. I will briefly explain what happened. Lo Changlung, Ho Mengxiang, Lin Yilnan, Li Chiu Shi, and the group of communists under them were all veteran cadres of the party, most of them members of the Provincial Committee of Jiangsu Province and some of them long-standing activists in the trade union movement. These men were outstanding professional revolutionaries and pillars of the workers' movement, down to earth, hard-working, and indissolubly linked to the proletariat. Even though none of them was an outstanding theoretician or could match Wang Ming in his manipulation of quotations from the classics, the fact that they lived like true revolutionaries and shared the day-to-day fate of the working class meant that they had a genuine feeling for the movement and were receptive to the smallest change in its mood. This was completely unlike the members of the Central Committee of the party, who took as their starting point the telegrams and resolutions they received from Moscow. As early as 1928, when Stalin sent his prodigy Lomanids to China to direct Ch2Chiu in a new putschist wave, the conciliationists had voiced a number of correct and sharply worded criticisms. Their resolution of May of that year was quoted at length by Trotsky in his article The Chinese Question after the Sixth Congresses, where he called it a remarkable document on the policy and the regime of the Communist International. Independently and on the basis of their own experience, the conciliationists of the Jiangsu Provincial Committee had reached similar conclusions to those which the left opposition had deduced from its broad theoretical analysis. After the CCP Sixth Congress, some of these individuals became more interested in Trotskyist ideas, but their empiricism, or else their lack of courage, prevented them from breaking altogether with Stalinism. When the Stalinists came out with their third period theory immediately after the Sixth Congress, a theory which in China was embodied in the Li-Lisan line, they once again began to express deep dissatisfaction, and when the Li-Lisan line came under fire at the third plenum, the Jiangsu Committee supported Ch2. Chiu Pi. Afterwards, when Wang Ming began a more thoroughgoing purge of Li-Lisan and his handful of supporters and moved to topple Chiu Pi, they gave Wang their tacit support. But as soon as Wang Ming and his friends took over the leadership, their even more absurdly leftist line and domineering ways alienated their Jiangsu supporters. Wang Ming therefore counterattacked, relying on Comintern support and his newly acquired position in the CCP leadership to launch a ferocious onslaught on the conciliationists, or rightists. All the odds were on Wang Ming's side. But the rightists showed considerable mettle, and refused to surrender. Even though they realized that their cause was hopeless, they fought back heroically, and were even prepared at one point to organize a new communist party as a vehicle for their ideas. But before they could realize their plans, tragedy struck. While all the main leaders of the Kiangsu group were attending a meeting in the Eastern Hotel just behind the Sincere department store in Shanghai, they were surprised by agents from the Wuzhen Shanghai garrison headquarters and arrested. Despite attempts to bribe and intimidate them, not one capitulated to the Kuomintang, and they were all taken out and shot. Among the 25 martyrs were Ho Mengxiang, Lin Yilnan, Li Chiu, my old friend Chao Pingfu, and Yil Tiang, who had come back from Moscow with me. The novelist Hu Yepian, husband of the writer Ting Ling, was also among the martyrs. The death of these comrades caused grief and anger in the party's ranks. There were rumors that Wang Ming was responsible for this incident, and had informed the police of their whereabouts as a way of getting rid of them. Such treachery was the normal practice of the Stalin/Wang Ming school, but there is no proof that it actually happened. It is undeniable, however, that their martyrdom was linked at least indirectly to the inter-party struggle, and that it had a demoralizing and depressing effect on the party rank and file. Despite the crisis, Wang Ming and his friends did not let up for a moment in their campaign to seize control of the Chinese party, ruthlessly persecuting, dismissing, and even expelling all those old cotters who proved uncooperative or who fell foul of them in any way. The Chinese oppositionists presented a complete contrast to this picture of disarray. After May Day, 1931, we were united in one organization, and led by the founder of the Chinese Communist movement, Chen Tusiu. The main reason why we did not make unification of the four groups 157 our influence felt more was that Chiang Kai-shek, with the help of the traitor Ma Yitfu, unexpectedly came to Wang Ming's aid. Our newly elected leaders had been at their posts scarcely a month when almost all of them were arrested during a police raid on the night of May 21, after Ma Yitfu had tipped off the Kuomintang. Apart from Chen Tusiu and Lo Han, the entire standing committee of the organization was arrested, including Cheng Chaolin and his wife Wu Qingchen, Ho Zushen and his wife Chang Isen, Sung Fengchun, Chen Wan Mao, Lu Kuohua, Chang Shangxi, Pu Taichi, Wang Qihui, and myself. This crushing blow brought the activities of the newly unified opposition to a temporary standstill. As for myself, I was about to enter a new chapter in my life, a chapter mainly made up of long periods of imprisonment. But before I go on to describe those experiences, I would like to say a few things about the literary activities of the oppositionists, which is how many of us earned our living during that period. In the history of revolutionary movements, revolutionary ideologies have generally tended to precede the actual implementation of revolution. China in the 1920s was an apparent exception to this rule. It is true that the May 30th movement of 1925 was a natural development of the May 4th movement of 1919, and represented a transformation from bourgeois democratic ideology to socialist consciousness, a transformation clearly embodied both in the person of Chen Tusiu, the most important ideologist of the period, and in the New Youth magazine which he edited. In this sense, the Second Chinese Revolution, which started up at roughly the same time as the May 30th movement, could be said to have been preceded by an ideological upsurge. But in fact the pace of events during the Chinese Revolution rapidly outstripped the range of previous revolutionary thinking. After the end of the European War in 1991-8, and especially as a result of the October Revolution of 1917, socialist thinking found its way to China. It became the most fashionable decoration on the soul of China's intellectuals. All sorts of Western ideologies were seized upon, some of them going back 100 years or more, so long as they bore the label socialist. It mattered little whether they were scientific, utopian, revolutionary, reformist, or even reactionary. So long as they fulfilled this minimum condition, they were translated into Chinese, published in all sorts of magazines, chatted about in bourgeois drawing rooms, and even lectured on in the academies. By young men anxious to make a name for themselves as progressives or simply to make money. As soon as they had been published and politely chatted about, they were immediately forgotten, and our socialist heroes would go off to rejoin their warlord friends, or even, like Chiang Kai-shek, the founder of the Chinese Social Democratic Party, to visit the former emperor in the Forbidden City. Of course, not all intellectuals with socialist leanings were like this. The group around Chen and Li Ta-chao quickly opted for scientific socialism in its most modern form, Bolshevism. They set up the Chinese Communist Party, and began to establish contacts with China's newly emerging social force, the proletariat. But, because the Chinese Revolution developed so quickly, the first generation of socialist revolutionaries had no conception of how to lead the class struggle. In fact, they could not even recognize the struggle when they came face to face with it. In Russia, the complete opposite had been the case. There, revolutionary intellectuals had investigated and thoroughly discussed all the fundamental problems of the revolution some 10 or 20 years before its actual outbreak. They already had both a strategic and a tactical program, and a fighting organization unifying all the most determined revolutionaries in its ranks, so that, when the revolution actually arrived, it developed almost as if according to plan for Lenin, Trotsky, and others, although not without the most bitter struggles. In China, things turned out differently. During the revolutionary years 1925 to 1927, most of the leaders of the CCP had only the sketchiest understanding of theory, culled from largely undigested foreign sources, and were incapable of adapting it to Chinese realities. The result was that Moscow did their thinking for them. As an internationalist, I consider that it is entirely permissible for national revolutions to receive direction from a world revolutionary headquarters. But unfortunately those doing the thinking were no longer Lenin and Trotsky, who had brought the revolution to fruition, but Stalin, who had betrayed it. Although Trotsky and his fellow thinkers had a strategy which could have led the Chinese Revolution to victory, their views were suppressed by the Stalinists, who advanced what amounted to a Menshevik line for China. None of the leaders of the CCP was capable of distinguishing between these two positions and carried out this line more or less blindly, with the inevitable tragic results. Wielding the big hammer of the counter-revolution, Chiang Kai-shek broke and bloodied a great number of revolutionary heads. Unification of the four groups 159 but at the same time awakened many of those who were lucky enough to survive the bloodbath to the need for theory. During the darkest days of the defeat, many revolutionaries became profoundly aware that in the past they had acted blindly. Because of their lack of theoretical understanding, they had been forced to drift wherever the wind took them, like boats without rudders. It is a tragic fact that the Chinese socialists only went out in search of socialist theory after the defeat of the revolution. But the socialist cultural movement which started in Shanghai in 1929 was nevertheless of great historical significance, and the important role played in it by the Chinese Trotskyists is also worthy of note. It was not a movement consciously set in motion by any individual or group, but a reflex reaction by hundreds of revolutionaries to the defeat. Moreover, as a result of the defeat, many revolutionary intellectuals had been forced back to their studies, thus giving an added impetus to the cultural movement. After 1929, small publishing houses sprang up everywhere in Shanghai, which had long been the main publishing center of the country. All of them specialized in social science publications. The men who provided the capital for these publishers came from many different walks of life. Former bureaucrats and military men outnumbered ordinary merchants. These people had for one reason or another fallen out of favor with Chiang Kai-shek, and therefore come to form a sort of opposition to the Nanking government. During their enforced idleness, many of them entrusted a small part of their accumulated wealth to friends or acquaintances to set up cultural enterprises. Their real aim was to build a reputation for themselves on which they could capitalize during any future attempt at a political comeback. The friends and acquaintances to whom they entrusted their money were for the most part former subordinates, men who could deal only in bureaucratic niceties and who were completely ignorant of the new cultural movement. These latter therefore sought out the help of people with some experience of the publishing world to do their editing and writing for them. Naturally, the majority of such people were intellectuals who had emerged from the revolutionary movement. The largest of the new publishing houses was the Shenzhou Kuokuan Company. The funds for it were put up by General Chen Mingshu, leader of the famous 19th Route Army, which in 1932 waged a heroic resistance against the Japanese around Shanghai. Actual responsibility for the day-to-day running of the company was 160 in the hands of Wang Lishi. I am not sure what Wang's background was, but he liked to think of himself as a classical poet. He knew nothing about publishing and the social sciences, but he was an honest enough man, and because he knew very little about politics he had few preconceptions. As long as you were a left-wing personality or could trot out a few social science terms, he would immediately snatch you up to work for his firm. He liked to think of himself as a second TZIEINPEI, and employed writers from right across the political spectrum, including the pro-Kuomintang rightist Tao Shisheng, members of the Stalinist faction, and even Trotskyists. During the early part of 1930 his links with the left opposition were particularly close, and Lu Zhenqing, Li Qi, Wang Tu Xiang, Piang Shutse, Tu Weiqi, Piang Quike Iu, and Wu Qixian were among those who worked for him. Through Lu Zhenqing I received a commission from Wang Lishi to edit and translate material for an illustrated history of the Russian Revolution. I was paid by the month at a rate of $3 per 1,000 Chinese characters, which worked out on average at some $60 a month, over twice what my monthly party allowance had been. The history was based on Commentum-produced material and John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World. After it was completed, Wang Lishi sent the manuscript to the propaganda department of the Kuomintang Central Committee in Nanking for submission to the censors, where unfortunately it was confiscated. Up until my arrest in May 1993, this was my sole source of income. All the other leading oppositionists with any literary talent also earned their living by writing or translating social science books. We were expected not only to keep ourselves and our families, but also to provide the necessary funds for the RW-running of the organization and for feeding and clothing those who worked full-time for it. No wonder, therefore, that the opposition was renowned for its poverty. Nevertheless, our rice bowl literary activities during that period played no small part in popularizing and deepening socialist thinking in China. Apart from the Shenzhou Kuokuan Company, the Hupin, New Universe, CHW1CHIU, and Oriental publishing houses had links with the oppositionists. We also made use of other publishing houses, such as the New Life Company, RWL by Tao Shisheng and Fan. Unification of the four groups 161. Chungyil. Our literary activities were not organized according to any plan, but separately decided on in discussions with the publishers themselves. However, we managed to bring out a varied collection of Marxist classics, including works by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Trotsky's My Life was published simultaneously in no less than 3 different translations, all by oppositionists. We also translated many histories of the European revolutionary movement, including works by Kropotkin, Trotsky, and others. During the same period the Proletarian Society brought out an influential periodical called Tung Motive Force, which popularized Trotskyism and more general social science. The CCP in Shanghai launched their own left-wing cultural movement, but they lagged a long way behind us in their publishing. Most of the officials of the CCP-sponsored movement were men of letters, and their main focus was therefore proletarian literature. They achieved nothing of note, just like similar proletarian literature movements elsewhere in the world, and it was not until after 1933, when CHTICHIUPI joined them, that their cultural movement began to show any real sign of life. By that time, however, all the main Trotskyist writers were in jail, and those claiming to represent Trotskyism in the famous debate on the nature of Chinese society in the pages of Tu Shu Tshe were either pseudo-Trotskyists or former members of the movement. Chapter 8. Prison Life. The Kuomintang repression of its political opponents can be divided into 4 stages. There was first the party purification campaign and its direct aftermath, which lasted roughly from 1927 to 1930, when anyone seized by security forces could expect summary execution. In this early stage, the Kuomintang's repressive apparatus had not yet been centralized, and the fate of those arrested depended solely on the personal whims of local officials. The Kuomintang police agents had close links with underworld gangster organizations, who were given a free hand to attack anyone they liked. These gangs killed indiscriminately, using the opportunity to blackmail, kidnap, and settle private scores. No one felt safe from attack, and even a section of the bourgeoisie itself began to express disquiet. After this came the second or democratic period, when the Kuomintang declared that any communists arrested would be tried according to due processes of law. This period was very short-lived and meant nothing in practice. None of the genuine communists who were arrested enjoyed any sort of legal protection, and many were shot on the spot. The third period began after the proclamation of the emergency laws early in 193-1, which stated that all revolutionaries arrested were to be handed over and dealt with by military tribunal. In the late spring of that year the Kuomintang government launched a fierce offensive against the forces of the revolution. In Jiangxi it carried out 2 encirclement campaigns against the Red Army, and throughout China it made use of its new emergency laws to persecute revolutionaries. During the fourth period, which began in 1934 or thereabouts and extended right up until the final collapse of the Kuomintang in 1949, the CHN brothers and the fascist Blue Shirt clique, the 2 rival factions in the Kuomintang's repressive apparatus, took charge of anti-communist activities, each of them controlling organizations modeled on Hitler's Gestapo and Stalin's GPU. The arrest of the oppositionists came at the start of the third of these 4 periods. We were arrested in the British-controlled international settlement in Shanghai and by rights should have enjoyed the protection of extraterritoriality, but where revolutionaries were concerned British imperialists usually worked hand in glove with Chiang Kai-shek. After spending one night in the police station at Thailand Chiao, we were formally tried in the International Settlement Court and extradited to Chiang Kai-shek's Investigation Corps. We then spent 2 or 3 days in the Paiyin Temple headquarters, where we were interrogated several times, and were finally transferred to the Wuzhen Shanghai Garrison headquarters in the Longhua district of Shanghai. CHN Tusiu, the main target of the raid in which we were arrested, managed to escape the dragnet. As only the smaller fish were landed, the informer Ma Yilfu and the police lost much of their interest in their catch, and soon after we arrived at the jail the urgency which had surrounded our case was dispelled. After our transfer to Longhua the authorities seemed to forget our existence, and we were totally ignored for 6 months. It was not until the early autumn of 1931 that we were put on trial and formally sentenced. Our trials were unremarkable. After the sentencing, we were transferred to Tzao Hoching prison to serve out our terms. Our experiences in Longhua jail were an eye-opener to what was happening in the CCP. There were 3 cell blocks in the Wuzhen Shanghai Garrison headquarters, each containing 20 cells, and the jail normally held some 500 to 600 prisoners. Within each block the cells were opened in the morning and locked again at night, and during the daytime only the main door of the block remained locked. Detainees therefore had a certain freedom of movement, and the prison developed a sort of social life of its own. Although a few prisoners were being held on suspicion of robbery or kidnapping, most were there for political reasons. This created a special atmosphere in the prison, one which I was sensitive to because of my previous experience in Wuhan jail. The police cell in Wuhan had only been for short-term detention and the prison population was never static, but despite this a whole power structure had grown up among the inmates, with a boss and a swarm of underlings who would blackmail newcomers or force them to sleep next to the night soil bucket. There were also other forms of maltreatment which prisoners without relatives outside or valuable possessions to buy off their tormentors were forced to suffer. At Lunghwa, practices of this sort had been totally eliminated by the political prisoners, and a new system introduced whereby newcomers, whether in jail for political or criminal offenses, were automatically taken care of by old hands, who made sure that they received proper treatment. In this way, people who had suddenly lost their freedom could settle down less painfully. This scheme worked so well that even hardened criminals and gangsters gave up their bullying and adapted themselves to the new regime. In the cell blocks at Lunghwa, I came across many old friends, most of them victims of the Lilisan line and some of them arrested while acting as raw material for the artificial new high tide. There were also many who had been arrested as an indirect result of Wang Ming's coup, including several of the conciliationists who had escaped execution. Among my acquaintances were Quan Shangying and a number of other higher-level CCP cadres. Since the police did not know who they were, they had avoided transfer to Nanking, where almost certain death would have awaited them. Instead, they were being kept on in Lunghwa as hostages. At that time, CCP members arrested in Shanghai were dealt with in one of three ways. There were first the top leaders, who were executed immediately. Most of them were handed over to the Kuomintang by the foreign authorities in the international settlements, kept in a guard room where a judge was brought in to identify them, and then taken out to the airport or the prison yard to be shot. This was the fate of men such as Piang Pai, Shang Chungfa, and Yang Paoan. The second category included both the so-called second-rank leaders and the very senior leaders whose cases had to be dealt with by the supreme authority, Chiang Kai-shek. Such people were detained for 1 or 2 days in the guard room before being transferred to Nanking. The third category consisted of lower cadres, and any top leaders who had managed to escape recognition by the police or prison authorities. These people were left to be dealt with by the military tribunal of the garrison headquarters. Their presence in jail was welcomed by the Kuomintang military and police authorities, who saw them as an excellent source of ransom money. Hence the Lunghwa prison's nickname, the kidnapper's den. The so-called investigation was in fact a bargaining process, after which one could expect either to be released or else to be sentenced to death or imprisonment. The commander of the local garrison was General Seong Shihui. The head of the detention center was, like him, from Gyeongsi, and was an old hand at ransom negotiations. He was not at all shamefaced about his dealings, and detainees could even take the initiative in asking him for an interview to discuss terms. He would also act as a middleman between detainees and the military judges, and would even allow relatives of the kidnap victims to be present in his office while negotiations were taking place. Some prisoners were unaware of the secret dealings that went on, but if anyone had a visit from a relative who looked wealthy, the chief warder would immediately instruct one of his men to go down to the cells and inform the visitor of the procedure for release. As a result, the so-called investigation period always dragged on for at least 6 months, and only when all attempts at negotiation had failed was the prisoner formally tried and sentenced. Since the officials were running a big risk in parleying with the prisoners, the ransoms were high, and few of us were in a position to pay. Most of us came from poor families, and, even when prisoners did have rich relatives, they had usually long since broken off relations with them. In my experience, every one of the prisoners ransomed from the jail was close to the group in power in the party, which raised the ransom money on their behalf. Among those released in this way were Quan Shangying, Chn Wei Zhen, and Shang Chungfa's secretary. The most striking case was that of Wang Ming's friend Chn Wei Ming, whose release was arranged after only 2 or 3 days in prison. But there were other communists who, although they belonged to the most important category, were on bad terms with the Wang Ming leadership and were not ransomed for that very reason. Among this group was Li Chenying, a veteran revolutionary leader of the workers' movement in North China, a member of the Central Committee of the party and a CCP delegate to the 9th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Comintern held in Moscow in 1918. Li should have been among the first to be ransomed, but because he had sided with Ho Mengxiang and the others in the struggle against Wang Ming, he was looked upon as a dissident, and was left to rot in jail by the leadership. At this time there was a Comintern-sponsored body called the International Association for Aiding Revolutionaries, which specialized in aiding left-wing political prisoners throughout the world, communists and non-communists alike, but the Wang Ming leadership saw to it that Li Chenying did 166. Not get assistance even from this quarter. Instead he had to get by with the vegetables and other everyday necessities which we Trotskyists gave him. We also arranged somewhere for him to go when he got out of prison, to save him the humiliation of having to beg for his food, but despite our efforts he still had to spend several nights sleeping out on the pavement. Afterwards Li Chenying dropped out of politics altogether, returning to Tientsin where he worked under an assumed name as a shop assistant, and I have no idea what happened to him after that. He was one of many such cases. There was not the slightest trace of hostility between party members and oppositionists among the prison inmates. On the contrary, relations between the two groups were extremely friendly, and in conversations we held nothing back from each other. Cheng Chalen in particular, with his modest ways and his great learning, won the love and respect of all the young party members, at whose request he gave lessons every day in communist theory and the history of the CCP. Even veteran leaders of the party like Quan Shangying used to come along to listen to him. I too was very close to these young communists, and often used to hold discussions with them. This was the first time I became aware of the extent of Wang Ming's influence within the party. New arrivals at the prison would talk with great admiration of their leader Wang Ming, alias Chn Xiaoyith, and quote in hushed tones from the great man's classic work the two lines. It was saddening to hear these sincere young comrades naively voicing the praises of their new leader, as it was clear from what they said that, with the help of Stalin and MIF, Wang Ming's ambition had finally been achieved. He had become supreme leader in the party. I was surprised that Wang Ming had realized his ambition so quickly, and I saw his success as a tragedy for the CCP and the Chinese Revolution. The Wang Ming cell was a cancerous growth in the Soviet bureaucracy, transmitted abroad to poison foreign revolutions, but here were these naive young revolutionaries praising them as brilliant and far-seeing leaders. I did not have the heart to destroy their illusions, since for many fresh recruits the leadership and the revolution itself are one and the same thing, and in the purgatory of the counter-revolution, disillusionment with the former can easily lead to disillusionment with the revolutionary cause as a whole. But all this convinced me all the more of the need for a Trotskyist movement in China. 3 months after the date of our arrest, CHN Tusiu had got together a handful of activists from among the remnants of the old Central Committee, including Piang Shutze, and comrades like Sung Qingxiu from the rank and file of the movement, to set up a new provisional leadership. But then misfortune struck again. One day in the late summer of 1931, Yin Keiyuan, Sung Qingxiu, Chang Chentung, and 3 or 4 other comrades, were arrested and brought to the kidnappers' den. We were still being held in custody together at Lunghua when the Japanese army began their seizure of northern Chin'el on 1 September 8, 193. A stormy anti-imperialist movement sprang up, and the whole political scene changed in favor of the revolution. On hearing that the comrades under CHN Tusiu had played a significant role in the new movement, our spirits rose, and we longed for release so that we could take our rightful part in it. Needless to say, neither our relatives nor the organization itself had been able to arrange a ransom for us, so our only hope of getting out of jail remained a change in the political situation. In October our cases came up for the first time before the military tribunal, but in practice our trial amounted to no more than a repeat of the interrogation we had been submitted to in the Investigation Corps headquarters straight after our arrest. Immediately after the hearing we were all chained together at the ankles with heavy fetters. Our friends among the other inmates were very alarmed when they saw what was happening, since this was normally the prelude to an execution. It soon became clear that it was in fact an ultimatum from the kidnappers: pay up or be shot. We Trotskyists were penniless and quite unable to raise the sort of sums asked, so there was nothing for it but to resign ourselves to our fate. Each of us remained calm in spirit. Our fellow prisoners, all of them so-called Stalinists, were extremely sympathetic towards us, and even ordered us some pork cooked in soy sauce and honey, the only delicacy available from the prison kitchen. Soon after this we learned from our families that the only ones whose lives were in real danger were Cheng Xiaolin and Ho Zishen. They responded to the news magnificently, showing not the slightest sign of fear. Cheng Xiaolin in particular was like a Buddhist priest who had attained the way, and who knew beforehand the date of his own achievement of nirvana. He carried on with his lectures, and continued to play chess and to chat and joke with other prisoners. His behavior deeply moved the Stalinist prisoners. 168. At the time of writing these lines, Cheng Xiaolin and Ho Zishen are back in prison under their old friend Mao Zedong, together with many other Trotskyist comrades. I say prison, but they may have suffered a worse fate at the hands of Mao's security forces. The revolution is truly a devourer of men, and leaves no room for human warmth and friendship. I am bringing up these points not for sentimental reasons, but because in my opinion it is vital to testify at every possible opportunity that these precious communists are absolutely not guilty of the charge of counter-revolutionary activities, and to show them as loyal champions of the proletariat and the socialist cause. To return to 193-1, we were kept in suspense about our fate for more than a month, until in November we were finally sentenced and transferred from the detention center to a proper prison. It was only then we learned that Cheng Xiaolin and Ho Zishen were not to be shot after all. This cheered us up enormously. Just before we were transferred, our sentences were read out to us. Cheng Xiaolin was given 15 years, Ho Zishen 10, Sung Feng Chn 1 Mao, Chang Shangxi, Lu Kuo Hua, and myself 6, and Pu Taichi 2.5. There were two reasons for Pu's relatively light sentence. First, his family managed to raise a little money towards his ransom, and second, Cai Shiying, Kuomintang ambassador to Tokyo, interceded on Pu's behalf at his brother's request. First we were taken to the second Jiangsu model prison at Tizao Hoqing, where we spent only 2 months. On January 28, 1931, large-scale fighting against Japanese armed aggression broke out in the Wuzhen-Shanghai area, and we were all transferred to Hangzhou, and from there to Suzhou. My experiences at Tizao Hoqing horrified me. I do not intend to waste much ink on the matter. It should be enough to point out that 9/10 of the prisoners who had been transferred to Tizao Hoqing from the garrison headquarters a year before perished in the prison sickbay. Thanks to the chance intervention of Japanese imperialism, our stay there was a short one and we were lucky enough to leave the prison alive, but if it had not been for this I would certainly have died within 6 months. Even before 2 months were out our comrade Chn1 Mao fell sick and died, and by the time we were transferred to Hangzhou, I was so ill that I could barely stand. To be sent to this prison was to be sentenced to death by a form of execution which differed from the firing squad only in being slightly more drawn out. The Suzhou military prison outside the city's Pian Gate was a paradise by comparison. The food consisted of unhulled rice, but unlike the rice in Tizao Hoqing, which was a mixture of grit, gravel, and coal dust, it was edible. You could eat as much as you wanted, and there was real cabbage soup to go with it. But all this was of minor importance. The main thing was that in Suzhou our morale was much better. When we first got there the prison authorities were relatively liberal and enlightened. The prisoners were allowed to have all kinds of books and magazines sent in, and the warders were more lenient than in Tizao Hoqing. Prisoners were even allowed to communicate with each other between the different cells. All of us prepared study plans, and wrote out long lists of books which we then asked friends and relatives to buy for us. Altogether there were 400 or so criminals in the military prison, 8 out of 10 were political offenders, and only a small proportion military or criminal offenders in the usual sense of the words. There were a number of CCP members who had already been there for some time, some for a year or two and others for as much as 3 years. They had been divorced from the party and from real political life for many months. The Li-Lisan line, the conciliationist faction, and the Trotsky-Stalin struggle were unknown to most of them. They therefore welcomed us Trotskyists without the slightest hesitation. To a limited extent they had succeeded in organizing the prison, and had led a number of struggles for better conditions. They had also established contact with the outside world, and even provided some of the comrades with the everyday necessities of life. As soon as they found out that we were Trotskyist communists, their leader asked us to write an objective account of the reasons for the split and a summary of the arguments on either side, so that they could discuss them among themselves. We happily agreed to do as they asked, and I was chosen to write some of this material. I crouched down in a corner of the cell and wrote out an introduction to Trotskyism, while the Stalinist comrades kept watch for me at the cell door. After I had finished writing it, it was delivered to the next cell by means of the telephone wire, a small hole high in the wall through which a single light bulb illuminated the cells on either side. In this way my document was read by all the political prisoners, and even though there were no sudden conversions, it created a good impression generally. Although there was contact between prisoners, we were still very isolated from one another, and it was impossible to have a full exchange of opinions. Needless to say, men who had paid the price of freedom for the sake of the party were hardly likely to start doubting the correctness of their leadership after hearing only one side of the argument. But even if they were not willing to come over to us, they were not prepared to look upon us as heretics and even less so to join in the chorus denouncing us as counter-revolutionaries. In short, all the other political prisoners were extremely friendly towards us and showed not the slightest sign of hostility either before or after reading the document I had written, despite the fact that from beginning to end only a handful of them actually came over to our side. We had been in Suchau only a few months when suddenly a large batch of prisoners was transferred to the first military prison in Nanking, among them Cheng Chao-lin and Ho Zushen. Lu Kuo-hua and I stayed behind. Once again our group had been split up. Earlier Chang Shangxi and Sung Feng Chun had been sent back to Tizao Hoqing prison near Shanghai, but some months later Sung's relatives managed to secure his release. In the late autumn of 1932, we received news from outside the prison that the entire opposition leadership, headed by Chn Tusiu, had been arrested during a raid. Apart from Chn himself, those seized included Piang Hutse and his younger brother Tao Tse, Lo Shifan, and Pu Taichi and Sung Feng Chun, both of whom had been imprisoned along with us in 1931, and released only shortly before their rearrest. This was another heavy blow for us, destroying the comparatively influential Trotskyist movement which had been built up in the wake of the Wuzhen-Shanghai fighting against Japan. It was to be several years before we succeeded in putting the pieces together again. Altogether, Lu Kuo-hua and I spent 4 years in Suchau and were then released on parole having served 2/3 of our sentence. Those 4 years were marked by a monotonous regularity. It is true, of course, that life goes on everywhere. Even in a prison cell measuring 10 feet by 10, with walls so high that it was like living at the bottom of a well, life continued to unfold. Prisons have always been the universities of revolutionaries, and naturally we did not waste our 4 years in Suchau. Although I had had the good fortune to spend 4 years at university before going to prison, 2 of them in Peking and 2 of them in Moscow, my true university was jail. Either because of lack of funds or because I was too busy doing other things I had never really got down to any systematic study in Peking or Moscow. It was not until I got to Suchau that I began to study economics and Western classical philosophy in real earnest. However, I achieved no significant results in my studies, mainly because of the shortage of books. The prison regime was constantly changing, and the arrival of a new prison governor frequently meant the removal of all our literature. Towards the end of 1934 I was released from jail. Lu Kuo-hua was released a few months later. Years of physical and mental maltreatment had taken their toll of us, but as if that were not enough, a still worse blow awaited us in the world outside. Both our wives had found new partners while we were in jail, and had kept the news from us until our release. In the life of a revolutionary, incidents of this sort are not uncommon and cannot be considered as tragedies, but this does nothing to lessen the impact of the blow on the person immediately concerned. I fell sick, and Lu Kuo-hua, who was in better physical shape than I, lived like a hermit for 6 months on a farm near Shanghai, licking his wounds. When I returned to Shanghai at the end of 1934, the comrade mainly responsible for the running of the organization was Chang. In conversation with him I discovered that but for him the organization would long ago have ceased to function. At first Lu Pochuang and some other veteran comrades had tried to keep things going after the arrest of Chen Tusiu and the others, but before long they had followed one another to Peking to take up posts as professors or lecturers at the university, after which the whole weight of the movement had fallen on the shoulders of Chang. Sometime in 1933 or early 1934 two foreign journalists had come into contact with the opposition in Shanghai. One of them, a veteran South African communist with the adopted Chinese name of Li Fujian, had come over to Trotskyism at the end of the 1920s. The other was the American journalist Harold Isaacs, who had originally 172 been a Stalinist sympathizer. Isaacs had started bringing out a left-wing English-language periodical in Shanghai called China Forum, and in 1932 the CCP tried to get him to write an article attacking the recently imprisoned Chen Tusiu. They supplied him with false information defaming the Trotskyists, but the result was quite the opposite of what they had intended, and their squalid maneuvers merely succeeded in driving him into our camp. After his conversion to Trotskyism, Isaacs had the idea of writing a history of the Chinese Revolution. He wound up his publishing enterprise, donated his printing press to the opposition, and moved to Peking, where he employed Lu Zhenqing to translate Chinese materials for him. The two men soon settled down and gathered an active group of Peking students around them, 3 of them, Lu Qiuliang, Su Chasheng, and Wang Shupen, later became relatively well known in the organization. When I got out of jail Lu, Su, Wang, and another comrade Deca Bedhuha already moved from Peking to Shanghai and had set up a provisional oppositionist organization, together with Li Fujian. These young comrades received their theoretical training from Lu Zhenqing, and it is therefore not surprising that as soon as they got into the leadership they moved to settle accounts with Chen Tusiu. Once again they brought up the whole catalogue of Chen's alleged crimes from which Trotsky already exonerated him, and passed a resolution demanding that he either confess his guilt or be expelled. When Chang, Yin Keyuan, and others heard of this they were appalled and protested vigorously, whereupon they too were expelled from the organization. The arrogance of these young comrades had something in common with that of the Wang Ming clique, since both groups had their international patrons. Of course, both Li Fujian and Isaacs were sincere revolutionaries, but they were unfamiliar with the Chinese opposition, and therefore fell foul of Lu Zhenqing's demagogy. Isaacs even helped the latter to write a pamphlet in English called 5 Years of the Chinese Left Opposition, which portrayed Lu Zhenqing as the Lenin or Trotsky of the Chinese opposition. The text later formed the basis of Su Chasheng's and Lu Qiuliang's political progrès. Madame. In August 1933, Isaacs went to Norway and showed this document to Trotsky. The two men discussed it together, and LSA.cs sent a tra.n script of the conversation back to China, where we published it as an appendix to the Chinese language version of Trotsky's Problems of the Chinese Revolution. Many of Trotsky's criticisms were extraordinarily perceptive. For example, Isa.A.cs recorded, he found it laughable that Lu Zhenqing equates what he himself thinks with what the masses think. Trotsky also expressed his impatience at some of the more trivia.I criticisms which Lu Zhenqing raised in his document, and, shaking his head in disagreement, said, to let future problems stand in the way of our first step Tao.RDS activity, absurd, absurd. As for the expulsion of Chen Tusiu and the other comrades, Trotsky considered it absolutely impermissible. The whole tragicomedy stemmed from Lu Zhenqing's attempt to manipulate the naivete of two foreign comrades and the vanity of a handful of younger ones as a means of avenging himself for what he saw as years of unfair treatment. But the drama was to have a very short run. In the EARLY summer of 1935, Su Chao Sheng and 3 other comrades were arrested in Shanghai, and Liu himself was arrested in Peking, after the organization had been infiltrated by a public utility worker who was a Kuomintang agent. A series of important developments took place in the communist movement throughout the world during the period of my imprisonment, in particular a change in status of the Trotskyist movement. As I described above, international Trotskyism at first looked upon itself as a faction within the world communist movement, but now it took up an independent position outside the Comintern. The turning point was Hitler's accession to power in Germany. This provided decisive proof of the irreversible corruption of both the German Communist Party and international communism as a whole, which shamefully surrendered without a fight in the face of the fascist onslaught. This was an event of historic importance, matched only by the capitulation of the Second International to imperialism in 191-3. Trotsky declared that the Comintern was no longer reformable, and that a new start would have to be made. When I arrived back in Shanghai at the end of 1934, the movement to build a new international had already started up there, but, for various reasons of which I was not fully aware at the time, it did not get far. The official birth of the Communist League of China had to be postponed until the beginning of 1936. After spending only a few days in Shanghai, I stayed for 6 months in a village near my hometown recuperating from my illness, not returning to Shanghai until the summer of 1935. By this time Liu Zhenqing, Liu Qiuliang, and others had been arrested, and the Provisional Central Committee had ceased to function. Isaacs had left China for Europe, and although Li Fujian was still around, the organization had no leading body. In the whole of Shanghai there were no more than 30 oppositionists, but all were anxious to revive the organization. CHN Tusio smuggled a message out of prison proposing that a triumvirate of CHN, Chiang, Chao Chi, and myself should be set up, to sort out the affairs of the movement and to start up some sort of activity. By this time Li Fujian, who was also keen to see the organization revived, was once again on good terms with CHN, Chiang and Yin Keyuan, and they saw each other frequently. The main obstacle to the restoration of the Trotskyist group was CHN Tusio's burning hatred for Li Fujian, and CHN wrote letter after letter urging us never again to cooperate with the Mao Zedong. CHN Tusio's attitude was based on his experiences with foreign communists over the previous 10 years and more, since their role in the Chinese Revolution was more often than not a negative one. China also had her imitation Harries, most notably Wang Ming. They acted like houseboys for the colonialists, basking in their borrowed authority and ordering their Chinese comrades around. CHN Tusio had always hated behavior of this sort, and for this reason had never really got on with the Comintern representatives in China. After the defeat of the revolution in 192-7, when Stalin, the greatest Harry one of them all, took all the credit for himself and heaped all the blame on the shoulders of yesterday's collaborator, CHN could stomach no more, and from then on could not bear even the word foreigner. To cap it all, these two new Harrys, Li and Isaacs, had suddenly turned up from nowhere and joined forces with a handful of youngsters barely out of school to make a long list of all his mistakes, demand a recantation, and, when this failed, pass a resolution expelling him from the organization. After the collapse of the anti-CHN Provisional Central Committee in early 1935, Li Fujian, by now better informed about the Chinese opposition, repeatedly asked CHN Chiang to arrange for him to visit CHN in Nanking jail, but the latter categorically refused. After my own return to Shanghai from the countryside, Li Fujian contacted me through the woman comrade Li Tze Eileen and requested a meeting. At first I was reluctant, since from what I had already been told of the events of the past 6 months, I was hostile towards Li Fujian, but CHN Chiang persuaded me to relent and the two of us met for a talk. The result was that I formed a very good impression of him. I asked straight out whether he had come to Shanghai as a representative of the International Secretariat of the Left Opposition. The question startled him, and he told me that he had come to China in the course of his work as a journalist and had never claimed to be a representative of the International Secretariat. He said that he had contacted the organization because he felt that it was his duty as a Trotskyist to do so, and asked me to convey this information to CHN2CU. When I told Li that Lu Zhenxing had claimed that he had come to China in such a capacity, he was very indignant. With this problem out of the way, we swapped news about the movement both in China and internationally, and freely voiced our opinions. I discovered that he was an honest and sincere comrade, and was neither a bureaucrat, as I had previously suspected, nor an adventurer, of which there were many in Shanghai at that time. His sole aim was to participate in the work of the organization and to use his time in China to give us whatever help he could. The sad thing was that his enthusiasm had been exploited by Lu Zhenxing in pursuit of Liu's own personal ambitions. After our conversation, I decided to work as hard as possible for the restoration of the organization. We soon managed to organize a conference of representatives of those comrades still living in Shanghai, and elected a provisional central committee consisting of CHN Chang, Yin Yuan, Chang Chentung, Li Fuzhen, and myself, with Li Fuzhen as the secretary-treasurer. After repeated explanations by CHN Chang, Chao Chi, and myself, CHN2CU finally gave his approval to our collaboration with the Mitsu. Chapter 9. The Founding of Struggle and the Darkest Days of My Life. The Provisional Central Committee, formed in late 1935, occupied an important position in the history of the Chinese Trotskyist movement. It was the most enduring and productive of all the bodies we established, reviving and expanding the organization, both in Shanghai and nationally. We began publishing a series of writings by international oppositionists, and even more important, we started bringing out a monthly political organ called Stru 99LE and a theoretical organ called Spark. Between spring 1936 and late 1942, these two periodicals were published almost without interruption. The first task of the new leading body was to set up its own print shop. When Harold Isaacs left Shanghai for Peking, he had handed over a small printing press to the organization, but it had been sold to cover running expenses when Su Chao Sheng and his three young comrades took over the leadership in 1934. We were not in a position to buy a new press, so some comrades who were printing workers rigged up a primitive wooden frame in which we inserted lead type. The latter was in fact our sole outlay. With this contraption, Wade would turn out a reasonable-looking page of print in two colors. Our publications were so good, in fact, that Lucien accused us of receiving dirty money, implying that we were financed by the Japanese. At first our print shop was looked after by two comrades who were printing workers, but when one of them defected, he tried to steal the printing press from us. We therefore staged a raid. Li Fuzhen, the foreign comrade, dressed up as an inspector of the International Settlement Police, and with two other Chinese comrades, disguised as detectives, burst into the defector's home and retrieved the press. For a long time after that, comrades Lin Huanhua and Mao Hengqian were in charge of printing. The second task of the new leading body was to put the organization in order. In the Shanghai area we still had many contacts, and Struggle and My Darkest Days 177. Once the organization was on its feet again, it was a relatively easy matter to start up activities. We then began to turn our attention to Hong Kong, which had been one of the opposition's earliest bases. Many workers there had been part of the organization, but over the years most of them had lost contact with the center, as a result of the repeated arrest of the leading members in Shanghai and elsewhere. So in May 1936 it was decided that I should go south to re-establish contact with them. I stayed a month in the colony, and worked with Comrade Lo, a former member of the Proletarian Society, and Comrade Chn Chengshi, who later died at the head of a Trotskyist guerrilla unit during the War of Resistance against Japan. We reunited a dozen or so cadres, set up a local organization and, following the example of Shanghai, built a primitive printing press with which we began to publish a paper called Sparkle. Earlier, after we had lost contact with Hong Kong, certain comrades there had ill-advisedly got mixed up with Chiang Po-Kian's Third Party. It was my first job therefore to draw the line clearly between ourselves and them and to put an end to the attempts of some comrades to straddle the two parties. Reviving the tradition of the two Trotskyist martyrs, Ou Fang and CHN1 Mao, the comrades immediately turned their efforts towards the industrial proletariat. Li Fujian, who had gone with me to Hong Kong, made use of his special status as a foreigner to bring our South China friends large quantities of oppositionist literature. It was the first time for many years that they had had a chance to read publications of this sort. At the same time our organization was unexpectedly reinforced by an influx of young comrades in Guangxi, a province in which our leadership had never made any special efforts. Chang Te, who as I mentioned abandoned Trotskyism after the unification of the four groups in 193-1, had returned to Guangxi, where Huang Kengtu, a powerful associate of the leading local warlords, cultivated him. Although Huang had studied in Moscow, he had never had any links with the opposition, and as far as I know did not even join the Communist Party, but despite this he made Chang Te his confidant after his return to Guangxi. When the Guangxi warlords came out in open opposition to Chiang Kai-shek, putting on a left face for the occasion, many communists who had either left the party or kept up their membership secretly were summoned to Guangxi to rally support for the local authorities. At the same time a power struggle was going on inside the Guangxi clique between Huang Kengtu's group and another faction within the local bureaucracy. To strengthen his hand Huang Kengtu managed to summon a number of ex-Trotskyists to Guangxi with the help of Chang Te. None of those who accepted Chang Te's invitation was still a member of the opposition at that time. Most of them were assigned to work as teachers at Guangxi middle schools or universities, and among them was Shi Tiang. Shi Tiang had earlier left the movement but, as the saying has it, even when the lotus root breaks the fibers hold together. In his contacts with students he continued to propagate his old beliefs, and as a result won many over to Trotskyism. By the time that we had set up the Provisional Central Committee, the Guangxi group had already established direct links with us in Shanghai, and before long they sent representatives to Shanghai for discussions. The two comrades mentioned above, Lin Huanhua and Mao Hengqian, were among the members of the delegation, and as I recall, the third member was a comrade called M. Oakland Chi. There was no organization of ours functioning in North China at this time. When the four factions had unified in 193-1, the former Octoberist and proletarian groups had been quite strong in North China, especially in Peking. I had heard while in prison that after the arrest of CHN2CO and others big campaigns to free CHN had been launched in Peking. In many universities students supporting CHN and Stalinist students who opposed him had demonstrated in equal strength at a number of rallies. But around 934, after Shi Chao Sheng and others went south to Shanghai and Lu Zhenqing was arrested and thrown in jail, the activities of the organization in Peking had come to a halt. In Shantung, a group of comrades kept up political work and succeeded in building a base in many counties of the area. After the establishment of the Provisional Central Committee, I think it was in the summer of 1936, they sent a delegation to Shanghai to re-establish links with the center. Among the delegates was Comrade L, one of the few comrades who has survived and remained loyal to the cause to this day. Trotskyist activities in Wenkov, the ancient city in southeast Zhejiang province, were still only in their infancy during this period. The comrades there did not establish contact with us until some time later. Events in the Wenkov area had taken a similar course to those in Guangxi, and it was almost as if a group of young Trotskyists had sprung up spontaneously from nowhere. The seeds of Trotskyism had in fact been planted in Wenkov by a man called Struggle and My Darkest Days 179. Tseng Meng, who like Shi Tiang in Guangxi, had earlier left the movement. Tseng Meng had become a Trotskyist while in Moscow and had been arrested together with CHN2CO and the others, but he had soon been released when his family used contacts he had made during his days at the Whampoa Military Academy. Before leaving jail he was made to sign a document denouncing Trotskyism, and naturally took steps to avoid meeting us. He returned instead to Wenkov, his hometown, where he lived like a recluse. Eventually he joined up with a group of young people, and explained the ideas of Trotskyism to them. Although he did not mean to spread propaganda on our behalf, many Wangkop middle school students came over to our side as a result of their contact with him. Together with Chongshan County in Kwangtung Province, Guangxi, and Shantung, Wangkop was later to become one of the four main areas from which the Chinese Trotskyist movement recruited its second and third generations of cadres. Although it is not uncommon in the history of revolutionary parties for people to leave the organization, either voluntarily or under pressure, in order to protect themselves and their families, they often secretly or unconsciously despise themselves for abandoning the cause. As reactionary political governments grow more and more corrupt, incompetent, and unpopular, their schizophrenia deepens. No matter how rich or successful the renegades become in their new professions, many find it impossible to shake off their earlier convictions. They often continue to sympathize with the aims of the revolution, maintain old friendships and, under certain conditions, even appear to make partial amends for their past weakness by making new recruits to the movement, as did Shi Tiang and Tseng Meng. When the revolution once again enters a period of upsurge and the Revolutionary Party grows in influence, people of this sort more often than not return to the ranks and resume the struggle. It is true, of course, that careerism and human weakness can also play a part in this, and that such conversions can be an important factor in speeding up the degeneration of the revolution. But the phenomenon of the return of the revolutionary prodigals has its roots in the depths of society and human nature, and if the party is to be built there is, generally, nothing for it but to accept such people at face value. When the leaders of the newly unified Chinese opposition were rounded up, those members of the four organizations who had not 180 by then been brought into the new structure often drifted off and lost all contact. Many of them were worthless, but some of these comrades were schizophrenics of the sort I have just mentioned. We were often approached by young people who had found their way to Trotskyism by involved and circuitous routes, and when we asked who had first introduced them to Trotskyist ideas they would mention some name which we only vaguely remembered from the distant past, or in some cases had never heard before. By the time our organization had reunited, Hitler had already been in power for over a year, and Germany was advancing towards militarism, thus hastening the outbreak of the Second World War. The Japanese imperialists had already invaded Manchuria and parts of the Yellow River Valley, and central China was clearly their next target. Stalin responded to the military threats from Germany and Japan by raising the Popular Front slogan at the 7th Congress of the Comintern in August 1935. Now he was willing to collaborate not only with the Social Democrats, whom only yesterday he had derided as social fascists, but with all kinds of Democrats, including democratic imperialists, in the name of anti-fascism. Meanwhile, at home he was stepping up his persecution of revolutionaries and had begun to carry out his policy of killing off the entire generation of old Bolsheviks. The Kuomintang government, still pursuing its policy of internal pacification before resistance to the invader, made repeated concessions to the Japanese imperialists in order to concentrate all its forces against the communist armies in Guangxi province. In late 1934 it scored a decisive military victory, forcing the Red Army to set out on its famous Long March to the north. In January 1935, at a meeting of the CCP Central Committee's Politburo at Xunyi in Quechao province, during the Long March, Mao Zedong took over from Wang Ming as the real leader of the party. This represented a victory of indigenous communists over Stalin's representatives in China. On August of the same year, in line with Moscow's new Popular Front policy, the CCP issued a manifesto calling for an end to the civil war and unity with the Kuomintang against Japan, an abandonment of the class struggle, and the drawing up of a program for resistance. In October the Communist armies established a new base in North Shenzi province. It was in this political climate that struggle was born. Since I have lost all my records, I have no way of checking exactly when the first issue came out, but it was sometime in the spring of 1936. The first article, which I wrote, was an open letter to the CCP, attacking the party's new Popular Front line. The publication of Struggle fulfilled a very urgent political need, and could not have come at a better time. Both at home and abroad a period of rapid change had begun. With each tum of events people were becoming more and more confused. Everyone was keen to understand the situation and eager to get involved in some practical political activity. In a limited way, struggle was the answer some of them were looking for. As far as we Trotskyists were concerned, this period had a special significance, since it confirmed in every detail the analysis of the future path of the Chinese Revolution which Trotsky had made in 1929. For the previous 4 or 5 years the Stalinists had been calling us the Trotsky-CHN liquidationist faction. We had argued that there was no longer even a revolutionary situation after the autumn of 1927, let alone the actual conditions for a revolutionary uprising. The most one could hope for was a struggle along democratic or national lines, and that the Chinese proletariat and its party should put forward a revolutionary democratic program calling for an all-powerful constituent assembly, so that they could then lead such democratic struggles and prepare the way for a new socialist revolution. The Stalinists were fundamentally opposed to this approach, and for 5 long years had carried out their so-called leftist line on the mistaken premise that a new high tide of revolution was imminent, so that in the towns the CCP organization was completely smashed, and in the countryside their armed forces were on the brink of annihilation. Meanwhile, as a result of continuous Japanese aggression against China and the creeping capitulation to it of the Kuomintang, an upsurge of anti-Japanese and anti-Kuomintang feeling was taking place in the cities, particularly among the petty bourgeoisie. This nationalist awakening was exploited by bourgeois politicians active in the National Salvation Association, a patriotic body formed in 193s, and by other organizations. Such developments were a complete vindication of what we in the Chinese Trotskyist movement had been arguing for years, and pointed clearly to the need for a revolutionary democratic program along the lines that we had 182 been proposing. But when Stalin announced his change of policy, members of the CCP were transformed overnight from out-and-out leftists into out-and-out rightists. For years they had constantly misrepresented and caricatured our democratic program, but suddenly they took up positions identical with all the worst features of the caricatures they had made of us. For years they had been accusing us of liquidationism, and now they themselves were pursuing an active liquidationist line, disguised as a struggle for democracy. Only yesterday they had condemned any call for a constituent assembly as treason to the revolution. Now they not only demanded a constituent assembly, but were even prepared to drop the class struggle, reorganize the Red Army, and swear allegiance to Sun Yat-sen's Three People's Principles, all in order to get the Kuomintang to join in a popular front with them. The change was so dramatic and so sudden that not only people outside the party but even party members themselves were left dazed. Mao Zedong himself was taken aback. In 30 years of the Chinese Communist Party, the orthodox Maoist historian Hu Xiaomu described these events as follows: at that time there was a pressing need to make a correct analysis of the situation in the country following on the Japanese invasion, to decide on party policy and to rectify the prevailing current of left closed-door sectarianism in the party. The party Central Committee had proved incapable of completing these tasks during the years 1931 to 1934, and Comrade Mao Zedong was also unable to complete them in the course of the Long March of 1935. It was only with the help of the Comintern's correct policy of the anti-fascist United Front that this need could be met. 1. From this extremely guarded passage it is possible to discern that it was not Mao who completed the new liquidationist policy towards the Kuomintang, but the Comintern, and that the new line in China simply followed the one adopted by communist parties throughout the world. We were the only group capable of expressing a critical view of the party line, in the pages of our organ struggle. The tragedy was that our equipment was primitive and our productive forces undeveloped, so the best we could bring out was a 4-page monthly with a RWT of 200 copies. But because struggle appeared regularly over a period of years, it steadily grew in influence. I would now like to recount an episode connected with the new turn taken by the CCP, the correspondence between CHN and Lucien on the question of the anti-Japanese United Front. At the time there were two different attitudes to the CCP's new turn among left-wing writers and intellectuals in Shanghai. Although I never had the chance to read all the relevant material on this debate, in essence it revolved around the problem of whether literature should encourage struggle or collaboration between classes. The main proponent of class struggle was Lucien, who was rather more insistent on the original position of the League of Left-Wing Writers. One the main advocates of class collaboration were Memoirs and Zhou Chi, who unconditionally supported the CCP's new line on literature. Seen in its broader context, this struggle was simply a manifestation of the transition in Stalinist thinking from the Third Period phase to the Popular Front. Lucien was unhappy with the new slogan of a literature of national defense proposed by Memoirs and Zhou Yang, and proposed instead the slogan a literature of the masses for revolutionary war. In our view the old Third Period philosophy and the new Popular Front line were equally disastrous, but we admired Lucien as a great writer who had sympathized all along with the struggle of the oppressed and downtrodden, and who had never capitulated to nationalism in any of its forms. Although never a Marxist, he had advocated proletarian literature for many years and fought fiercely against both the Kuomintang hack writers and the advocates of a third line, too, so it was not surprising that he bitterly resented the sudden change of front. When we heard about the dispute, Chang became very excited and wrote Lucien a letter, enclosing some back issues of Struggle and some Chinese translations of pamphlets by Trotsky. These were sent to the Uchiyama Book Company in Shanghai, a shop Lucien frequented. Lucien's reply was first published in the magazine Reality. The gist of his letter was that he was amazed to see how well Struggle was produced, and suspected that it was financed by the Japanese. I was in Hong Kong when Chang wrote his letter. Since he had not discussed its contents with any of the other members before sending it, he came in for heavy criticism from the rest of us. Tusiu in particular, who was still in Nanking jail at the time, flew into a rage when he heard the news, and demanded to know how we came to have illusions about Lucien. In his opinion, the relationship between Lucien and the Communist Party was the same as that between Wu Chi-hui and the Kuomintang. Both of them were flattered by the attentions paid to them, eager to show their gratitude, and totally incapable of pursuing the truth for its own sake, without regard for the consequences. Chang, who idolized Lucille, felt very bitter when he read his reply, not so much because of the slanderous assertions it made against him personally, as because of the discovery that even a man of unbending morality could end up parroting the party line and stooping to the sort of tactics he had hitherto despised, by hinting that we took Japanese money. Chang wrote another letter to Lucille, but received no reply. Shortly after this Lucien died, and 6 years later Chang was murdered by the Japanese in Shanghai. At the time I also thought that Chang had acted rather rashly in writing the letter, but since the correspondence was included in Lucien's collected works and readers can decide for themselves who was right, perhaps it was not such a bad thing to have done after all. In their struggle against Trotskyism, the Chinese Stalinists never once met us on the theoretical plane, but jailed or executed our supporters in the areas they controlled, and, in areas they did not control, spread rumors and slanders about us, in particular the accusation that we took money from the enemy. To put the record straight, I will outline our financial situation when we were publishing Struggle. Our expenses totaled just over $50 a month, $13 for the rent of our print shop in a small detached house in the French Concession in Shanghai, $30 to support the 2 printer comrades, and about $10 for items such as newsprint and ink. We had no other expenses, since all our cotters were expected not only to Struggle and My Darkest Days earn their own living but also to give 10% of what they earned in party dues. Those of us in the leadership who earned our living through literary activities of one sort or another were often very poorly paid, and our meager dues came nowhere near meeting organizational costs. Our expenses were therefore almost always met by the foreign comrade, Li Fujian. But where did Li Fujian get his money from? Was his money dirty? When he first came to Shanghai, Li Fujian had been a reporter on the Shanghai Evening Post and then on the Shanghai Times. During his last 3 years in Shanghai, he was the assistant editor of the China Weekly Review, with a monthly salary of some $300. It was as a communist and a member of our organization that Li Fujian helped to finance our activities in China. In August 193, Moscow staged the notorious trial of the so-called anti-Soviet Trotsky Center. 16 members of the Bolshevik Old Guard, headed by Lenin's comrade-in-arms Zinoviev and the top party theoretician Kamenev, were accused of organizing a conspiracy to overthrow the Soviet government in order to restore capitalism in Russia, in collusion with Trotsky, then living abroad in Norway. If the charges were absurd, even more absurd was the way in which these old revolutionaries stepped forward one after another to plead guilty. As a result, all of them were sentenced to be shot. Apart from the religious inquisition of the Middle Ages, the world had never seen such a spectacle. What was happening in Moscow, and how could it be accounted for? People all over the world were shocked at the news of the trials, and questions such as these plagued friends and foes alike of the Soviet Union. It was only natural, therefore, that struggle should devote itself more and more to coverage of this issue. With what little knowledge of the situation we had, we advanced various explanations of the tragedy then unfolding in Moscow, and translated and published all that Trotsky himself wrote on the subject. At this point I want to introduce Wang Mengzu, owner of the Oriental Book Company, into my story. Wang Mengzu was a most remarkable man. His book company was in existence for over 50 years, from the late 1890s to 1952, but he was much too far ahead of his time to make any money. If a new ideological current was being persecuted and the authors associated with it could not find a publisher, then he would publish them. But by the time such ideas had 186 become the vogue, he would already have moved on, so that the books which yesterday nobody had wanted to buy but which today were bestsellers made fortunes not for him but for other companies. In the meantime Wang Mengzu would be busy publishing some new item of avant-garde literature. Time passed and there were many changes, but Wang Mengzu's way of life stayed much the same, with the result that he always found himself in the company of the persecuted, and generally speaking shared their fate. Wang Mengzu was a lifelong friend of Chen Tusiu, and I got to know him through Chen. I had just been released from Suqiao jail, and was completely destitute. Wang Mengzu was planning to bring out a series entitled Lives of Bourgeois Democratic Revolutionaries, and hoped to get his old friend Chen Tusiu, who at the time was still in Nanking jail, to be its chief editor. Chen Tusiu asked me to stand in for him, and to edit the series jointly with Dr. Tao Xingqi, one of Chiang Kai-shek's political opponents and later a leader of the anti-Japanese National Salvation Society. In fact the project never got off the ground, but Wang Mengzu and I became friends for life, and for a long period I depended on him for my livelihood, working as an editor for his book company at a monthly salary of $20. During all that time I never once edited a single volume for him, since he was very short of the necessary capital for new projects. But in the autumn of 1936, after the Moscow trials had shaken world opinion, old Wang suddenly got very excited and decided that, whatever the cost, he must reveal the truth about what was going on in Stalinist Russia. We discussed the matter, and decided as a first step to bring out 2 small books, The Moscow Trials and World Public Opinion and the Truth About the Moscow Trials. They were to consist partly of original material, which I was to write, and partly of translations from the European and American left-wing press. The first book did not take long to produce, and I had already got some way through the second when I was once again arrested by Kuomintang special agents and taken off to jail. Fortunately Chang took over from where I had left off, and the second volume appeared soon afterwards. Chang also translated for Wang Mengzi Trotsky's famous speech I Stake My Life, and parts of the Dewey Commission report on the Moscow trials, which had found that the whole affair was a massive frame-up and exonerated Trotsky and his son Sidov completely.